generations, recipes become rituals, and food, revered as Anna, is cherished as the sustainer of life. Across India, food changes as swiftly as the landscape. Travel north and taste Punjab's sarson da saag with makki di roti. Move west to Gujarat, where the Gujarati thali balances sweet, salty and tangy notes. Journey south to Tamil Nadu for idli, dosa and rasam. In Bengal, seva macher jhol with steaming rice. Every state adds a thread, and together they create the colorful fabric of India's food heritage. Across the world, traditional foods define communities. Sushi in Japan, pasta in Italy, tamales in Mexico, and suya in Nigeria. Every dish tells a story of heritage and belonging. India has strengthened its commitment to tradition through the Food Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahar Regulations 2022, preserving the authenticity, safety, and timeless wisdom of Ayurvedic foods. Ayurveda Ahar refers to food prepared in accordance with authoritative texts, using prescribed recipes, ingredients, and methods that promote holistic well-being. It extends beyond generic nutrition by embracing personalization, the idea that every individual's constitution or prakriti is unique. Food that is wholesome for one may not be suitable for another. Ayurveda Ahar thus offers the personalized nourishment, aligning meals with one's body type, season, and lifestyle for harmony of body and mind. In today's interconnected world, where food moves across borders, adherence to safety, hygiene, and labeling is essential. Regulations ensure that our traditional foods retain their authenticity while aligning with international benchmarks. For food is not merely sustenance, it is culture, medicine, and life itself. Join us in celebrating Ayurveda Ahar. Together, let's ensure safe, authentic, and nourishing food for all.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has made an appeal to reduce the amount of oil in food by 10%. Do you know why? Because eating too much oil can be dangerous for our health. It can harm the liver along with other organs of the body. It can make the liver fatty, which can cause many serious diseases. Therefore, reduce the amount of oil in your diet and choose healthier alternatives. Fruits, leafy vegetables, pulses, nuts, and whole grains are good for the liver. Exercise regularly and drink plenty of water. This will help in keeping your liver healthy. Your liver is a vital organ of your body. It is important to keep it healthy. Remember, the secret of a healthy life is linked to liver health. Take care of your liver and live a happy life.
जरा सोचिए, 2050 तक मोटापा बन सकता है एक राष्ट्रीय चुनौती। इसका असर हमारी सेहत और प्रगति दोनों पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन एकजुट होकर हम इस चुनौती से लड़ सकते हैं।
अगर आप खाने के तेल में कटौती करते हैं, अपने को फिट रखते हैं, तो ये विकसित भारत की यात्रा में आपका एक बड़ा योगदान हो।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आह्वान पर देश कर रहा है प्रण। तेल की मात्रा घटाएंगे, सेहत को अपनाएंगे, ज्यादा नमक और चीनी से थोड़ी दूरी बनाएंगे। अच्छा खाना, स्वस्थ रहना, यही है जीवन का सही तरीका। ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में बने भागीदार। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Science has now established that fasting has numerous health benefits. Fasting gives time to the body to detox, to utilize unused sources of nutrition such as fats. And fasting also cleans our stomach and gives us strength to face infections. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in a recent podcast has highlighted the various importance of fasting.
दूसरा मेरा अनुभव है कि आपके विचार प्रवाह को ये बहुत ही शार्पनेस देते हैं, नयापन देते हैं। आप एकदम से आउट ऑफ बॉक्स, मैं नहीं जानता हूं औरों का उपवास का यही अनुभव होगा, मेरा है।
The Honorable Prime Minister said that fasting enhances the capacity of the senses, making them more sensitive and aware. He also clarified that fasting is not just about abstaining from food. It involves a scientific process of preparation and detox. Fasting has many health benefits, such as reduction in risk of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, improved longevity, maintaining a balanced weight. In the words of Gandhiji, a genuine fast cleanses the body, mind and soul. This means that fasting in the right way not only removes the impurities of the body, but also purifies the mind and soul. That is, fasting is an effective means of holistic well-being because it balances our physical, mental and spiritual health. Do you also think that if there is no oil in the food, it has no taste? But just think how costly this taste can be to your health. Eating too much oil not only increases obesity and spoils digestion, but also has the greatest impact on your liver. Keeping in mind the increasing diseases caused by oil and the rapidly increasing obesity in the country, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has also appealed to the countrymen to reduce the amount of oil in their food by 10%.
हम सभी को
Request all the guests to be seated. Okay. Traceability within the supply chains. This session will look at emerging digital innovations that enable regulators and industry to move away from reactive enforcement towards active risk management, which will reinforce public health protection and consumer confidence. We are fortunate to have Sri Pavan Agrawalji, former CEO of FSSAI. During his 4-year tenure as CEO of FSSAI, he led the organization's transformation into a premier food regulator in the world. The network of offices and staff are expanded, laboratories were established, new systems and processes were set up. Major national initiatives such as food fortification, Eat Right movement were launched under its leadership. Eat Right India went on to receive the global recognition in 2020 as one of the top visionary initiatives for food systems by Rockefeller Foundation. Later, he served as Secretary Consumer Affairs, where he ensured that the steady supply of essential commodities during the unfortunate outbreak of COVID-19. He also served in the higher education and skill development, shaping national policies and programs, and extensively worked on these sectors. As a Fulbright scholar at Harvard University and Emory University, he brings a global perspective to public policy. Currently, he is the CEO and founder of Food Future Foundation, which co-leads multi-country global initiative on food systems and transformation. The foundation also drives society-wide engagement through the Eat Well, Live Well initiative. He belongs to 1985 batch of Indian Administrative Service, West Bengal cadre. I now invite Sri Pavan Agrawalji to come and take seat on the dais. Please join me in welcoming him. I now invite Dr. Bhaskar Narayan to join on the stage. Dr. Bhaskar Narayan is currently working as Director of CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicological Research, Lucknow, India. Formerly, he served as advisor of FSSAI. During his tenure, several new initiatives like Dart Book, Food Safety Magic Box were conceptualized. He was instrumental in ensuring continuous revisions of standards and introduction of new regulations like vegan food regulations. Presently, as director of IITR, his vision is to elevate the traditional R&D research for development by working closely with stakeholders at each stage in research, development, delivery, and digitization process. Let's welcome Dr. Bhaskaran. Dr. Bhaskaran brings over 30 years in expertise in aquatic biofunctional material, industry fishery technology, and fishery microbiology and biochemistry. He is the president of Association of Food Scientists and Technologists, contributing the strength of safety and regulatory research. I request Dr. Bhaskaran to set the context for our discussion.
Namaskar. I come from a place north of India. For those of you who are coming from abroad, the city has a tagline. It says, "Muskuraiye aap Lucknow mein hai." So you're all here in the morning, right here. Please have a good smile. It will rub off a lot of positive energy. And having said that, my mentor, boss, and a very good friend, always there for whenever I seek advice, Pavan Agarwal sir, and my friend Dr. Panda, distinguished dignitaries who are going to be on the panel later, and Food Authority members, and of course many of my friends and colleagues whom I see a lot of familiar faces out here. It's a great pleasure as an Indian and as somebody who worked with FSSAI to set the context for this interesting session. I wouldn't say interesting, but very relevant and burning issue that bogs not just food safety but across the globe. It's indeed an honor for me to invite you all once again after Dr. Panda to be present in this session and have a look at the deliberations and also how take part in the discussions how we can leverage digital systems for smart surveillance and proactive risk management. The global food systems continue to grow with heightened complexity because there is fast-paced engineering and technological innovations. Techno-economic considerations, including geopolitical situations, are changing thick and fast. And what is there today is actually becoming irrelevant tomorrow. And added to this, it necessitates the regulations to be very dynamic, to change according to the situation and what is required at the moment. And also cater to something that is going to be happening, say, tomorrow or 5 years hence. This is why, the food industry as well as any of the stakeholder that just got interest in food industry, including the regulators, we have to leverage technological solutions like artificial intelligence, machine learning, or even data analytics for effectively and proactively addressing the safety or sustainability across the food systems, just not necessarily one part or two parts across the food systems. Because the fact that from continent to continent, regulators to food industry players, there is a shift towards intelligence-led precautionary and preventive strategies rather than to address it once it happens. And there are a lot of incidents that we can tell from Indian context and global context where we keep giving knee-jerk reactions rather than trying to make sure that such things do not happen. And I can tell you, as an Indian, I'm very proud, the regulator, the nation's food regulator, especially when it comes to the food industry stakeholders and managing the food industry and allied stakeholders, the nation's food regulator, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, for which, I was also a part, and if I have done a bit of job under the mentorship of someone like Pawan Agarwal sir, or even Arun Singhal sir, or even the then chairpersons Ashish Bahuguna or Rita Tiotia. We have all been involved in making sure that there are certain things, systems established for addressing the food safety issues. For instance, a lot of digital platforms have been, when the first Global Food Regulatory Summit was organized, we already had some digital platforms in place. For instance, there was FASTCOS, the Food Safety Compliance System. Then there was FIX, Food Safety Import Clearance System. Infolet, which was the brainchild of the then CEO, Pawan sir. It was, Indian Food Laboratory Network. And we also had electronic product and claims approval system in place, which means these platforms were not only assisting the regulator, but also were enabling the food industry to have quick approvals and quick remedies for the problems or the issues they had. For instance, there is a platform which still exists called FASTCORIS, which is the food safety compliance with regular inspection and sampling. It's a web-based system which end-to-end stakeholders can make use of. The food industry can make use of. Even the consumers, to part of it, consumers also can see what has happened with the FASTCORIS surveillance. And the regulators can have the full sheet of what is happening in terms of compliance to food safety regulations. Such digital transformations is not just limited to national borders. So I would be failing in my duty if I don't recognize what is happening across the globe. Say, for example, the EU has this RASAF system, which actually bridges borders, because there is an alert that happens immediately after something is found non-compliant. And similarly, the Canada's ERA or Fuzon's electronic portals, or the VetSat system of Denmark, all are something that we can be proud as global citizens that these are the digital platforms that actually are enabling not just the regulators, but even the food safety stakeholders. And these systems, bring out one point. These collaborative systems are critical for establishing imminent threats that actually arise out of food safety incidents or World Health Organization. They also have developed comprehensive guidance to support national authorities in establishing robust risk-based food inspection systems, which again also means that there is a common platform which different countries can also adopt, and of course India remains no exception to that. And normally whenever such systems exist, the tendency has been we even improvise that system and adopt contextualizing to our necessities and needs in this country. And added to this, the simple thing, even before AI or ML is spoken of, is the Internet of Things. It has also taken a big leap in terms of implementation in modern agriculture as well as in food industry, especially in the food processing sector, because across the processing lines, it can be monitored in real-time basis. Online monitoring of processing stages through the help of IoT-based sensors or equipments is something that actually has helped the food industry make it big in terms of food safety compliance. And these IoT being the basis of even going forward to AI or ML or even data analytics are easily adoptable. Especially IoT part is easily adoptable, it's affordable, and especially scaling is very easy with IoT. And the increase in cost in terms of the product, end product to the, that's going to be given to the consumer is very marginal. So even the food industry or even the regulator can actually have an access to the data that is arising out of IoT. Again, added to this, if you look at in totality, innovations in chemical and molecular analysis, it's another area where IoT, AI, ML even data analytics come into a big play. The concept of using authenticity testing or identify economically motivated adulteration. It is again, these two things are again, it's about fighting the food frauds. Even there, the IoT, AI, ML and the data analytics actually become very important. Needless to say that these systems actually aggregate a lot of information, and information that is very valuable to the consumer, to the regulator, to the food industry stakeholders, or even somebody who has to make a policy for enabling regulations so that compliance becomes easier. And even, it's like trying to tell that ease of doing business or ease of doing compliance becomes much easier. So many of these tools actually form the basis for predictive food safety that evokes a response rather than a knee-jerk reaction at the at the appearance of a problem. For instance, suddenly you find one food safety incident happens, every food safety officer or the food compliance system just rushes to that spot. Rather, any of these data analytics or AI, ML actually would enable us with the legacy data and the data that can be analyzed, that we can look at how best we can address these issues in such a way that these don't again recur. So like I said, the predictive food safety or predictive food safety compliance becomes much easier when we adopt these digital tools. And I'm very happy that in the same context, we recently also did, we have created a platform called as SUFAST, where we do stakeholder interactions to look at what are the different issues that bogs different stakeholders. Incidentally, things are happening, and when such things, demonizing a food additive or something that actually has come in to help in terms of addressing excess production in this country, suddenly starts getting branded as something that is not required. You start telling that processing is bad, or processing is literally not good, and you have to eat with all germs available without even washing. That's really bad. So to address these kind of issues, we have created this platform. The first of the platform addressed about food additives with a case study evolving around monosodium glutamate. And I'm sure probably by next week you'll also be seeing the kind of deliberations that we had on our website. And of course, those of you who are interested, we can also mail you. I mean, you can always write to us at our director at iitrindia.org. We can also share those deliberations and the policy paper that we made after that deliberation. This is where I feel that this session is very important, because this session is going to discuss harnessing these digital potentials or digital systems for intelligent surveillance and proactive risk management by leveraging the simplest of things. This is IoT, and then artificial intelligence or the machine learning tools coupled with data. Can we, as regulator or different stakeholders, can we think of discussing or deliberating? Not necessarily you need to pose questions and the panelist knows everything and they can answer. It's not about that. It's about looking within and then look at whether we can use the tools available to us, address few of the things that are of concern to most of the industry stakeholders, especially the food industry stakeholders. Point number one is, can there be a technology-driven analytical tool? Either it could be a database, and of course, as an institute, we have done an effort to create a food safety database system where we are trying to congregate on food additives. But that is just only one piece of the puzzle. I am looking at a larger picture where can we think of having a database where it's in the form of an analytical tool or a database which can contain information from specific to premium food ingredients, for example, like botanicals or even nutraceuticals, or food additives or food ingredients that actually has a lot of impact either in terms of creating a positive vibes to the health or something that is negative to health or public health safety. Even look at these tools as something that can avoid deliberate or economic food fraud. Especially here, we can think of something that, of next generation. It could be next generation sequencing. It could be a blockchain where tampering is evident. Blockchain is something that actually can be easily adopted across the value chain, or any of the AI/ML driven tools. For example, if somebody is in a processing line and somebody is not wearing a helmet, that itself is a safety hazard and which indirectly affects the food safety. So even those kind of simple tools, can we think of having it as a generally mandatorily available tools? And the second point is, can the researchers and academia, who are, I see a lot of research institution representatives sitting here and the industry representatives here, can we think of a technology driven, real-time, smart solution to the problem? When I say smart, and I know now Pawan sir will actually just have a smile on his face. When I say smart, it is like safety monitoring through AI or ML driven, affordable and rapid testing. Because at the moment, when you look at regulators, the regulator's problem is he at least takes about 48 to 96 hours to get the reports from the lab and then take a decision on a particular aspect. Either it could be a import consignment or a batch. So can we think of a smart, as a chip on the block? In fact, when me and Pawan sir were discussing, we were thinking of throwing a grand challenge where people can devise a chip. Hardly it would take about 3 to 4 hours to look at all the food safety issues that are pertinent to the food regulator, and we can take a call on that. So that is the power of AI or ML, where we can use these tools to develop that chip on the block so that these can be made as something that going to give us result in 24 hours rather than waiting for 96 hours or even more. So it is quite imperative to say that public health and food safety are non-negotiable, and certainly they are shared responsibilities. I cannot think that I want to eat safe but my neighbor can eat anything trash. It's not really correct. So food safety is always about shared responsibility, and it is stakeholder agnostic. Like I said, I can't say that I can eat safe and my neighbor can eat anything trash. That's not the thing. So it's stakeholder agnostic. So it is time that we reconfirm our collective commitment to the power of harnessing the acumen of the digital platforms that are available to us in the present time. That's the AI or ML, and also look at data-driven risk management solutions so that we can promote public health through better safety, transparency and trust in food systems for generations to come. And with those thoughts to ponder, and I once again thank FSSAI, the CEO of FSSAI and advisor FSSAI for letting me set the context or set the tone for this panel discussion about harnessing digital platforms or the strength of the digital platforms for making food safety affordable, better, and also make sure that we share that responsibility as a common responsibility. Again, a simple tool like communication, social media, is one of the digital tools, the simplest of it, where such things about safety or public health can be shared even without spending a penny. So I think these are the kind of platforms we need to look at, even to look at compliance by different stakeholders in the food industry. And I'm hopeful that the deliberations of this session would be put in the form of recommendations or a white paper, and I'm sure I invite the panelists to look at whatever they discuss, to provide it to the moderator so that he can make it as a recommendatory paper, so that we can submit it to FSSAI. And I'm sure, having worked in Food Authority and having known Food Authority well, anything that is practicable, anything that is feasible, anything that is in the interest of public health or safety, certainly the FSSAI would take it and then start implementing it in whatever way it can, whatever simple or complex way the Food Authority can implement it. So with that, I close my context setting address here. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
As you know, dynamism and pragmatism, these are the two hallmarks of Dr. Bhaskar over the years. And we are really thankful, Bhaskar sir, for enlightening us with your insightful and inspiring speech. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Sri Pavan Agrawal ji for the keynote address. Sri Pavan Agrawal has been instrumental in bringing several institutional innovations and policies in the food ecosystem of the country. He continues policy reforms, partnerships, and innovation to advance safe, nutritious, and sustainable.
A very good morning to all of you. Namaskar. So, Dr. Panda, Dr. Bhaskar, after the way eloquently he set the context for this session, there is very little for me to say. And as you would have heard that I used to be at some point in time CEO of the Food Authority, and I had this privilege of being in that position for 4 years. But I'm out of the Food Authority for the past 5 years. So I'm sure that you will pardon my ignorance. And also because unlike most of you, I'm not a professionally trained food technologist, food scientist. I'm a civil servant. And it was a tough job. In 2016, when I was given this responsibility, I had not even heard of FSSAI. And when I landed up in that position, and colleagues like Dr. Bhaskar, he was not there, obviously, his previous colleagues, they tried to explain few things to me. I did not understand a thing. So I made it a principle that I will okay anything that comes to me if I understand it. Because we are not reaching those people. We are not addressing the concerns of such people. So I'm going to be very simple in my remarks this morning. And simple also because I was told that the organizers do not want a presentation. So as I was getting down using my ChatGPT to prepare for today's talk and did some prompts, it gave out a list of things that we can do using using AI and ML and for food safety compliance. And let me tell you, let me confess, I did not understand a thing out of it. Okay, so I thought, let me leave out. I could have prepared a presentation and maybe shared that with you and maybe read out those things without understanding a thing. But then I was not true to myself, I think on a global stage, I have to be true to myself. So, first let me request those people who are towards the end of the hall, I have a few games here. So in case you are not interested, you can play the games. They are very interesting games, a card game, a snacks and ladder game. I think if you are interested in this, please come in front. Would you like to come in front? Kindly. Because there are a lot of seats here. Okay, but you still want to, play the game, nevertheless, this is here, and we'll play the game after the session. Those of you are interested. So, early on I understood that food safety is all about trust. This is one single word, and that is why early on in my career in FSSAI, we created a slogan for FSSAI, inspiring trust, assuring safe and nutritious food for all our citizens. And at the end of the day, it is the trust between food businesses and consumers that the food regulator has to ensure somehow. And if they trust each other any which way, I think a food regulator is not even required. Okay, so that is the role I saw for the food regulator for India. And we started doing small little things one by one to build the ecosystem for food safety. At that point in time, it was an obscure, unknown entity in India. People had not even heard of it. Even I had not heard of FSSAI. I only later on, when I was posted in FSSAI, I saw on the packaged food the FSSAI number. And I thought, like many other people in the country, that there must be some big company which is an umbrella company and they have their symbol on the food packets. When we tried to decipher it, we found that what does it mean? When people see that FSSAI number, what does it mean? What does it mean to the common citizen? And it was problematic. Because we were actually, in fact, FSSAI, right from day one, we were very proactive in adopting technology. So we had put together a food licensing and registration system, a digital system, which was very robust. But that is it. So that was the FLRS. You just give a number and businesses can print it on their food packets, and that's it. What happens with those food business, what are they supposed to do, etc., is all not known. Then we said, all right, there are some expectations from the food businesses that they should comply with after they get the license or registration. Then I discovered there is something called Schedule 4. There is something else, they have to follow the product standards. And then slowly and gradually, it became clear to me that there is some way of monitoring it. And that is why we created what is called as FOSCORIS. Sorry, not FOSCORIS, came later, but first was the FOSCOS, Food Safety Compliance System. So don't get worried, So we are very good at these acronyms. So we created the FOSCOS. And when we developed the framework for FOSCOS, I gave it to my colleagues to implement it because I was getting lost. So I said, you now take care of that responsibility. And they developed that FOSCOS system. But simultaneously, we were also developing information, IT network for laboratories that we had, InfoNet. And the story of InfoNet was that there was a delegation from Canada who had created something very similar to what is our InfoNet, spending $40 million over 4 years. I asked my chief technology officer, his wife is now our chief technology officer in FSSAI. So I asked him that how much time will you take? Can you do it in 4 months? And at 1/10 of the expenditure which Canadians spent. He says, yes, sir. I said, go ahead, do it. So we delivered on FullNet with the same capabilities as Canadian Food Authority had on information systems for laboratories in 6 months, not 4. But at maybe 1/15th of the cost what the Canada had done. So the point I'm making is that all these things were evolution and not really something that was superimposed from outside. It may not be very relevant for our guests from abroad who have very robust digital systems, who take help of major IT companies to put those systems in place. You have the money to spend on consultants to put those things in place. FSSC at that point in time had very little money. So we had to do a lot of things ourselves, build those things from scratch, right up, bring them to the level of maturity. And all these terminology, I congratulate the current officials in FSSCI to put together brilliant concept note, etc. for this session. But all these acronyms, those you see, they are all homegrown IT systems. They are all homegrown IT systems developed in-house by FSSCI, and they're delivering on the ground. And our people know how to fix them if there is a problem. What we have not been able to do is, and that is the feedback that I received because I did my little homework before this session, that are they connected to each other? Are they integrated? Because we are creating a lot of data. 600,000 samples are getting tested every year. 200,000 enforcement samples, 400,000 surveillance samples. The inspections that are happening through another app that we have developed called Phosphorus. So there's a lot of inspection data that is coming in. Food businesses are expected to upload the test results of every 6 months food products data on InfoNet. So a lot of data is getting generated here. But as of now, these are all perhaps isolated. There is a lot of merit in integrating them to build a truly risk-based system that we need to have. So I think, and there are a few challenges in shifting to that level because all labs will not have the IT infrastructure to be able to integrate into a seamless system like this. A lot of reports that are generated in the labs, they are in PDF formats and they may not be machine readable. We have to figure out how to handle some of these things. But as we move forward, the first priority for FSS, and I think for those people who are from outside, it may appear that this may not be relevant to you. But I'm just talking about it for the simple reason that, many of these things have to be evolutionary. While we can have, fantastic goals using AI and ML, but that goal has to go through those steps one by one. And I think in the next 1 year, if we are able to integrate these systems and make more risk-based decision making on the risk profiling of the businesses, of the products, first to do surveillance and then to do enforcement, if required, I think we are in a pretty good shape. Then Dr. Panda, because I did not have the opportunity of preparing the presentation, so I prepared a note which I shared with my my colleagues in FSSCI. This was shared with him, and he had an observation that I'm not talking enough about AI and ML. So I said, all right, I will say what you want to say. But I also give you a challenge from this stage that you make it happen may be in 2 years, not in 1 year. I can read out that, but the point is that yes, we can reach from this level of integration to using AI and ML with the ultimate objective of what should be our objective. Our objective has to be to reduce, to have better food safety for our citizens, but also simultaneously reduce compliance burden on the businesses. And with these twin objectives, we can use the AI and ML and precision testing and all the rest of it. I think we are done. So I'm sure that FSSAI in the coming years will move in that direction and do it. But then this is as far as the AI ML is concerned. You know, last time I spoke on a public forum like this was more than 5 years ago in a CII forum. The gathering was only national and much smaller than this gathering. And that time we unveiled what was FSSAI 2.0. Today, I'm taking this opportunity of saying a few other things that FSSAI can do, and I think they will also be relevant to participants from other countries over the next 5 years as we move from 2025 to 2030. So the first thing that we can perhaps do is, as I mentioned, digital evolution from basics to integration to intelligence systems to ensure those two objectives that we talked about. Next thing, and this is something that is going on for a while, we did talk about establishing a risk analysis center in India way back in 2018-19. But the problem was the data that we had was very limited. Now, I think with all these digital systems in place, we have a lot some vague pressure groups, and there is absolutely no way in which you can control the social media and the influencers. World over, that is a problem. So it is going to be hugely challenging for India and for the rest of the world. I'm sure all of us are getting those reels on everyday basis, and your mind gets swayed. So I think we need to have a well-functioning risk analysis center. Time is now. Earlier, we could have perhaps not been able to do it. And I tried to find out what will it cost. Maybe 100 crore. How much does it make? 12 to 15 million dollars. Nothing very much. Our budget is far bigger than that. The FSSAI can afford it. And we have to spend it over 2-3 years. So I think this has to be the top priorities to ensure that we continue to be science-based, both in terms of setting standards and also ensuring compliances. Compliance is one other thing which I heard from a former colleague of mine, and I have no problem in naming him Akhilesh. He was the one who made the FOSCOS happened. Where are you, Akhilesh? He told me, I was very surprised. He's a level officer in FSSAI. He says that world over, it is surveillance that is at the heart of food safety regulatory systems. In India, I have absolutely, though I'm pained to share it with you, that here the common man and even the government and the parliamentarians feel if you do policing, you are doing a good job. Number of samples which fail, that determine your efficacy. I don't know whether that is the right approach, but I think, Akhilesh, you opened my eyes that it is the surveillance that has to be at the heart of, monitoring and surveillance that has to be heart of a well-functioning food regulator, not only in India but world over. Second is, we always have this problem of how do we set our standards. And the first set of panels that were responsible for making recommendations on standards, they had very senior people, very seasoned people, and then we had this system that no one can be on those panels for more than 2 terms. So a new set of people came in, and we are finding a little bit of a challenge there. You know, the capacities of our panel to do proper risk analysis, even based on secondary data, is somewhat limited. I think a huge effort has to be made on building the capacities of the scientists who are doing risk analysis and developing standards. But more importantly, India does not have a total diet study. And I still remember way back in 2018, there were colleagues from NIN, National Institute of Nutrition, and I don't know, I saw Dr. Subbarao here, but they used to tell me that this is underway, so it has not come through. I'm told there's nothing underway. So I think if you want a proper standards in Indian context to be developed, you need to know what Indians are eating across geographies, rural, urban areas, right up to the grassroots level. How much is the exposure? That is critical to that. I think that system is still not in place. At that point in time, FSSAI had decided that we will fund it if NIN is willing to take it up. But I think it is high time that we take up a total diet study to ensure that we have standards which are a little more India specific, rather than going into a general flow, what appears in the public media against a particular kind of food or this, that, etc. So there is a little bit of context in this standard setting. We also, during my time, mounted the food fortification effort, which fortunately, and India is unique in some ways in food fortification, because a lot of work happened in food fortification on a voluntary basis. Milk, edible oil, significant progress was made without making it mandatory. Yeah. So without making it mandatory, we had done that. But now it seems, and later on, rice fortification was adopted by the government of India for full-scale adoption. The government is spending 17,000 crore on this. But this is being done in somewhat half-hearted manner, because there is a sense in some section of people that we might reach the tolerable upper limit. So there is a simple solution to it, that we put in place a regular monitoring of micronutrient at population level. So these are the kind of things that are required to be done. I'm told that I have taken too much of time. Then review and harmonization of regulations is another area. And I will particularly touch upon the issue of MSG. And I can say that we committed a mistake during my time. We ignored what is the international practice around warning labels for MSG, and we allowed it to happen, which created that huge issue of Nestle and Maggi controversy in India, as some of you may be aware. It is high time we proactively, FSSAI proactively reviews these regulations and brings them to international, global standards. And if there are any differences required, there could be reason for it. And finally, the last point I would say is that there are issues like pesticide residues in our foods, which ultimately comes from the farm level, and FSSAI does not have mandate over them. Those issues are far more complex to be dealt with merely by the food regulator. We need to take a long-term view about it, work in coordination with the Ministry of Agriculture, and then ensure that our food has pesticide limits within those MRLs. So finally, I would end by saying that these, to me, are 5 priorities which are key to ensure that we continue to have a robust food safety system which is based on science. As the saying goes, the health of a nation rests on the food it eats. If India can build a true culture of food safety, it will not only safeguard its presence, but it will safeguard its future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Your active involvement in food safety management before and after it will continue to guide us. And this is also a beacon of light for other countries who should understand that an effective leadership can actually change the food safety ecosystem of the country.
Thank you so much, sir, and we are a little pressed for time. So now I request our Honorable Advisor Panda, sir, to felicitate both the dignitaries on the dais. To begin with, first with our former CEO, sir, Pavan Agrawal, sir. And I request Panda sir to felicitate our former advisor, Bhaskar sir. So let's have a big round of applause for both the speakers. And with this, may I please invite our ED sir also to come on stage for the group photograph, sir. So now may I please invite Sweetie ma'am to come forward and start the next session. Over to you, ma'am.
Can I say one word? I'm so sorry, for the international audience, I had a few thoughts. I could not share it for lack of time, but I'm available in case you want to reach out to me. And the only thing I want to say is that India's Food Safety Authority has chalked out its own way of doing things, which is very instructive for many countries around the world. And we'll be very happy to help to learn what we have done in India, but also learn from other countries that what we can do. And I was also the co-chair of the Safe Food Group under the UN Food System Summit, and I had occasion to meet some of you. And I found that there is a need for that South-South cooperation in food safety. So I think through this forum, we can actually create that opportunity for South-South cooperation. Thank you very much.
Namaskar to everyone. I extend a warm welcome to all of you present here. To moderate today's discussion, I now invite on stage Dr. Paresh Shah, Chairman of FSSAI Scientific Panel on Pesticide Residues. With 36 years of experience, Dr. Shah specializes in pesticide residue research, method validation, and risk assessment in the field of food and environmental safety. He currently serves as Chairman of FSSAI Scientific Panel on Pesticide Residues. Let's welcome Dr. Shah on stage. So moving forward, we are delighted to have distinguished panelists for this session. I now call on stage our first panelist for this session, Dr. George Joseph, Technical Director, Assure Quality Laboratory, New Zealand Government-owned laboratory, New Zealand. Dr. Joseph has been appointed as a Director of AOAC International. In his capacity, he plays a key role in advancing the organization's mission to promote and uphold the accuracy and reliability of analytical methods across diverse industries. I now request Dr. Joseph to take the seat on dais. Our next panelist for the session is Dr. Laura Jensen, Special Advisor, Danish Veterinarian and Food Administration, Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Denmark. Laura serves as a subject matter expert on the European antimicrobial sales and use system, represents Denmark as a national expert in the ESUA VET working group at the European Medicines Agency. Let us welcome Dr. Laura Mai Jensen on the dais. I now welcome our next panelist, Dr. Katrina Mastuoska, Deputy Executive Director and Chief Scientific Officer, AOAC International. Dr. Katrina is responsible for scientific initiatives, standard development activities, and scientific programs, including the Official Method for Analysis Program, AOAC Research Institute, and Proficiency Testing Program. I now request Dr. Katrina to take the seat on dais. Our next panelist for the session is Dr. Michelangelo, Head of EU Reference Laboratory for Pesticides Requiring Single Residue Methods, EURL-SRM. Dr. Michelangelo is a globally renowned analytical expert celebrated for developing the revolutionary Quechers method for pesticide residue detection. Welcome, Dr. Angelio, on the dais. Our next panelist in the section is Dr. Annie Abdul Rahman, Chief Executive Officer, Brunei Darussalam Food Authority, Brunei. At the regional level, she has actively contributed to multiple Asian health sector working groups. Previously, she represented Brunei Darussalam in the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting for Health Department and served as Country Coordinator for ASEAN Health Cluster 2, focusing on responding to all hazards and emerging threats. Welcome Dr. Annie Abdul Rahman to take the seat on the dais. With the introduction of our moderator and distinguished panelists, we will now proceed with the panel discussion, and now I request Dr. Shah to lead us through the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Well, in the previous two speakers, they rightly said the context about the theme of today's discussion. In fact, the risk management is an area wherein India has initiated working out it on, and probably the pesticide residue is one part wherein we have fully aligned with the Codex international guidelines. So that's a positive part of it. And the other contaminants, we are on way to settle the protocols for that. Now, having said so, in the morning, I think the previous session, we heard about some of the aspects about the risk management. The tools, intelligent areas about the IoT and their machine learning tools and all these things. I think when I was working a decade back in the laboratory, I remember we were working with the pesticide residues, and the computers were used to get fooled with the chromatography bytes and all that. So that was a lot of issues were there in those days. But now, having gone, with the time, we have improved that, and probably the AI is now, coming out with more solutions in those kind of things. So these are some of the points which we'll be discussing today. Now, I have been asked to wrap up in half an hour, so I think time is less, but I think very critical points we will get from the international speakers and the experts. So first of all, Dr. Michelangelo, I would like to know that in EU, I think you are a pioneer in setting some of the methodologies and all that, because we have been referring, in the text and all. But, considering the rapid alert system for food and feed, how might geospatial data and compliant mapping online enhance targeted regulatory action on food safety in the global community?
Well, rapid alert, the rapid alert system is a very important tool, of course. It has proven to be very effective, and since it was installed some decades ago, it helped to improve the European food safety by informing the stakeholders in different member states about the risks, but also by forcing the countries from which these foods come from to install effective systems to trace back the sources of the problems. And these traceability programs or systems are very important because they help to address the risks at a very early stage. The earlier you address the risks, the more effective you are, the less cost intensive the measures are. Because if the ship is already in front of a border in Europe, or if the products are already in Europe, then it's more difficult to get these foods that are problematic out of the market. It's more easy to tackle the problems at a very early stage.
Yeah, that's right. There are certain issues like in risk management. Some of the issues, like based on the history also, you can plan your risk management areas. I think one aspect I was briefed that in US long back, Jamaica ginger, that was somewhere some contaminant known as a organophosphate as a fire retardant. Somehow it was mixed with edible oils. And then it created a lot of havoc in those days. Probably it's somewhere back in 2 or 3 decades back. But now that has become a part of a protocol for monitoring the edible oils. It's an organophosphate. It's basically a fire retardant, but somehow because of the adulteration problem that happened, and it is named as the Jamaica ginger. So now that is also a protocol in India. We used to monitor regularly for this kind of. So this is a beautiful aspect. But the rapid alert system, yeah, this is excellent. If you plan it in advance, then probably you can prevent the damage to the population and to the environment. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, coming back on the issues with Dr. Katrina, I would like to know about how do you envisage the digital technology like AI, data analytics, and predictive modeling enhancing the effectiveness of method development for safeguarding the consumer health? This is very important, coming to the, method development and other areas are concerned in regular surveillance of the, anti-nutritional or, the pollutants. I think these are the areas wherein India is looking forward to enter now actively, because 1.4 billion population and a very huge diversity in the food. I think we need to enter in this area. So your views will be very helpful to us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. And I think it's not useful just for India. I think it's for anyone, when you talk about food safety. And Dr. Narayan, I don't know if he's still in the audience, he's over there, he shared his really interesting vision on how AI and data analytics can help provide practical tools, including developing some new analytical tools, right? And Mr. Agarwal, I can see him over there, he talked about keeping it simple so we can understand them, right? But the thing is that with AI, it's sometimes very difficult to understand what AI can actually do or does. And so there are many questions and concerns, I would say more questions than answers sometimes. But as someone who has done a lot of hands-on method development in the past, I can envision that AI can really help us not only speed up the method development, but also provide better end product as a method or tool. Because it can be more informed when it comes to decisions and also choices for method development, and also perhaps do more better optimization of what's really critical for the method. And as you may know, there are already some available tools like searches of scientific papers and other sources, which can provide really nice informed decision about starting points for method development, and also identify which parameters are critical when it comes to developing methods, and also, for example, evaluating robustness, which oftentimes, let's face it, in the practice are sometimes neglected issues. And these can serve for starting points for method development, for optimization of parameters, and then they are integrated with something like, let's say, automation with robotic systems. They can basically use the protocols which can be developed, but also do data-driven optimization, so the next experiments can be done based on data. And some of these tools are already available, but they exist in isolation. And we need to integrate them, and AI can be a really great tool for that, to integrate these tools so we can have more effective, efficient development of methods, and also user-friendly development, because oftentimes these tools are difficult to use, which and put together. So this is the hope for the future. I think integrating these tools into one to develop practical methods. In the end, we still would need to validate these methods, and that's where AOAC can help provide effective validations, standardization of methods, so these methods are fit for purpose and are useful for food safety testing.
Thank you, Katrina. In fact, we too were struggling when probably 4 decades back we started working in the laboratory. And in those days we were using probably the one US EPA methods, and in a day probably over 4 or 5 samples you can handle for the pesticides. But with the time, because I was born in a system where the computer was not accessible, the calculator was a distant stream. But then we started working with these recorders and all that. But now we see that, I just got retired 5 years back. And my lab, we established all kind of latest technology, AI tools and other things also. But we found that now the categorization of the commodities, the methodology applicable based on the fat content, protein content, the carbohydrate contents and other things. Now the categorization has done, and that is fed in the smart visions of the computers, and that's how you can develop the method. That has become so easy for the new technology, new extrapolation of a methodology to the kind of a commodities which you are facing challenge. So this is an excellent area. I think India has also initiated this process. We have grouped the commodity, and India has started working on this one. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my question is to Dr. George Joseph. You know, Australia, New Zealand, they are setting a common standards. So with respect to that, the risk management often requires balancing public health protection with the trade, innovation, and economic impacts. How does FSA and Z apply proportionality and precaution when scientific evidence is incomplete on or certain? If it is not certain, then how do you tackle this?
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Excellent question. Probably an example that we could all learn from. One of the things is the risk-based approach has got a severity-based classification. So how severe that risk is, we will have a different approach based on that. One of the things that we need to know about the risk is always part of any process. So how big is the risk is the problem. So should be having some sort of way to quantify that risk and how we mitigate it, and at the same time we actually promote the innovation and balance that act. It's a balancing act between the risk mitigation and also customers' innovation and new way of doing things, or they may have some severe deficiencies in their process. So there is all been like dealt with that in that entire process.
Veterinary aspects. Basically, you know, India is number one in milk productions, right? And even the consumption. And India has a standard. I think the milk has gone out of country now. That are the standards we have with the milk now. So coming to this, you know, the veterinary medicines, now with the new upgrades in the wait state digital infrastructure, I think you have an excellent system there in your place. That wait state digital infrastructure recently, how has the effectiveness and accuracy of surveillance for veterinary medical product used in Denmark been enhanced for both regulatory bodies and veterinary? Would you describe any discernible effects that these digital upgrades have had and surveillance result on compliance levels with the industry?
Yes, many thanks for the question. Before I go directly into the question and answering that, I tried just very short to describe what is actually VetStat, because you have been saying that several times today, but I don't know if the audience at all know what VetStat is. So it's an acronym, and it's our surveillance system of antimicrobial use in animals in Denmark. So we collect data and have been collecting data since 2000 from pharmacies, veterinarians, and feed mills. It's not only antimicrobials, it's all prescription medicines. But of course, today and often when we talk about food safety, it's antimicrobials we are talking about because it's driving resistance. So we did an upgrade in VetStat because we used to collect data on farm level, and farm level is nice, but in Denmark we needed herd level, and we did that both to comply with national rules and regulation, but also to comply with the new EU legislation. So the main changes in VetStat moved the level from farm to herd, but it also included an error handling module. So what we do now is actually to push the errors in data error, reporting error, out to the veterinarians so they can now correct their errors. And you can say, why do you need to do that? It's because if you want to do analysis, it's very important that the data is more correct. Hopefully it should be 100% correct, but at least you need to have the basic information correct in the data. So to drive both AI analysis or ML analysis, you need to be fairly sure that you can use your data. And that's one of the reasons we have updated VetStat. And we are very satisfied. We have collected data for 25 years, so we have huge background in being able to use this data, data-driven. And hopefully within the next couple of years we will be able to be more proactive instead of just reactive on the data. Hopefully we will start developing a ML model that can show us when data indicates changes. It is, you can say, still reactive, but instead of being able to see it with your eyes, now you can train models to detect the small changes in an earlier state. And that is hopefully what we can use with the VETSTAT data later on.
Thank you. Thank you for the inputs. And I have come to the Darussalam. I think it is defined as a land of a peace. Yeah. So, Madam, now how has the Brunei Darussalam Food Authority this utilize a digital platform to enhance the real-time surveillance? This is in fact a challenging one, and regulatory adherence in the country's food industry, and what have been the major outcome of enhancement observed?
Thank you, Dr. Shah. You know, when I was packing for the trip, I didn't realize unintentionally I actually chose an outfit that matched the colors of GFRS. So I hope you all can see me. So to answer your question, Brunei Darussalam Food Authority, BDFA, is a relatively new organization, and we are actually currently going through digital transformation in a strategic and phased approach. To begin with, we have had the online registration for imported foods in the country since 2016. That was way before BDFA was formed, and that was when, at that time, the food safety functions in Brunei was under the purview of the Ministry of Health. I'm not sure if a lot of people here are familiar with our country, but we are a small country in Southeast Asia. We are only physically slightly larger than Singapore, but we only have about 8 to 10% of the population of Singapore, so we're very small. And a lot of our food supply is actually imported. More than 80% of our food supply is imported. So there is a need to actually know what is coming into our country and monitor, so that we can trace where they are. We know where they come from. So since 2016, we've had that online platform. Moving on, what we are having is what we called EBDFA, which is a comprehensive platform that will encompass integrated licensing, because we are going to enforce licensing of food establishment throughout the country. The system will also include digital management of food establishment inspections as one of the modules, and also the management of food handlers in the country. So when we moved from paper-based system in 2016, obviously at that time, very quickly we have actually enforced basic regulatory requirements from way beginning, and it actually has, as I mentioned just now, it was very easy for us to know what food is coming, what volume, where they're coming from, and it helps us trace the products. So hopefully with the new system that we will have, we can ensure that we can move on to risk-based surveillance, and perhaps later on, in the future, go into predictive analytics. Thank you.
Yeah. Great. In fact, when you are importing the commodities from other countries, you need to monitor it regularly, and traceability is very important in that. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Now, I have been constantly reminding that the time only 10 minutes left. I don't know how we can justify that, but quickly, sir, Michelangelo, I would like to know that what are the benefits of the data integration between your laboratory system and Food Standard Agency, FSA?
Yeah. Well, it's important to, as also was stated by Kate Mastowska and others, it's important to share information. It's always good for the food safety to do that. But maybe a point that we miss is that we not only share information about between regulators, it's good also to inform the farmers, educate the farmers, because at the end, there is where the problem starts. And when we address this group of stakeholders, then we make a lot of progress. Another aspect that is probably important is that when we ban, we are very good in, or quick in, let's say, okay, we ban chlorpyrifos, it's toxic, we ban ethylene oxide. We are very quick in that, and we also are now very good in addressing the risk and taking measures. And so we have seen that, for example, ethylene oxide was dropped. Now barely you see any ethylene oxide in sesame anymore. You see it, however, in other areas like in food supplements, in spices. And what I miss, and this is homework that we have to do in Europe, is that we don't have a plan B. We just say ban this, ban that, but what is the farmer going to do? What is the exporter, the industry going to do? And what we see is we had in the, like 10 years ago, before the ethylene oxide crisis, we had high salmonella incidences in sesame. Then ethylene oxide came. Ethylene oxide is used against enterobacteria. Okay, we didn't have any salmonella anymore because of the use of ethylene oxide. But now, if we look, 80% of the rapid alerts on sesame are on salmonella. So we get rid of one problem, we get the other one, because we don't have a plan B and we don't proactively educate what can be used instead. The same with chlorpyrifos.
Yeah. That's right. In fact, we also got a pinch of the ETO contaminations, because spices is a major stake as far as India is concerned, and we are exporting. But when we export to US, I think we have some limits for the metabolite 2-chlorethanol. But the ETO, of course, it's low, but still there are limits, and I think the challenges are more with the salmonella than the ETO. That's what we got it from the US. But anyway, it's nice to talk to you on this one. Now, coming to you, Katrina, very quickly, AI-enabled processes are gaining interest in many industries, okay? Now, how do you foresee this application in the laboratory testing and data analysis? Because you talked about this one, of course, but the immediate, quick applications of the AI and this kind of tools, if you have taken up in your country, then you can just highlight briefly.
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, there are more concerns than I would say answers at this point. And we just had our annual meeting at AOEC, and these concerns are highlighted about how to implement AI in routine testing in the labs, especially in the labs which are accredited. So how do they actually implement these AI-enabled methods and validate them? And many stakeholders actually highlighted the need for some best practices for implementation of AI-enabled methods and tools, including implementation, validation, but also some ongoing oversight of these tools, because there are concerns about what happens when they start changing and learning based on data sets. So at AOEC, we are considering now development of some guidelines for this implementation, validation, and monitoring of these tools. So that's next, hopefully, depending if we get enough support for that to move forward. The other thing is also development of some validation framework for third-party evaluation of these tools, because people look at them as black boxes. They don't really understand what they are doing, but there are many claims about these tools, especially for data processing. You mentioned pesticides, that's where I can see this saving a lot of time and money. And there are already some tools available on the market, commercially available, and they have claims that they can actually do certain things. So as AOEC, we can help in this respect to actually evaluate these tools as a third-party evaluation and also certify the claims. But we need to have the right framework, how to do that, because again, these concerns, especially with tools which can actually change over time, and how do we actually do this? Because we are used to validate methods which do not change, right? I mean, which actually set parameters when we do the validation, but how do we actually validate something which may change over time? So those are the questions, and I hope that we will have more answers as we move on to development of these things.
Yeah, that's fine. In fact, we rather than asking the questions about all this, I think better we have feedback from the audiences if it is required. So before that, Pawan sir, I would like to tell you that when we take up, in your duration only, we took up the pesticide monitoring systems, and I was a part of a member in this committee when we started studying the pesticide residue levels. When we get this kind of information of the residue data from the private agencies, then we analyze the data, and we also go for the risk assessment. You rightly pointed out, sir, the NI and food consumption diet studies data we initially started with, but then we were end up with the problem, because for all commodities it was not available. Now, based on that, the production and consumption data, I think JM has clustered some countries' food data. And right now we are using this GEM guideline, which is probably more than 128 countries. They have clustered the countries, and the food consumption data are generated. And right now we are following that, and probably I think India is in a process. Very soon we will be having our own data, and that we will be utilizing for the risk assessment, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a brief question for AOAC.
Right.
India has done a good job in terms of rapid testing kits. So is there any way, because they are obviously very much inexpensive, very convenient, and we also have a unique experience of having mobile food safety vans, and these vans are going across the country. Is there some way of collecting this data on food safety incidences, samples from across the country, which may not be exact like the lab data, and getting a better sense of where the problem is? Is there an experience around the world using AI ML, using the rapid testing kits, approximate analysis, etc., etc.?
So as I mentioned, AOEC, we validate these rapid methods, right? Rapid testing methods, like test kits, which are proprietary, and as I mentioned, they kind of are like a black box applications. And we already saw a couple of applications which come with AI data processing, so which we already went through validation. But what you're trying to say is it's more about looking at the data which is collected and making some sense out of it. So that's a little bit different. So as AOEC, we kind of focus on the methods, right, and the data processing, which could be validated and so on. So, but I can see some future for it, especially if you want to integrate multiple of these test kits, because that's what you want to do, right? Because some of them are just covering like single analyte or small group, and especially for something like pesticides, if you want to go into like really useful testing, you need to integrate multiple, and then I can see some really smart tools which can help us in the future, but nothing I know about right now. If there's someone in the audience, I'll be very happy to talk to you, if we can do some validations together.
Yeah, Bhaskar sir, any input from your side, sir?
With whatever Katrina was telling, actually I agree, but the important part is when we look at AOSC, for example, most of the institutions in India do develop a lot of methods, even if not better, at least on par with any other international listings. Cost becomes a prohibitive stuff to make it official method. So would there be any chance AOSC can look into it? Albeit, I'm also part of AOSC now, but still I would like to look at reducing the cost of getting the method empaneled into the official compendium, so that it becomes useful for people across the world. That is one point. Second point, I agree, leveraging AI for, for example, if there is an unknown matrix, we want to extrapolate one method to another unknown matrix. Probably AI would help in predicting which parameter would actually come into play rather while standardizing for the other matrix. Is it the extraction or the analysis? So probably I think intelligent prediction is something that even AOAC and us also together can look at. And the second thing is we also can think of looking at, you were talking about surveillance of samples. Probably, I mean, I'm probably overstating it, but there is a possibility that, we can do intelligent surveillance when we have a legacy data. Probably if my envelope of data is huge, my prediction actually would become that much precise. So having that robust data in the first place, which means having a robust method or a robust laboratory in the back end matters a lot. So probably I totally agree with Pawan sir when he was telling probably we need to look at doing simple things first and then look at using AI, the jargons or the machine learnings. So I think that's just precise, that thoughts came to my head.
Correct, sir. In fact, as far as pesticide residue is concerned, sir, currently we have 39 laboratories, all are NABL accredited, and under ICR system we are, monitoring every month. And the data every month sends to the ministry, and then it is analyzed, and the feedback goes to the respective states. So that kind of system is developed, and probably those laboratories are being, included in the FSSI system also now. That is going on currently. So it's a wonderful system. I think now that particular scheme is changed as a contaminants instead of pesticide residue. So we have taken up the heavy metals, antibiotics, and other contaminants too. So thank you. Any last
sir,
question?
This side, sir.
Yeah.
This side, left, you left.
Yeah.
So I'm Professor Vikas Mehri. Good morning, everyone. What I actually proposed, like we had already proposed for veterinary pharmacovigilance, where we'll be collecting the retrospective data. So I just want any of this, you have an experience of creating regulatory database so that we can go ahead and we can also exchange. Like globally also we have for human Vigilize and VG-based. So similar kind of, if we create in India, and is there any connectivity with the other database, global database? Because if we create, then you can go for a data mining in future. Thank you.
Dr. Laura, can you?
I have a comment to make.
Yeah, just to answer the question.
Yes, I know that the EU have made a joint database where they collect pharmacovigilance data, so I'm pretty sure that you could look into the EU legislation and see how they have done to create that type of database. So at least EU have, I don't know about a global database, but at least an European one.
So fine, last I think.
Yes, it's very interesting session which was initiated by P.K. Agarwalji, who brought FSSAI as a household name. Before he joined, none of the common people knew about the authority. So we have taken big leaps. But what I will like to say here is that, as to sum up, risk assessment, first we need to assess the risk, then manage, and then communication. That is the most important thing. I'll give you an example. Like if we are driving, we say there are so many accidents happening on the road. So we assess the risk and then manage that, okay, speed limits should be there, and then it needs to be communicated to the common people by putting the signage or cameras are put on, and monitoring plays the important role, as sir mentioned, that surveillance. Because, if the communication has been done, how we ensure that it has been implemented in true spirit. So I give the example, I was going on one of the road, I am a fast driver. So I was stopped at one place, there was penalty. After that, I remembered always. So this is very important role authorities playing of surveillance. Another thing I would like to make mention here is that we were talking about digital, kind of chips, or these things are there. So we were working in GM detection lab with the European Union's network of lab of 106 laboratories. They, every year they conduct twice proficiency testings. So our lab started participating in those very, very tough proficiency testings. And when we thought that, okay, if we don't clear, if we don't, come, that Z score is not in the limit, okay, we will learn how to improve. But luckily, our lab was always at the top. So based on that, we were asked to participate in the ring trial, which the European labs had developed some diagnostics for BT rice. And then there was another project, because I have to make a mention that a lot of progress has been made here in Indo-Slovenian project. So that was funded by Department of Science and Technology. So European labs, they have developed the multiplex PCR, with which they can screen all the events which are in field trials or they have been commercialized. So since it was exchange visit, I was there in their lab for 1 month. So that fascinated me. So I brought that algorithm with me. So because it was an exchange program, so we made it Indianized. So what we did, from 2006, the first BT cotton was commercialized, and all the field trials, there were so many field trials in more than 21 crops. So we made the similar kind of algorithm. The real-time based PCR plate was coated, and then it is not only that we tested their plates, we sent our plates to their lab to verify, to validate, and then we published the joint publication. Then under that project only, I was watching in their lab that they were doing virus testing with Genie 2. This is a small equipment which can be used in the farmers' fields, as it was mentioned that it should be, the diagnostics should be very, very user-friendly, not very costly. And then it can be used at the port of entry also. Yeah, so what I have to say, that we brought that for GM detection. So all these things can happen only if we have trust across the globe.
Agreed, madam.
Harmonization is important.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the inputs. I think we are running short of time, so we have to wrap up this. I'm sorry. Yeah, this, proactive risk management and digitalization of this area is a very, very important, very challenging too. Cost is involved. In spite of all this, I think food security and food safety. Food safety is at the top level. I think we have to provide the food which is secure, which is safe, right? So with this note, I call it a day. And I thank you all, my fellow colleagues, for briefing everything in detail and enlightening us about the, the risk management in the respective countries. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for this insightful scientific discussion, sir. We truly believe that strengthening and collaboration among laboratory networks, regulatory systems and international frameworks is essential for effective food safety governance. I am now honored to invite on stage Shri Nikhil Gajraj, Joint Secretary MOHFW, to felicitate our session moderator and esteemed panelists for their significant roles in this important discussion. Sir, now I will call out the names. Dr. George Joseph, Dr. Laura Jensen, Dr. Laura Jensen, Dr. Katrina Mastuska, Dr. Michelangelo. Dr. Annie Abdul Rahman. And Dr. Paresh Shahji. Now I'd like to request Shri Nikhil Gajraj, Joint Secretary MOHFW, Dr. Satyen Kumar Panda, Shri Uma Shankar Dhyani sir, Dr. Bhaskar sir, Dr. Shri Pavan Agarwal sir, and all our panelists to join us for a group photograph. So we will be starting our next session shortly. You're kindly requested to sit back for the next section.
Punjab's sarson da saag with makki di roti. Move west to Gujarat, where the Gujarati thali balances sweet, salty and tangy notes. Journey south to Tamil Nadu for idli, dosa and rasam. In Bengal, seva macher jhol with steaming rice. Every state adds a thread, and together they create the colorful fabric of India's food heritage. Across the world, traditional foods define communities. Sushi in Japan, pasta in Italy, tamales in Mexico, and suya in Nigeria. Every dish tells a story of heritage and belonging. India has strengthened its commitment to tradition through the Food Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahar Regulations 2022, preserving the authenticity, safety, and timeless wisdom of Ayurvedic foods. Ayurveda Ahar refers to food prepared in accordance with authoritative texts, using prescribed recipes, ingredients, and methods that promote holistic well-being. It extends beyond generic nutrition by embracing personalization, the idea that every individual's constitution or prakriti is unique. Food that is wholesome for one may not be suitable for another. Ayurveda Ahar thus offers the personalized nourishment, aligning meals with one's body type, season, and lifestyle for harmony of body and mind. In today's interconnected world, where food moves across borders, adherence to safety, hygiene, and labeling is essential. Regulations ensure that our traditional foods retain their authenticity while aligning with international benchmarks. For food is not merely sustenance, it is culture, medicine, and life itself. Join us in celebrating Ayurveda Ahar. Together, let's ensure safe, authentic, and nourishing food for all. Hita hitam sukham dukham ayusya tasya hita hitam manam cha tacha yatroktam ayurvedaha sa uchyate. In our land, food is heritage in its purest form. Every festival begins with it. Every celebration is marked by it. Passed down through generations, recipes become rituals, and food, revered as anna, is cherished as the sustainer of life. Across India, food changes as swiftly as the landscape. Travel north and taste Punjab's sarson da saag with makki di roti. Move west to Gujarat, where the Gujarati thali balances sweet, salty, and tangy notes. Journey south to Tamil Nadu for idli, dosa, and rasam. In Bengal, seva macher jhol with steaming rice. Every state adds a thread, and together they create the colorful fabric of India's food heritage. Across the world, traditional foods define communities. Sushi in Japan, pasta in Italy, tamales in Mexico, and suya in Nigeria. Every dish tells a story of heritage and belonging. India has strengthened its commitment to tradition through the Food Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahar Regulations 2022, preserving the authenticity, safety, and timeless wisdom of Ayurvedic foods. Ayurveda Ahar refers to food prepared in accordance with authoritative texts, using prescribed recipes, ingredients, and methods that promote holistic well-being. It extends beyond generic nutrition by embracing personalization, the idea that every individual's constitution or prakriti is unique. Food that is wholesome for one may not be suitable for another. Ayurveda Ahar thus offers the personalized nourishment, aligning meals with one's body type, season, and lifestyle for harmony of body and mind. In today's interconnected world, where food moves across borders, adherence to safety, hygiene, and labeling is essential. Regulations ensure that our traditional foods retain their authenticity while aligning with international benchmarks. For food is not merely sustenance, It is culture, medicine, and life itself. Join us in celebrating Ayurveda Ahar. Together, let's ensure safe, authentic, and nourishing food for all.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has made an appeal to reduce the amount of oil in food by 10%. Do you know why? Because eating too much oil can be dangerous for our health. It can harm the liver along with other organs of the body. It can make the liver fatty, which can cause many serious diseases. Therefore, reduce the amount of oil in your diet and choose healthier alternatives. Fruits, leafy vegetables, pulses, nuts, and whole grains are good for the liver. Exercise regularly and drink plenty of water. This will help in keeping your liver healthy. Your liver is a vital organ of your body. It is important to keep it healthy. Remember, the secret of a healthy life is linked to liver health. Take care of your liver and live a happy life.
जरा सोचिए, 2050 तक मोटापा बन सकता है एक राष्ट्रीय चुनौती। इसका असर हमारी सेहत और प्रगति दोनों पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन एकजुट होकर हम इस चुनौती से लड़ सकते हैं।
अगर आप खाने के तेल में कटौती करते हैं, अपने को फिट रखते हैं, तो ये विकसित भारत की यात्रा में आपका एक बड़ा योगदान होगा।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आह्वान पर देश कर रहा है प्रण। तेल की मात्रा घटाएंगे, सेहत को अपनाएंगे, ज्यादा नमक और चीनी से थोड़ी दूरी बनाएंगे। अच्छा खाना, स्वस्थ रहना, यही है जीवन का सही तरीका। ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में बने भागीदार। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Science has now established that fasting has numerous health benefits. Fasting gives time to the body to detox, to utilize unused sources of nutrition such as fats. And fasting also cleans our stomach and gives us strength to face infections. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in a recent podcast has highlighted the various importance of fasting.
दूसरा मेरा अनुभव है कि आपके विचार प्रवाह को ये बहुत ही शार्पनेस देते हैं, नयापन देते हैं। आप एकदम से आउट ऑफ बॉक्स। मैं नहीं जानता हूं औरों का उपवास का यही अनुभव होगा, मेरा है।
The Honorable Prime Minister said that fasting enhances the capacity of the senses, making them more sensitive and aware. He also clarified that fasting is not just about abstaining from food. It involves a scientific process of preparation and detox. Fasting has many health benefits, such as reduction in risk of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, improved longevity, maintaining a balanced weight. In the words of Gandhiji, a genuine fast cleanses the body, mind and soul. This means that fasting in the right way not only removes the impurities of the body, but also purifies the mind and soul. That is, fasting is an effective means of holistic well-being because it balances our physical, mental and spiritual health. Do you also think that if there is no oil in the food, it has no taste? But just think how costly this taste can be to your health. Eating too much oil not only increases obesity and spoils digestion, but also has the greatest impact on your liver. Keeping in mind the increasing diseases caused by oil and the rapidly increasing obesity in the country, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has also appealed to the countrymen to reduce the amount of oil in their food by 10%.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Renowned liver expert Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen also spoke recently about how deep-fried foods cause serious harm to health, especially to our liver, which is the quietest but most vital organ of the body.
देखिए, हमारे जो भारत के सर्व लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि भाई खाने में ओबेसिटी को कम करने के लिए 10% ऑयल कम करें। मैं पूरा सहमत हूं उनसे। उन्होंने बहुत माइल्ड पोलाइट वे में सबको ये मैसेज दिया। डीप फ्राइड का मतलब है कि बहुत ज्यादा टेम्परेचर तक आप ले जाएं, फिर उसको ठंडा करें या फिर दोबारा से सेम ऑयल को यूज करें। वो डीप फ्राइड फूड जो है वो हानिकारक होता है। उसमें कई तरह के कार्बन के ऐसे एटम्स बन जाते हैं जो कि बैक्टीरिया का तो नुकसान करते ही हैं, पर वो कार्सिनोजेनिक हो सकते हैं।
So, on the occasion of this World Liver Day, let us all take a pledge that we will protect our health and minimize the use of oil in food. Instead of frying, try healthier options like grilling, baking, steaming, or cooking with less oil to retain the taste and health too. Remember, health is the real wealth.
अधिक वजन या मोटापा कई तरह की परेशानियों को, बीमारियों को भी जन्म देता है। आप तय कर लीजिए कि हर महीने 10% कम तेल उपयोग करेंगे। हम सब मिलकर छोटे छोटे प्रयासों से इस चुनौती से निपट सकते हैं।
दादाजी, 10% तेल कम करने से क्या होगा?
10% कम तेल मतलब कम कैलोरी और ज्यादा एनर्जी।
सही मायने में जीवन का स्वाद अच्छी सेहत में है। उसके लिए खाने में तेल, नमक, चीनी कम करना जरूरी है।
तो लो, अब से संतुलित खाना और स्वस्थ रहना ही है हमारे जीवन का मंत्र।
तो आज से हम सब मिलकर खान पान में दिखाएंगे समझदारी। कम तेल, नमक और चीनी से होगी बेहतर कल की तैयारी।
तो आप भी खाने में तेल की मात्रा घटाइए, सेहत की ओर कदम बढ़ाइए और ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में भागीदार बनिए। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Balanced eating habits are the first condition to avoid obesity. But do you know what is a balanced diet? No. Balanced diet means the right balance of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals in the food plate. Let us understand this in detail one by one. First of all, let us know about carbohydrates. It is necessary for energy in the body. We get it by eating grains, but not just rice and wheat. Adopt coarse grains like jwa, bajra, ragi, and eat more unpolished grains. And this is our bodybuilder, that is protein. For protein, consume pulses, beans, milk, cheese, eggs, meat, fish. Protein is necessary in every meal. The third is fats. Don't be afraid of fats. Consume healthy fats in the right amount and avoid unhealthy fats. By habit, we are fond of eating fried food and consume more fat. So it is important that we reduce the amount of oil or fat we use every day by 10%. Now let's talk about vitamins and minerals, which are very important for a healthy body and immunity. For this, you know that we should eat lots of seasonal and local fruits and vegetables every day. These are the best sources of nutrition. In this way, Your plate now becomes healthy, and this is called balanced eating.
Hita hitam sukham dukham ayusya tasya hita hitam manam cha tacha yatroktam ayurvedah sa uchyate. In our land, food is heritage in its purest form. Every festival begins with it. Every celebration is marked by it. Passed down through generations, recipes become rituals, and food, revered as anna, is cherished as the sustainer of life. Across India, food changes as swiftly as the landscape. Travel north and taste Punjab's sarson da saag with makki di roti. Move west to Gujarat, where the Gujarati thali balances sweet, salty and tangy notes. Journey south to Tamil Nadu for idli, dosa and rasam. In Bengal, seva macher jhol with steaming rice. Every state adds a thread, and together they create the colorful fabric of India's food heritage. Across the world, traditional foods define communities. Sushi in Japan, pasta in Italy, tamales in Mexico, and suya in Nigeria. Every dish tells a story of heritage and belonging. India has strengthened its commitment to tradition through the Food Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahar Regulations 2022, preserving the authenticity, safety and timeless wisdom of Ayurvedic foods. Ayurveda Ahar refers to food prepared in accordance.
Yeah, please be seated. Next session is going to be started very soon. Please take your seat. Thank you. किसी और से साइन करा के अभी उनके नाम का बना है ना, बना हुआ है, एक उन्हीं का साइन किया हुआ है। तो पूछो ना उधर सर, नहीं वो तो दूसरा एक ही साइन कर देंगे, वो करे जो नहीं है या सेक्रेटरी वन साइन तो वो सब उसको नहीं देख लीजिए, ऑलरेडी है हमारे पास साइन है। तो सर्टिफिकेट छोड़ देते हैं हम, जितने 4-5 हो गए ना, मैं बोल देता हूँ वो आए हैं वहाँ पे, तो उन्हीं लोगों के साथ है ना। Yeah, please be seated. Session is going to be started very soon. अरे अब बिल्कुल खाली है। अरे इधर देखिए ना, इधर सब लोगों को पूरा खाली है अभी।
इसमें सीओ सर इनको देंगे बस।
सीओ को नहीं देना है, सीओ को नहीं देना,
मना कर रहे हैं।
कौन मना कर रहे हैं?
सर्टिफिकेट के लिए
ईडी सर्टिफिकेट नहीं, वो तो सम्मान दिया जाएगा।
हाँ, सम्मान तो है। हाँ।
सम्मान का ही नाम बोलेंगे, ठीक है। आ गए हैं तो कुछ लोग आए ही नहीं है, कैसे
वो सब नहीं आएंगे जब तक आप स्टार्ट नहीं करेंगे ना, नहीं तो वो पैनल डिस्कशन।
Good afternoon. We are going to start our session. The ones who are not able to understand Hindi, please use interpreter device, which is kept at your seat. I am going to be speak in Hindi. Thank you. नमस्कार। वैश्विक स्तर का सम्मेलन हो, नई दिल्ली में आयोजित हो, हिंदुस्तान की राजधानी में आयोजित की जा रही हो, फूड रेगुलेटर से रिलेटेड सम्मेलन हो, हिंदी पखवाड़ा के दौरान आयोजित की जा रही हो, और उसमें हिंदी एक सेशन तो जरूर होनी चाहिए, एटलीस्ट एक सेशन का स्पीकिंग जरूर होनी चाहिए हिंदी में। तो हम संसार के विविध देशों से आए हुए परम सम्मानित अतिथिगण, आप सभी का भारत के पावन भूमि पर ग्लोबल फूड रेगुलेटर समिट के इस सत्र में हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन है। भारत वह भूमि है जहाँ के निवासी अन्नम ब्रह्म अतिथि देवो भव, अर्थात अतिथि जो गेस्ट हमारा होता है देवता के समान पूजनीय, रेस्पेक्टेबल होता है। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, ग्लोबल विलेज की बात हो रही है। हम लोग ग्लोबल फैमिली की बात करते हैं, पूरे संसार को अपना परिवार मानते हैं, कुटुंब मानते हैं। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामय, सभी लोग सुखी होए, सभी निरोग है, ऐसी कल्पना करते हैं। तथा सर्वजन हिताय सर्वजन सुखाय की बात करते हैं। उस भारत की पवित्र भूमि पर आप सभी का स्वागत है। यहाँ के भाव, ऐसी संस्कार हमारे इस देशवासी के रग रग में। जहाँ अन्न को ब्रह्म माना जाता है, वहाँ फूड रेगुलेटर्स का सशक्तिकरण एवं कौशल विकास स्वाभाविक रूप से अनिवार्य हिस्सा होगा, तभी हम उसको प्रॉपर तरीके से इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएंगे। इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए आज के इस सत्र का निर्धारण किया गया है, रेगुलेटर्स का सशक्तिकरण, कॉम्प्लेक्स फूड सिस्टम के लिए आधुनिक कौशल। आज के इस अत्यंत ही महत्वपूर्ण और उपयोगी सत्र के माध्यम से हम जिन तथ्यों को जानने और समझने का प्रयास करेंगे, उसमें फूड क्षेत्र में भावी चुनौतियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए नए खाद्य पदार्थों के प्रोसेसिंग विधियों की सुरक्षा जांच के लिए साइंटिफिक रिस्क एस्टिमेशन स्किल्स, इंस्पेक्शन, ट्रेड, कंज्यूमर ग्रीवांसेज एटसेट्रा से संबंधित डाटा के लिए डिजिटल डाटा एनालिटिकल सिस्टम, वैश्विक मानकों के अनुरूप उपभोक्ता विश्वास बना रहे, इसके लिए इंटरनेशनल कोऑपरेशन और कम्युनिकेशन इत्यादि से संबंधित बहुत सारे चीज़ों को हम आज के सेशन में जानेंगे और समझेंगे। इस अति महत्वपूर्ण एवं ज्वलंत विषय पर कंटेक्स्ट सेटिंग के लिए स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय के संयुक्त सचिव श्री निखिल गजराज जी को आमंत्रित करते हैं। सर, आप आए, मंच पर पधारें, स्थान ग्रहण करें। श्री निखिल गजराज सर, संयुक्त सचिव स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय। अब मैं की नोट एड्रेस के लिए अपने परम सम्मानित एफएसएसआई के सीईओ मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी महोदय श्री राजीत पुन्हानी सर से अनुरोध करेंगे। सर आए और अपना गरिमामय उपस्थिति से मंच को सुशोभित करें। सर के नेतृत्व में एफएसएसआई नित्य नए ऊंचाइयों को, नित्य नए बुलंदियों को छू रहा है। सर, आप प्लीज स्थान ग्रहण करें। धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं कंटेक्स्ट सेटिंग के संबोधन के लिए श्री निखिल गजराज सर, संयुक्त सचिव स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय को आमंत्रित करता हूं। सर आए और अपने संबोधन से कंटेक्स्ट सेटिंग के
Good afternoon all. I will like to first welcome all of you in the third Global Food Regulatory Summit, which is being hosted by India in New Delhi. Respected CEO FSSI Rajit Punhani sir, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I like to welcome all the policy leaders, regulators, representatives, and all the skilled people who have come here for a discussion on the session Empowering Regulators, Next Generation Skills for Complex Food System. It's my great opportunity to do the context setting regarding this issue. The food regulators today face growing challenges due to rapid changing global food system and introduction of new products which are plant-based and lab-grown meats. Rising cases of fraud, adulteration and consumer demand for transparency make the role even more critical of the regulators. Empowering regulator with new age skill is therefore key to ensuring a safe, trusted and future ready food ecosystem. To address these challenges, this session on Empowering Regulators, Next Generation Skills for Complex Food System will emphasize strengthening human capital within the global food safety ecosystem. This initiative envisions a transformative approach to regulatory governance, moving beyond just the compliances enforcement toward a proactive, anticipatory and participative regulation. India has already undertaken significant steps in this direction. Current developments such as food safety training and certification for capacity building of food business operators, food safety compliance system for managing regulatory compliances, food safety on wheel, rapid detection kits, and integrated national food laboratory network for strengthening the laboratory infrastructure, food import clearance system for regulating imports, and national campaign like Eat India for educating consumers and business on nutrition and safety have collectively represented a multi-pronged approach to build a robust, modern and preventive food safety ecosystem. At the same time, global counterparts are advancing rapidly. For instance, United States provides specialized training in risk management, digital tools and food fraud detection through FDA's Office of Training, Education and Development, which designs programs for inspectors, analysts and managers in areas such as genomics, predictive risk assessment and fraud detection. Similarly, Singapore Food Agency offers dedicated program for regulators, industry professionals, small and medium enterprises that focus on digital inspection system, blockchain enabled food traceability, data analytics and regulatory sciences. These examples demonstrate how India is also strengthening its system while also addressing learning lessons from international best practices to address the challenge of increasingly complex global food system. Therefore, with the advent of new digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchains, genomics, pathogen detection, and advanced fraud detection methods, there is an urgent need to structure and align our capacity building program in India at both the center and the state level. Such initiatives should equip food safety professionals with the skill required for modern inspection, surveillance, and early detection. A proactive food safety culture means anticipating the risks even before they escalate, fostering open communication, investing in continuous training, and embedding food safety as a shared value at every level in the organization. For FSSAI, this requires developing forward-looking policies, risk-based inspections, and deeper collaboration with the industrial stakeholders. The adoption of real-time alert system, regional language mobile apps, social media dashboards can further enhance the communication with the citizens while countering misinformation from certain stakeholders. Equally, collaboration between the governments, academia, industry, and civil society organizations will enable knowledge sharing, capacity building, and resource mobilization at a large scale. By actively engaging with international platforms like InfoSan, International Food Safety Authority Network, India can strengthen its ability to respond rapidly to the global food safety alerts while also harmonizing with export market requirements. This enhances regulators' critical thinking, adaptability, and preparedness for emerging risks. As the global food system continues to evolve, and empowering regulators with next generation skills is very imperative for strengthening the public health, supporting innovation, and ensuring sustainability. This call for a paradigm shift towards continuous learning, cross-sectoral collaboration, and adoption of advanced technology and methodologies that will enable regulators to navigate the complex path effectively and foster a safe, more resilient food ecosystem. Platforms such as Global Food Regulatory Summit and the Codex Alimentarius Commission provide valuable opportunities to deliberate on the issues faced by the developing nations, aligning Indian standards with the international standards and strengthening the collective capacity to manage complex and evolving food system. At the end, I'd like to thank you all, and I sincerely believe empowering food regulators with next generation skill shall help them to value innovation as a must so that we can move beyond the compliances towards a more transformatory system in regulatory system, making it more resilient, sustainable, and ensuring health for all. Thank you all for giving me a patient hearing, and I hope we take a lot of knowledge from this session. Thank you all. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर। आपने रेगुलेटर्स के विविध आयाम, एफएसआई द्वारा संचालित फूड सेफ्टी ऑन व्हील्स, ईट राइट इंडिया, रेगुलेटर्स के चैलेंजेज, एफएसएसआई के कार्य, फोस्टेक इत्यादि के बारे में बताया। रेगुलेटर्स के कौशल से सशक्त बनाना क्यों ज़रूरत है, इस संदर्भ में बताया। आपका यह सेशन कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेटिंग अत्यंत ही ज्ञानवर्धक रहा और हम लोग काफ़ी लाभान्वित हुए। अब मैं की नोट एड्रेस के लिए परम सम्मानित अपने एफएसआई के सीईओ सर श्री राजीव पुन्हानी सर से आमंत्रित करते हैं कि सर आएं और हम लोगों को अनुग्रहित करें।
Thank you, Nikhil, who rightly set the context, and that's what it should be, because that is the topic, empowering regulators. But I'd like to deviate, with Nikhil's permission, a little from just empowering regulators. What I would like to talk about is, because I've worked in skills for some time, is the broader food ecosystem. And yesterday, in one of the sessions, one of the speakers said a very interesting thing, is that as in India, IT has driven the urban growth, the food the food industry, which is very vast, includes so many other things also, food processing, besides food processing, there's so many other aspects to it, can or should lead the rural economy of India. So I'll talk about the whole food ecosystem, because when I was a student long time ago, we did not have much idea of the number of avenues available. For example, media. Now media has become so big that many students aspire to be part of the media ecosystem. Now the media ecosystem is not only the anchors which one obviously sees, or the heroes or there's so much at the back end. There's so much of video editing, there's graphics, there's direction, there's camera, etc., etc. So similarly in the food ecosystem, there is so much that a student can look forward to and maybe aspire to be part of the food ecosystem. So I'll just mention a few things which have been recently introduced in India and which even I did not know earlier about, and maybe many of you may be aware, many of you may not be aware. One is that we now have a national credit framework. So that allows students to do courses in anything, and you can get credits for your class 12, class 10, class 12 or graduation. So like many people aspire to be graduates, so similarly you can do a lot of courses in food related skills and acquire credits besides doing your other subject, so that after you finish your graduation or even after you finish your 12th, you can join the food industry in various food technology or food processing or various aspects. So this is a recent thing introduced by the government, which now gives the freedom to the student to choose any course and need not be aligned, like he need not be he can do history and he can do food technology. He need not do physics and then only, or biology and then only do something to do with food. The second is the setting up of the National Council for Vocational Education and Training. So now, like we have AICTE in India, which recognizes the engineering colleges, and you have your medical council, that people here would be more familiar, which recognize the medical education. Similarly, you have a National Council for Vocational Education that recognizes the degrees or certificates in vocational education. So you have a national skill quality framework. So if we, and for this all of us will have to sit together, be it the NIFTEM or the various colleges and universities that run food related courses. We have people from IGNOU. We'll sit together and you'll have to formulate courses which get aligned with the National Skill Quality Framework. So you could have 3-month courses which can give you 1 credit. You can have 6-month courses which can give you 2 credits. Or you can have, like nowadays, you have 4-year courses or 2-year courses, 1-year courses, and depending on that, the number of credits you can accumulate and even get a full graduate degree or a diploma in the field that you choose. So for that, the college or the university will need to become an awarding body, which then gives them the authority to issue the certificates, which are then recognized by UGC and by all institutions in the country. And so these are aspects which I did not know of earlier. So I'd like to also learn from the other panelists who are coming here, if this kind of, like in US, I think they have this system of credits. In India, it is not yet picked up because it's recent. But in the NEP 2020, in the education policy, the new education policy, there is a great emphasis on these credits and on vocational education and skills right from the school level. So So like if you remember when COVID had hit us, initially no one knew what to do. But by the end of COVID, we had so many skilled professionals in that field that, I'm very sure that if, God forbid, but if by chance some kind of outbreak comes out, now we have people trained in testing, we have people trained in oxygen cylinders, we have people trained in manufacturing of oxygen cylinders, we have people trained in the whole ecosystem. So similarly, we should have a large pool of skilled professionals in the food ecosystem, whether it be in research, whether it be in risk assessment, in surveys. Like right now, there's a big time lag between the data collection, the data analysis, and before we come up with standards and then we regulate. So how do we reduce this time gap? We should have a pool of a number of skilled professionals who can do with this. Nowadays there's also this new thing which is bound to come up with, now we have AI, so how to use AI in the whole food business. Then how to, these new foods that are coming up. So before these new foods, this lab-made through cell-made foods come into the market, it's bound to come. It's a matter of time, given the way technology is advancing. So how do we address that? How do we regulate it? So, it's something that we should start now, so that when it comes, we should not be caught off guard. So this is one thing I wanted to talk about, but that is not to neglect the amount of work that has been done in FOSTAC by the FSSAI, and what needs to be done, especially for street vendors and small business operators who we have and we give a lot of training to. But there's also a need for continuous, for this has to be a continuous process. So although we have done for about 3 lakh food handlers and petty food business operators, the numbers are so huge that it has to be a continuous process. So for that also, and for the impact evaluation of these training programs, we'd like to learn also from the best practices that other countries have done. So this is what I would like to say. So it's a little deviation from the context setting, but we have to address both. So we have to address our millions and millions of food business operators, especially the small business food business operators, our street vendors, and etc. But I would also like the panelists to address how do we create a large pool of food business operators or food business professionals, skilled professionals, and where students should aspire. Maybe at the school level, if someone asks what would you like to be, so instead of saying that okay, I'd like to join the army or join the police or join the media or become a astronaut, he would like to say, okay, I want to become a food technologist or a food specialist or a food skilled professional. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद सर। आपका की नोट एड्रेस अत्यंत ही ज्ञानवर्धक, सारगर्भित एवं प्रेरणाप्रद रहा। हम लोगों ने काफ़ी इससे जाना और समझा। इनफैक्ट आपने पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए क्वेश्चन भी छोड़ के गए हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है उस पर चर्चा होगी। आपने नई इनिशिएटिव फूड सेक्टर में है, नेशनल क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क, उसके बारे में बताया, नेशनल स्किल क्वालिटी फ्रेमवर्क, फूड सेक्टर में जो स्किल प्रोफेशनल की आवश्यकता है, लोगों को इंटरेस्ट जगे, इस संदर्भ में आपने बताया। स्ट्रीट फूड वेंडर्स की जो ट्रेनिंग 3 लाख से ज़्यादा की गई है और 26 लाख से ज़्यादा
फूड हैंडलर्स की ट्रेनिंग FSI द्वारा की जा चुकी है। इस डिटेल संदर्भ में आपने बताया महोदय, धन्यवाद। अब मैं आमंत्रित करूंगा ED सर को कि सर आए और अपने दोनों विशिष्ट अतिथि महोदयों को स्वागत करें। धन्यवाद सर। For panel discussion, now I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Vandana. Please come on the stage and proceed for next session.
Thank you very much, Mishra sir. Namaskar and a very good afternoon to our national and international delegates and esteemed colleagues. We now move into our panel discussion on our session Empowering Regulators, Next Generation Skills for a Complex Food System. Here in this session, we will explore how regulatory professionals can be future ready in phase of rapidly evolving food system. Let us begin by inviting our esteemed moderator and panelists to kindly join us on this stage. To guide this session, we are honored to have with us Mr. Sridhar Dharampuri ji as our moderator. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sridhar Dharampuri ji to the stage. He is a stream leader in agriculture and food system and senior food safety and nutrition officer, FAO, regional office for Asia and Pacific, Thailand. Mr. Dharampuri leads regional food safety and nutrition initiatives across Asia Pacific. We welcome you, sir, to the panel discussion. Can we have a round of applause for sir? Now, I would like to invite our first panelist, Dr. Susan Morris. She is Principal Advisor for Residue Assurance in Ministry for Primary Industries, New Zealand. Can we have a round of applause for ma'am? Dr. Susan Morris oversees food residue programs and represents New Zealand in Codex Committee on methods of analysis and sampling. Welcome to the panel discussion, ma'am. We have our second panelist, Dr. Pankaja Panda. She is Senior Technical Advisor, Food, US FDA, India Office. Can we have a round of applause for Pankaja, ma'am? Dr. Pankaja Panda is having more than 28 years of experience in public health. She advises on regulatory compliance and international food safety cooperation. Welcome to the panel discussion, ma'am. We have our third panelist, Mr. Abang Mohammad Masroor bin Abang Jainuddin, sir. He is Senior Manager in Brunei Darussalam Food Authority. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Abang? Mr. Abang handles food premises, inspections, public complaints, enforcement, and halal compliance. Welcome to the panel discussion, sir. Next, we are honored to have with us our fourth panelist, Dr. Hele Palmo. She is counselor in food and agriculture from Embassy of Denmark. Can we have a round of applause for ma'am? Dr. Palmo is expert in food safety, animal health, antimicrobial residues, and Indo-Danish green strategic partnerships. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Volker Klima. He is agriculture counselor from Embassy of Germany. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Volker Klima? He is senior policy officer at German Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Regional Identity, which focus on bilateral and multilateral cooperation with Africa, Asia, and Europe. Welcome to the dais, sir. With the introduction of our esteemed moderator and distinguished panelist, we will now proceed with the panel discussion. I now hand over the session to our moderator, Mr. Sridhar Dharampuri ji. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana, and good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion. It was very gratifying to hear the CEO of FSSAI speak a little bit earlier about the importance of skills development and how important it is to have as many people as possible trained in food sciences, food technology, food safety, food regulation, because food is what makes the world go round. It's also a time when we see today, especially from the developmental perspective, that the more countries and people connect with food, with agriculture, with land, water and air, or the Pancha Tattva as we say, the more likelihood that we will have a better future than what we are looking at today. So with that, few words on behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization. Thank you to the organizers for inviting us all here. And I hope we will keep you very, very engaged while you're thinking about lunch. You probably will, and then we'll then go in to have some lunch as well. So let me first start off with some of the thoughts from our panelists on what are kind of the new age skills that we require for food safety regulators going forward. The world has changed, technology has changed, the nature of food production, processing, consumption has changed, the food environment has changed dramatically. So how do we train ourselves and keep ourselves abreast for the future? So let me start with Pankaja, who's sitting on my left. So Pankaja, from your experience in regulatory science and particularly at the US FDA, what competencies do you believe are most critical for regulators now?
Thank you, moderator. The Human Foods Program at FDA oversees all the FDA activities which are related to food, safety and nutrition. They are organized under a single group working under the Deputy Commissioner for Foods. Our vision is to ensure that food is a source of wellness for all US consumers, and our day-to-day activities are focused on promoting and protecting the health and wellness of people through science-based approaches to prevent foodborne illness, diet-related chronic disease, and ensure chemicals in food are safe. The Human Food Program centers around 3 risk areas: microbiological, food safety, food chemical safety, and nutrition. Nutrition Center of Excellence empowers action on nutrition science, nutrition policy, and initiatives to reduce the burden of diet-related chronic diseases. FDA staff are provided training based on their role in the agency. We have consumer safety officers, which are your inspectors, and then we have our regulators like myself, who are technical staff. Of the 19,000 FDA employees, there are about 5,000 inspectors. This is inspectors in food, drug, and biomedical, which is your clinical trials. So we have quite a few inspectors. And the training varies depending on your role at FDA. We also offer training to our state, local, tribal, and territorial regulatory partners for free, which supports our common public health mission. Presently, the Office of Training and Educational Development, OTED, which was referred to by our Joint Secretary here, has about 100 web-based courses for staff and also several in-person trainings. Topics include the food and drug law. This is the FDCA law, which guides all food and drug regulations and rules at FDA. Public health principles, communication skills, food microbiology, HACCP, foodborne illness investigations, etc. For food competencies for our FDA staff who are regulators, there are different regulations for different food commodities. So we have regulations for animal feed, dairy, human foods, interstate travel. You may ask why interstate travel? When food goes from one state to another in the US, it comes under FDA. If it's within the state, then it's state regulated. And retail, another regulations for retail, your shops and stores. And then lastly, shellfish. So we need competencies in all these areas. And OTED, the Office of Training and Education Development, is responsible for training FDA staff and our state and local regulators. OTED also has 22 courses under emergency preparedness. This is a new area. For example, food safety issues and disasters are becoming more and more common, and they have prepared some courses to train staff in that area as well. I actually reached out to OTED and asked them what are the competencies they see for regulators today. So they sent me this document which is called Modernizing Regulatory Training. Under that, number one is curriculum modernization for contemporary food safety challenges. They looked at targeting their training now to modernize it to meet data science integration, risk communication, and biotechnology and emerging technologies. So that's how they've changed the focus of training for FDA staff. Number two, innovative delivery methods. I think we've all done so many trainings. I know I have in my career. You just sit there in the class and, you know, it goes on and on, PowerPoints, focus groups, breakout groups. So they have tried to innovate training methods, micro-learning modules, scenario-based simulation training, so that it's a real-life type of situation for people to learn from, and mobile-first learning platforms using applications on the internet. Number three, competency-based training framework. They've sort of changed their classes and training to encompass skills assessment, continuous professional development throughout your career. Just because you've been there 20 years doesn't mean you don't need training. Cross-functional training opportunities. I have had the opportunity to also be trained in animal feed, which is separate from human food. And so for me, that's an interesting and upcoming area, but my predominant work is with human food. So cross-functional training opportunities as well. And finally, technology-enhanced learning, such as augmented reality field training, collaborative learning networks, and performance analytics and feedback systems. I think we heard a lot about it in the previous session about AI and digital platforms and machine learning. So they have tried to incorporate that in their training as well. In addition to these technical skills which I just mentioned, OTED also shared with me some soft skills for the modern regulator. Critical thinking, navigating information complexity. We get stuff from all over, so we need to try and navigate through that. Questioning assumptions and challenging the status quo. So their courses try and encourage you to do that. These are some soft skills. Adaptability, thriving in an involvement regulatory landscape. Our rules and regulations change all the time. I also need to be familiar with, for example, now that I work in India, with India, Government of India rules and regulations. So those evolve, and trying to keep up with them is a feat in itself. Embracing continuous learning, I think I already said that throughout the life of your career. Collaborative problem solving, building bridges across stakeholders. I work with the government, I work with multilaterals, we all do, so building that bridge between different stakeholders with the state level, central level, district level, that is also very important in their classes. Communication and emotional intelligence. I think that speaks for itself. And I believe finally managing conflict and building trust. So these are some of the soft skills that OTED has incorporated into their training. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaja, for a very comprehensive answer. So while you were speaking, a number of young students have entered the room and they're sitting at the back. So students, welcome. Please listen, because some of the things that Pankaja covered were about critical thinking and also the use of mobile technology for food safety. So there is very much a future waiting for you in food safety if you follow at least those two principles. But we will hear more about that from all our other experts too. So from a big country, so that's the United States, we will move to one of the smaller countries in the region, which is the Kingdom of Brunei, and that's in the ASEAN, which is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So Dato Abang, can I ask you, how is Brunei addressing capacity building for food safety regulators, especially in the context of small and medium food businesses?
Thank you, Mr. Sudar. Let me first paint the general overview of the food business landscape in Brunei Darussalam. The majority of the food businesses there are in the medium, small, and even micro sizes, including home-based businesses or businesses that operate from home, that sell their food primarily through social media platforms. Many of them sell food as a side hustle on top of their daily regular jobs. Now, what we've observed over the years is that the main challenge that these small, medium businesses are facing is compliance towards food safety standards and regulations. And I think many of you here would agree, these businesses may not see food safety as a benefit, but rather profit is their main priority. So this raises a key question. Should we lower our standards in order for these businesses to accommodate or achieve the food standards, or we set firm in our decisions? One of the things that we have done in Brunei Darussalam is to engage these businesses directly. Because of how small Brunei is, it is easier for us to engage with local small medium enterprises in Brunei. So we hold workshops and dialogues to really understand their capacity and their challenges. And as Ms. Hilda Cruz mentioned yesterday, I don't know if she's still here, regulations should not be seen as bottleneck, but rather a means to achieve an objective. And in this case, our objective is simple: to ensure that the food that these small, medium businesses are producing are safe for public consumption. As regulators, we also have the responsibility to build our own capacity, especially in terms of risk communication. It's not just about enforcement, it is also about providing these businesses with the awareness, the guidance, and sense of accountability. We want them to see that food safety is not just a burden. Rather it's not a burden, but an enabler for growth. This way we strengthen both sides, regulators with better skills to engage, and the businesses with better capacity to meet food safety requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dato Abang, and thank you once again for bringing the focus onto SMEs and MSMEs. And while, as you say correctly, Brunei is a small country, and so for regulators, you have been very successful in ensuring that behavior change remains consistent and consistently applicable. In larger countries, of course, that remains a major challenge for many regulators, and we will hear more about it later. But from Brunei, let's go to another small country, but a country which is seen very much as a leader in food safety and the way that they have organized agriculture and food and its regulations. So we'll hear from Susan Morris. What lessons can be drawn from country case studies on improving regulatory training and governance for food safety? Please share us your experience.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, welcome. I'd like to talk about some lessons learned from a country exercise New Zealand has been working with Sri Lanka on. There are 3 key lessons I believe are useful to discuss. The first is to have a process for collaboration. The second is have a way to understand what the country needs are and the general objectives for that. And the third is to put in place a delivery plan. So on the process for collaboration, New Zealand has a food safety cooperation agreement between New Zealand's competent authority and Sri Lanka's competent authority. Part of this is a laboratory cooperation component. The second component, the second lesson learned is to have a good understanding of what the country needs. So Sri Lanka would like to develop capability and capacity to implement the S-value test method. The S-value test method, for those who know it, is a complex and demanding method. It's an international standard referenced by Codex in Codex Standard 234, Methods of Analysis and Sampling. It's a method that employs GCFID to measure triglycerides, and then following a series of equations to produce S values. It will determine milk fat purity in milk products that are derived from cow's milk. Why is Sri Lanka looking at this? Currently, there are historical methods in place. These methods have raised concerns with false positives, and they're also a potential for trade disputes. So New Zealand and Sri Lanka are looking to put in place a more modern regulatory system with methods based on Codex. The third lesson learned is how to put in a delivery plan to support the objective to provide laboratory capability and capacity training to Sri Lanka to enable the S-value test method to be reported under accreditation. Our delivery plan involved bringing Sri Lanka analysts to New Zealand. Why did we do that? These analysts are young analysts, university trained, but lacking ongoing training. In New Zealand, they were exposed to laboratory practices as well as in-country training for the S-value method. This inspired the analysts not necessarily to replicate what happens in New Zealand in Sri Lanka, but to develop their standards in Sri Lanka and their capability and capacity. Following the training in New Zealand, myself and my colleague Dr. George Joseph, who's in the room, have visited Sri Lanka, visited the official laboratory to work with them in the implementation of the method. It's complex, it requires a lot of particular instruments, consumables, and the method development requires guidance from experts. New Zealand is fortunate that we are already undertaking this method in New Zealand, reporting it under accreditation. We have worked with Sri Lanka through a number of in-country visits to guide their development, and our most recent visit there early this week has been very successful in that these young analysts are now able to deliver robust, accurate test results in accordance with the standard. Our work is not complete. We still will work with them to implement a ring trial between New Zealand laboratories and Sri Lanka, and then we'll work with them to support accreditation processes with their accreditation board. So in undertaking this process, we've been able to develop next generation skills, we've been able to enthuse the analysts involved, and most importantly, ensure a robust outcome and the use of a modern method that's a codex method and will improve regulatory requirements and trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. So we heard a very interesting case of how a tough task, an S test, can actually be used in context, in a different country, in a small country, with a different technical capacity, and how it can actually help to enhance regulation and empower regulators. So these are the kind of case studies that we actually learn more from when we try and employ these methods across the globe, and definitely in the Asia and Pacific region. We will now hear again go across the world, go to Germany, and we'll hear from Volker Klima on how can education and competency-based training programs equip food regulators with the skills needed for contemporary challenges. Over to you.
Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi. Yes. Hello. Many thanks to Mr. Ramapuri for giving me the word, also to FSSAI to invite me here, and also to India to receive me. I just settled in. I arrived 4 weeks ago as agriculture counselor to the German embassy. And Mr. Gujarat, I would like to pick up what you just said, talking about the food system and what do young people, young regulators want. And there just entered a number of students. I think what most people, regulators, young people want is inspiration, motivation, and perspective. That sounds a little bit contradictory to the name regulator, regulations, but I think here we can actually add both the future, perspective, motivation with rules and regulations, with the regulators in the food and agriculture sector. And also coming from Germany, I completely agree that many people, the whole food business market in Germany, just in Germany, it's about 260 billion euros a year. So many people in Germany do not know what does it mean, food production, food trade, nationally, in the European Union or internationally. So I think we also should show to the public what means food regulation, food security, and also safe products, high quality products. And this is what India is doing. This is what I think all representatives on this panel are doing, where FAO also plays a leading role with WHO, with the Codex Alimentarius and also with the WTO rules. And now when we face the challenges, I think sometimes even young people, they are quite scared of the future. So we talk about climate change, we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and how to reach them. We talk about trade. Trade is business. Business means money. Money can mean welfare, national-wise, country-wise, continental-wise, global-wise. And this is something all also regulators and governments and also business companies have to take into account. So we are one part of of the whole food system. And the regulators, one important thing, which also means that we have to think about bureaucracy. Right now in Germany, there's a huge strategy and also movement going on to reduce bureaucracy. Germany is quite famous being very bureaucratic. Sometimes we are very sorry. Sometimes it makes sense, but also sometimes it doesn't make sense. So we have to keep on asking ourselves what rules are necessary and what rules maybe we can leave behind or we have to adjust, because as it was said, we have novel foods, we have GMOs, we have even circular economy, we have the whole resource cycling process out of which new food, or at least the basis for new food, derives. So we have to take this into account and see how we can motivate, inspire, and also create a perspective for the regulators, for the young people, and also to build and not necessarily stop business opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fokker. So, couple of things that he mentioned. First thing was about transparency, efficiency, and accountability, which is pretty much the DNA of every regulator. That doesn't change, whatever time period we are living in. The second thing is, of course, the influence of technology and of all the processes that are around us, whether it's new or novel foods, cell-based food, plant-based meat, call it what you want, but they are all here and they are here to stay. The third is about what also our other panelists, Pankaja as well as Dato Abang actually mentioned, that there are still some old problems that remain. While we live in a time where there's an infodemic, there is so much information that each one in this room considers themselves to be as informed or better informed than anybody else. So it's in this environment that regulators need to constantly keep their focus on what is the purpose of the job, which is food safety. So let's hear more about that, especially on the trust front. And for that, we'll ask Dr. Hel Palmer from the Danish Embassy on how can regulators engage stakeholders effectively to foster transparency, build trust, and co-design resilient food safety interventions. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm pleased to share some perspectives from Denmark. So as we see it, I think in Denmark, food safety works best when it's seen as a shared responsibility, not a top-down enforcement exercise. So in the Danish experience, regulators, and in this case it's DVFA, the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration, and I'm so lucky I have two good colleagues in the room. So maybe we can, if you're interested, have a talk afterwards, but DVFA actually invites to dialogue early before rules are drafted and finalized, so that farmers' organizations, food business operators, universities and consumers all have a voice, and they are all heard before any regulations is drafted. So we believe that trust grows when regulators explain not only what decisions are made, but also why. So, for example, in my country, we have built a full transparency by publishing risk assessment and inspection results in a way that is easy for public to understand. We did it in many ways, but I'll just show you one. So a strong example is what we call the Smiley scheme, which was introduced 25 years ago after major foodborne disease scandals in Denmark. Again and again, it hit the front pages of the newspapers. I'm so old I can still remember. And it really damaged the consumers' confidence in food and food security in Denmark. And many times, not to say most times, DVFA was actually, they did a good job, but it was not visible to the journalists, to the politicians, to the consumers, and so on. So they made it, I think, a clever decision. They, instead of keeping all the results from the inspection in an IT system, they made a decision to make it public in a simple and visual format. Sorry. So every restaurant and food business like Blue Tokai and so on, and McDonald's and fine dining restaurants, food stalls of permanent character, they must display a smiley face at the entrance, showing the outcome of the latest hygiene inspection. And I brought one. I'm sorry, you need to frame it and put it in the front of your, at the entrance door. When you so all consumers, before they enter a supermarket or a restaurant, they will be able to look at the report. And it's quite simple because it has, as you might be able to see, a smiley face in this case. So if it's a smiley face, you can also see the date for the latest inspection, and at this time the inspection was made, there were no remarks made by DVFA. But if it's not so happy smiley, like a straight mouth, then you will be able to look with your phone on the barcode, and then you can look up what was found at the inspection. So you will be able to see if they kept the meat together with green things, if the fridge was too warm, and so on, or it was maybe very, very dirty at the washrooms. All the things are inspected and will be reflected in the report. So it doesn't say directly here what was wrong, but you will be able to look up all the results yourself. And the worst thing is that if you get a really unhappy smiley, then there will also be fines and follow-ups, and the restaurant or cafe will have to pay for all the inspections, all the extra inspections, because you cannot have an unhappy smiley for very long, because then you will be closed as a food business operator. So yes, so when I go to a restaurant, I think I automatically just look at the smiley and see, oh, this is okay, and I go in and have a fantastic meal. So yeah, so and by this you can say in just a few seconds both consumers and business understand the hygiene level. For the consumer, it makes hygiene and food safety visible in daily life, and for business it creates a strong incentive to maintain high standards because their reputation is on display. So this is not about profit, as I think we heard before. This is also about reputation, right? So who wants to go into a restaurant with an unhappy smiley? Question mark. Okay, so over time, this smiley scheme, you could say, in Denmark has not only restored like trust after many crises in foodborne diseases, it has also embedded transparency into the culture of food regulation. And educated, you can say, the whole Danish population in this way. So I think our experience shows that effective engagement is about shifting from being mainly a policing regulatory authority, lifting your thinker, to being a partner in problem solving. So when stakeholders are given ownership and can see how decisions are made, trust grows, interventions are more resilient, and food systems become safer for everyone. And I believe that here in India, you have built like the fundament for creating maybe not a smiley thing, but at least you have the the registration of all food business operators is going on. You're building the fundament for making inspections and over time maybe also visible for all of us who lives here in India. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hilpame. And we all agree that best way to reach out to Gen Z and millennials is through emojis. There's no better way. Check your WhatsApp, what your son or daughter sent you just now. So while on that theme, let's take a couple of minutes. Does anybody in the audience have a burning question for our panelists? Only one or two, please. Maybe one from this side, one from that side. Okay, one gentleman there. Anyone there? Quickly, because then we need to move on to a second round. Okay, perfect. There's a lady here as well. So we have gender balance. This panel is beautifully gender balanced, and I'm glad to see that this theme is repeating itself. Let's hear from a gentleman. It's okay. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yes, nowadays this is for empowering regulators with the communication strategies. My question is related to this. Though we are achieving a lot, harmonizing globally, and this is also, AI and ML is also for the media people and for every individual. We particularly see for the common man, and in morning session, Pawan Agrawal ji rightly said that food safety is all about the trust. Whatever happens, that sometimes media, news in media goes, and sometimes viral things also happen, that food fraud is extrapolated, then the achievements percolates to the common man. What should be the strategy, new age strategy, to build the trust, a robust trust system by the professional communication, so that one can be very much aware that whether my banana or apple is safer, and there should not be the afraid of situation.
Thank you.
If Dr. Pankaja Panda, please.
Thank you. Can you go to the next person too, please? Let's hear the next question.
I don't have a question. I want to compliment and give more suggestions in this area. My compliments are that it is very, very fortunate that we have younger people in this hall, and our CEO sir mentioned in the beginning that due to the revised education policy, there is flexibility. Some of the students, they may be waiting their results, or they are taking a day or year off, so they can come in this. But with that, I will like to add upon that in this food regulator thing, we need to have passionate people who can have a network at national level as well as at international level. Only then we will succeed. And I agree with the comment given by Volker that we need to inspire our younger people to come forward. And the second thing, which is Madam mentioned about from New Zealand, that you did the hand holding for Sri Lanka. So I think there are like Jeff World Bank, Jeff UNEP, because our lab was also enriched by these funding agencies, and then we moved so ahead that we are at par with the European laboratories. Rather, we are exceedingly doing well than European labs also. I would like to share here also that NABL people were here yesterday, but today I don't know if they are here, they can add upon that now we are doing integrated assessment, means all the regulatory agencies like NABL, then APIDA, and then even FSSAI and T-Board, all of these agencies, they have the common panel of the assessors. So whenever I go for assessment, so all these are consolidated. So that is very, very useful for the regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. So, Pankaja, misinformation, disinformation, fake news, what do we do?
FDA has a media office. Their sole job is to take care of these kind of things. We also encourage anyone. People ask me questions. I need to filter those through headquarters. So there is a media inquiry system as well from anyone, including the media. Not only is there a central office for FDA, there's also media and communications at every center. So the Human Foods Program has its communication office. Center for Veterinary Medicine, Center for Drugs and Regulation, Center for Biologics and Regulation, I can keep on and on. So we take media, misinformation, disinformation very seriously, and FDA has invested resources not only at the center, but also at the... I think it's a challenge. We are one model to look at, FDA, but it depends on how many resources you have. It's not cheap, to have media savvy. Most of our people are trained in journalism and communications, and so they have different skills from me. In fact, this presentation which I have here has been cleared through headquarters. So we want to be focused on message. FDA has one message on food safety wherever in the world we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pankaja. So thank you, audience. That was the two very good interventions. So we'll do a quick round again with our panelists, but this time we'll go in reverse order. So I'll come to you first. Is that okay? Yes, Hel. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So since we are now getting into the part where people are going to be thinking about lunch, let's be very brief. Ms. Palmer, the question to you is about public-private partnerships. So how can they be harnessed to support regulator training, surveillance systems, and innovation diffusions in the food sector?
Yes, thank you. So yeah, in Denmark, maybe I mentioned it a little bit in the first question, but in Denmark we have the Danish model that relies on close collaboration between, you can say, authority, science, and industry. And we often talk about this as a triangle. It's very central, I think, in the way the Danish veterinary that we in Denmark do make regulations. So this means that industry is invited directly into the machine room where DVFA, the ministry or the agency, and sector representatives design policies together, or at least are invited very early. And this ensures, of course, that you sort of the expert knowledge that are in the industry is also brought to the table to the awareness of the authorities at a very early stage. So so you could say science and data are key, and evidence-based rules allow regulators in Denmark to measure behavioral changes and evaluate results, building both in trust and process and outcomes. So to take a concrete example again from Danish experience is the reduction in listeria in ready-to-eat products such as cold cuts and smoked fish. DVFA and Danish Veterinary and Food Administration producers and researchers co-develop surveillance programs hygiene procedures and staff training across the production chain. Because the industry was involved from the start, solutions were realistic, widely accepted, and effectively implemented. So in Denmark, this has led to significant reduction in listeria contamination and fewer foodborne illness. Very few, actually. You can count them on one hand. So public-private partnerships in Denmark do not let industry drive the agenda, but they do create ownership, improve surveillance systems, and make innovation easier to implement across the food system. So thank you for this opportunity to speak again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Palmer. So we are very close to the end, so we can't have too many questions right now. But I'll quickly request my panelists to say a key message that they would like to pass on to all regulators or about regulator capacity development. So, can I ask Susan?
Thank you. So New Zealand's key message for empowering next generation skills are 4 key objectives. Whatever is done needs to be effective, it needs to be delivered in the environment that it's going to be used. It needs to be affordable, which means that while there may be new and wonderful instruments or consumables out there, it needs to be affordable for the country that's putting this in place. It needs to be sustainable. That means our new generation skills need to continue even after the experts have gone. And most importantly, it needs to be effective. It needs to deliver an outcome that's agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Can I ask you the same question?
So for Brunei Darussalam, the key message that I want to convey is the collaboration. So in fact, the BDFA, or Brunei Darussalam Food Authority, in itself is the result of collaboration between different units in Ministry of Health and Ministry of Primary Resources and Tourism. So we see food safety as an interconnected system. We work closely with multiple agencies within the government and outside the government to ensure that food safety, we take food safety as a holistic approach. For me, this is the key. Regulators should not work in silos, but rather collaborate with other agencies to ensure that we understand the bigger picture, and it is essential for us for the success of any food system regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Walker.
Thank you for the question. My key message would be that governance for food safety is a permanent learning process where we permanently have to reassess what we are doing and we have to improve it, maybe also with now AI, using the whole topic digitalization. We should support business opportunities, but also we should support science, as we have to assess methodologies, data, and what is also especially very important is communication and the right timing when on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last word from you.
Our vision is to ensure that food is a source of wellness for all US consumers, and our day-to-day activities are focused at protecting and promoting the health and wellness of all people through science-based approaches to prevent foodborne illness, reduce diet-related chronic disease, and ensure chemicals in food are safe.
Thank you, Pankaja. So, can we all have a round of applause for our great panelists here? And thank you. Let me also say you have been a great audience. Over to you, Dr. Vandu.
Hello. Yes, thank you. So thank you, Mr. Sridhar Dharampuri sir, and a heartfelt thank you to all our panelists. This discussion has offered a valuable insight into how we can be future-proof regulatory system through capacity building and global collaboration. May I now request our Honorable Chief Executive Officer, Shri Rajit Punhani sir, and Shri Nikhil Gajraj sir, Joint Secretary sir, and our Executive Director sir, Mr. U.S. Dhyani ji, to kindly express our gratitude to our moderator and panelists for their valuable contribution to this important discussion. Can we have a round of applause for sir? I request sir to kindly honor Mr. Sridhar Dharampuri ji, moderator of this session. Can we have a round of applause for Dharampuri sir? Mr. Abang Mohammad Masroor. I request sir to kindly honor Dr. Suzanne Morris. Dr. Pankaja Panda. Dr. Hele Palmo. Mr. Volker Kleimer. Thank you, sir. I now request our moderator and panelists to kindly come forward for a group photograph. And I also request Honorable Shri Rajit Punhani sir and Nikhil sir and Dhyani sir to kindly join for the group photograph. I also request Shri Ankeshwar Mishra ji, Joint Director, and our technical team for this session to kindly join for this group photograph. With this, we come to the conclusion of session 6. Thank you very much. Lunch is arranged on level 3, and please be back by 2 p.m. for the post-lunch session. Thank you, and enjoy your meal. Thank you.
generic nutrition by embracing personalization, the idea that every individual's constitution or prakriti is unique. Food that is wholesome for one may not be suitable for another. Ayurveda Ahara thus offers the personalized nourishment, aligning meals with one's body type, season and lifestyle for harmony of body and mind. In today's interconnected world, where food moves across borders, adherence to safety, hygiene and labeling is essential. Regulations ensure that our traditional foods retain their authenticity while aligning with international benchmarks. For food is not merely sustenance, it is culture, medicine and life itself. Join us in celebrating Ayurveda Ahar. Together, let's ensure safe, authentic and nourishing food for all.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has made an appeal to reduce the amount of oil in food by 10%. Do you know why? Because eating too much oil can be dangerous for our health. It can harm the liver along with other organs of the body. It can make the liver fatty, which can cause many serious diseases. Therefore, reduce the amount of oil in your diet and choose healthier alternatives. Fruits, leafy vegetables, pulses, nuts, and whole grains are good for the liver. Exercise regularly and drink plenty of water. This will help in keeping your liver healthy. Your liver is a vital organ of your body. It is important to keep it healthy. Remember, the secret of a healthy life is linked to liver health. Take care of your liver and live a happy life.
जरा सोचिए, 2050 तक मोटापा बन सकता है एक राष्ट्रीय चुनौती। इसका असर हमारी सेहत और प्रगति दोनों पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन एकजुट होकर हम इस चुनौती से लड़ सकते हैं।
अगर आप खाने के तेल में कटौती करते हैं, अपने को फिट रखते हैं, तो ये विकसित भारत की यात्रा में आपका एक बड़ा योगदान हो।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आह्वान पर देश कर रहा है प्रण। तेल की मात्रा घटाएंगे, सेहत को अपनाएंगे, ज्यादा नमक और चीनी से थोड़ी दूरी बनाएंगे। अच्छा खाना, स्वस्थ रहना, यही है जीवन का सही तरीका। ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में बने भागीदार। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Science has now established that fasting has numerous health benefits. Fasting gives time to the body to detox, to utilize unused sources of nutrition such as fats. And fasting also cleans our stomach and gives us strength to face infections. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in a recent podcast has highlighted the various importance of fasting.
दूसरा मेरा अनुभव है कि आपके विचार प्रवाह को ये बहुत ही शार्पनेस देते हैं, नयापन देते हैं। आप एकदम से आउट ऑफ बॉक्स। मैं नहीं जानता हूं औरों का उपवास का यही अनुभव होगा, मेरा है।
The Honorable Prime Minister said that fasting enhances the capacity of the senses, making them more sensitive and aware. He also clarified that fasting is not just about abstaining from food. It involves a scientific process of preparation and detox. Fasting has many health benefits, such as reduction in risk of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, improved longevity, maintaining a balanced weight. In the words of Gandhiji, a genuine fast cleanses the body, mind and soul. This means that fasting in the right way not only removes the impurities of the body, but also purifies the mind and soul. That is, fasting is an effective means of holistic well-being because it balances our physical, mental and spiritual health. Do you also think that if there is no oil in the food, it has no taste? But just think how costly this taste can be to your health. Eating too much oil not only increases obesity and spoils digestion, but also has the greatest impact on your liver. Keeping in mind the increasing diseases caused by oil and the rapidly increasing obesity in the country, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has also appealed to the countrymen to reduce the amount of oil in their food by 10%.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Renowned liver expert Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen also spoke recently about how deep-fried foods cause serious harm to health, especially to our liver, which is the quietest but most vital organ of the body.
देखिए, हमारे जो भारत के सर्व लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि भाई खाने में ओबेसिटी को कम करने के लिए 10% ऑयल कम करें। मैं पूरा सहमत हूं उनसे। उन्होंने बहुत माइल्ड पोलाइट वे में सबको ये मैसेज दिया। डीप फ्राइड का मतलब है कि बहुत ज्यादा टेम्परेचर तक आप ले जाएं, फिर उसको ठंडा करें या फिर दोबारा से सेम ऑयल को यूज करें। वो डीप फ्राइड फूड जो है वो हानिकारक होता है। उसमें कई तरह के कार्बन के ऐसे एटम्स बन जाते हैं जो कि बैक्टीरिया का तो नुकसान करते ही हैं, पर वो कार्सिनोजेनिक हो सकते हैं।
So, on the occasion of this World Liver Day, let us all take a pledge that we will protect our health and minimize the use of oil in food. Instead of frying, try healthier options like grilling, baking, steaming, or cooking with less oil to retain the taste and health too. Remember, health is the real wealth.
अधिक वजन या मोटापा कई तरह की परेशानियों को, बीमारियों को भी जन्म देता है। आप तय कर लीजिए कि हर महीने 10% कम तेल उपयोग करेंगे। हम सब मिलकर छोटे छोटे प्रयासों से इस चुनौती से निपट सकते हैं।
दादाजी, 10% तेल कम करने से क्या होगा?
10% कम तेल मतलब कम कैलोरी और ज्यादा एनर्जी।
सही मायने में जीवन का स्वाद अच्छी सेहत में है। उसके लिए खाने में तेल, नमक, चीनी कम करना जरूरी है।
तो लो, अब से संतुलित खाना और स्वस्थ रहना ही है हमारे जीवन का मंत्र।
तो आज से हम सब मिलकर खान पान में दिखाएंगे समझदारी। कम तेल, नमक और चीनी से होगी बेहतर कल की तैयारी।
तो आप भी खाने में तेल की मात्रा घटाइए, सेहत की ओर कदम बढ़ाइए और ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में भागीदार बनिए। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Balanced eating habits are the first condition to avoid obesity. But do you know what is a balanced diet? No. Balanced diet means the right balance of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals in the food plate. Let us understand this in detail one by one. First of all, let us know about carbohydrates. It is necessary for energy in the body. We get it by eating grains, but not just rice and wheat. Adopt coarse grains like jwa, bajra, ragi, and eat more unpolished grains. And this is our bodybuilder, that is protein. For protein, consume pulses, beans, milk, cheese, eggs, meat, fish. Protein is necessary in every meal. The third is fats. Don't be afraid of fats. consume healthy fats in the right amount and avoid unhealthy fats. By habit, we are fond of eating fried food and consume more fat, so it is important that we reduce the amount of oil or fat we use every day by 10%. Now let's talk about vitamins and minerals, which are very important for a healthy body and immunity. For this, you know that we should eat lots of seasonal and local fruits and vegetables every day. These are the best sources of nutrition. In this way, your plate now becomes healthy, and this is called balanced eating.
Hita hitam sukham dukham ayusya tasya hita hitam manam cha tacha yatroktam ayurvedaha sa uchyate. In our land, food is heritage in its purest form. Every festival begins with it. Every celebration is marked by it. Passed down through generations, recipes become rituals, and food, revered as anna, is cherished as the sustainer of life. Across India, food changes as swiftly as the landscape. Travel north and taste Punjab's sarson da saag with makki di roti. Move west to Gujarat, where the Gujarati thali balances sweet, salty and tangy notes. Journey south to Tamil Nadu for idli, dosa and rasam. In Bengal, seva macher jhol with steaming rice. Every state adds a thread, and together they create the colorful fabric of India's food heritage. Across the world, traditional foods define communities. Sushi in Japan, pasta in Italy, tamales in Mexico, and suya in Nigeria. Every dish tells a story of heritage and belonging. India has strengthened its commitment to tradition through the Food Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahar Regulations 2022, preserving the authenticity, safety, and timeless wisdom of Ayurvedic foods. Ayurveda Ahar refers to food prepared in accordance with authoritative texts, using prescribed recipes, ingredients, and methods that promote holistic well-being. It extends beyond generic nutrition by embracing personalization, the idea that every individual's constitution or prakriti is unique. Food that is wholesome for one may not be suitable for another. Ayurveda Ahar thus offers the personalized nourishment, aligning meals with one's body type, season, and lifestyle for harmony of body and mind. In today's interconnected world, where food moves across borders, adherence to safety, hygiene, and labeling is essential. Regulations ensure that our traditional foods retain their authenticity while aligning with international benchmarks. For food is not merely sustenance, it is culture, medicine, and life itself. Join us in celebrating Ayurveda Ahar. Together, let's ensure safe, authentic, and nourishing food for all.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has made an appeal to reduce the amount of oil in food by 10%. Do you know why? Because eating too much oil can be dangerous for our health. It can harm the liver along with other organs of the body. It can make the liver fatty, which can cause many serious diseases. Therefore, reduce the amount of oil in your diet and choose healthier alternatives. Fruits, leafy vegetables, pulses, nuts, and whole grains are good for the liver. Exercise regularly and drink plenty of water. This will help in keeping your liver healthy. Your liver is a vital organ of your body. it is important to keep it healthy. Remember, the secret of a healthy life is linked to liver health. Take care of your liver and live a happy life.
जरा सोचिए, 2050 तक मोटापा बन सकता है एक राष्ट्रीय चुनौती। इसका असर हमारी सेहत और प्रगति दोनों पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन एकजुट होकर हम इस चुनौती से लड़ सकते हैं।
अगर आप खाने के तेल में कटौती करते हैं, अपने को फिट रखते हैं, तो ये विकसित भारत की यात्रा में आपका एक बड़ा योगदान हो।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आह्वान पर देश कर रहा है प्रण। तेल की मात्रा घटाएंगे, सेहत को अपनाएंगे, ज्यादा नमक और चीनी से थोड़ी दूरी बनाएंगे। अच्छा खाना, स्वस्थ रहना, यही है जीवन का सही तरीका। ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में बने भागीदार। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Science has now established that fasting has numerous health benefits. Fasting gives time to the body to detox, to utilize unused sources of nutrition such as fats. And fasting also cleans our stomach and gives us strength to face infections. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in a recent podcast has highlighted the various importance of fasting.
दूसरा मेरा अनुभव है कि आपके विचार प्रवाह को ये बहुत ही शार्पनेस देते हैं, नयापन देते हैं। आप एकदम से आउट ऑफ बॉक्स। मैं नहीं जानता हूं औरों का उपवास का यही अनुभव होगा, मेरा है।
The Honorable Prime Minister said that fasting enhances the capacity of the senses, making them more sensitive and aware. He also clarified that fasting is not just about abstaining from food. It involves a scientific process of preparation and detox. Fasting has many health benefits, such as reduction in risk of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, improved longevity, maintaining a balanced weight. In the words of Gandhiji, a genuine fast cleanses the body, mind and soul. This means that fasting in the right way not only removes the impurities of the body, but also purifies the mind and soul. That is, fasting is an effective means of holistic well-being because it balances our physical, mental and spiritual health. Do you also think that if there is no oil in the food, it has no taste? But just think how costly this taste can be to your health. Eating too much oil not only increases obesity and spoils digestion, but also has the greatest impact on your liver. Keeping in mind the increasing diseases caused by oil and the rapidly increasing obesity in the country, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has also appealed to the countrymen to reduce the amount of oil in their food by 10%.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Renowned liver expert Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen also spoke recently about how deep-fried foods cause serious harm to health, especially to our liver, which is the quietest but most vital organ of the body.
देखिए, हमारे जो भारत के सर्व लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि भाई खाने में ओबेसिटी को कम करने के लिए 10% ऑयल कम करें। मैं पूरा सहमत हूं उनसे। उन्होंने बहुत माइल्ड पोलाइट वे में सबको ये मैसेज दिया। डीप फ्राइड का मतलब है कि बहुत ज्यादा टेम्परेचर तक आप ले जाएं, फिर उसको ठंडा करें या फिर दोबारा से सेम ऑयल को यूज करें। वो डीप फ्राइड फूड जो है वो हानिकारक होता है। उसमें कई तरह के कार्बन के ऐसे एटम्स बन जाते हैं जो कि बैक्टीरिया का तो नुकसान करते ही हैं, पर वो कार्सिनोजेनिक हो सकते हैं।
So, on the occasion of this World Liver Day, let us all take a pledge that we will protect our health and minimize the use of oil in food. Instead of frying, try healthier options like grilling, baking, steaming or cooking with less oil to retain the taste and health too. Remember, health is the real wealth.
अधिक वजन या मोटापा कई तरह की परेशानियों को, बीमारियों को भी जन्म देता है। आप तय कर लीजिए कि हर महीने 10% कम तेल उपयोग करेंगे। हम सब मिलकर छोटे छोटे प्रयासों से इस चुनौती से निपट सकते हैं।
दादाजी, 10% तेल कम करने से क्या होगा?
10% कम तेल मतलब कम कैलोरी और ज्यादा एनर्जी।
सही मायने में जीवन का स्वाद अच्छी सेहत में है। उसके लिए खाने में तेल, नमक, चीनी कम करना जरूरी है।
तो लो, अब से संतुलित खाना और स्वस्थ रहना ही है हमारे जीवन का मंत्र।
तो आज से हम सब मिलकर खान पान में दिखाएंगे समझदारी। कम तेल, नमक और चीनी से होगी बेहतर कल की तैयारी।
तो आप भी खाने में तेल की मात्रा घटाइए, सेहत की ओर कदम बढ़ाइए और ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में भागीदार बनिए। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Balanced eating habits are the first condition to avoid obesity. But do you know what is a balanced diet? No. Balanced diet means the right balance of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals in the food plate. Let us understand this in detail one by one. First of all, let us know about carbohydrates. It is necessary for energy in the body. We get it by eating grains, but not just rice and wheat. Adopt coarse grains like jowar, bajra, ragi, and eat more unpolished grains. And this is our bodybuilder, that is protein. For protein, consume pulses, beans, milk, cheese, eggs, meat, fish. Protein is necessary in every meal. The third is fats. Don't be afraid of fats. Consume healthy fats in the right amount and avoid unhealthy fats. By habit, we are fond of eating fried food and consume more fat. So it is important that we reduce the amount of oil or fat we use every day by 10%. Now let's talk about vitamins and minerals, which are very important for a healthy body and immunity. For this, you know that we should eat lots of seasonal and local fruits and vegetables every day. These are the best sources of nutrition. In this way, your plate now becomes healthy, and this is called balanced eating.
हिता हितम सुखम दुखम आयुष्य तस्य हिता हितम मानम च तच्च यत्रोक्तम Ayurvedah sa uchyate. In our land, food is heritage in its purest form. Every festival begins with it. Every celebration is marked by it. Passed down through generations, recipes become rituals. And food, revered as anna, is cherished as the sustainer of life. Across India, food changes as swiftly as the landscape. Travel north and taste Punjab's sarson da saag with makki di roti. Move west to Gujarat, where the Gujarati thali balances sweet, salty and tangy notes. Journey south to Tamil Nadu for idli, dosa and rasam. In Bengal, seva machher jhol with steaming rice. Every state adds a thread, and together they create the colorful fabric of India's food heritage. Across the world, traditional foods define communities. Sushi in Japan, pasta in Italy, tamales in Mexico, and suya in Nigeria. Every dish tells a story of heritage and belonging. India has strengthened its commitment to tradition through the Food Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahar Regulations 2022. preserving the authenticity, safety, and timeless wisdom of Ayurvedic foods. Ayurveda Ahar refers to food prepared in accordance with authoritative texts, using prescribed recipes, ingredients, and methods that promote holistic well-being. It extends beyond generic nutrition by embracing personalization, the idea that every individual's constitution or prakriti is unique. Food that is wholesome for one may not be suitable for another. Ayurveda Ahar thus offers the personalized nourishment, aligning meals with one's body type, season, and lifestyle for harmony of body and mind. In today's interconnected world, where food moves across borders, adherence to safety, hygiene, and labeling is essential. Regulations ensure that our traditional foods retain their authenticity while aligning with international benchmarks. For food is not merely sustenance, it is culture, medicine, and life itself. Join us in celebrating Ayurveda Ahar. Together, let's ensure safe, authentic, and nourishing food for all.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has made an appeal to reduce the amount of oil in food by 10%. Do you know why? Because eating too much oil can be dangerous for our health. It can harm the liver along with other organs of the body. It can make the liver fatty, which can cause many serious diseases. Therefore, reduce the amount of oil in your diet and choose healthier alternatives. Fruits, leafy vegetables, pulses, nuts, and whole grains are good for the liver. Exercise regularly and drink plenty of water. This will help in keeping your liver healthy. Your liver is a vital organ of your body. It is important to keep it healthy. Remember, the secret of a healthy life is linked to liver health. Take care of your liver and live a happy life.
जरा सोचिए, 2050 तक मोटापा बन सकता है एक राष्ट्रीय चुनौती। इसका असर हमारी सेहत और प्रगति दोनों पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन एकजुट होकर हम इस चुनौती से लड़ सकते हैं।
अगर आप खाने के तेल में कटौती करते हैं, अपने को फिट रखते हैं, तो ये विकसित भारत की यात्रा में आपका एक बड़ा योगदान हो।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आह्वान पर देश कर रहा है प्रण। तेल की मात्रा घटाएंगे, सेहत को अपनाएंगे, ज्यादा नमक और चीनी से थोड़ी दूरी बनाएंगे। अच्छा खाना, स्वस्थ रहना, यही है जीवन का सही तरीका। ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में बने भागीदार। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Science has now established that fasting has numerous health benefits. Fasting gives time to the body to detox, to utilize unused sources of nutrition such as fats. And fasting also cleans our stomach and gives us strength to face infections. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in a recent podcast has highlighted the various importance of fasting.
दूसरा मेरा अनुभव है कि आपके विचार प्रवाह को ये बहुत ही शार्पनेस देते हैं, नयापन देते हैं। आप एकदम से आउट ऑफ बॉक्स। मैं नहीं जानता हूं औरों का उपवास का यही अनुभव होगा, मेरा है।
The Honorable Prime Minister said that fasting enhances the capacity of the senses, making them more sensitive and aware. He also clarified that fasting is not just about abstaining from food. It involves a scientific process of preparation and detox. Fasting has many health benefits, such as reduction in risk of diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. Improved longevity, maintaining a balanced weight. In the words of Gandhiji, a genuine fast cleanses the body, mind and soul. This means that fasting in the right way not only removes the impurities of the body, but also purifies the mind and soul. That is, fasting is an effective means of holistic well-being because it balances our physical, mental and spiritual health. Do you also think that if there is no oil in the food, it has no taste? But just think how costly this taste can be to your health. Eating too much oil not only increases obesity and spoils digestion, but also has the greatest impact on your liver. Keeping in mind the increasing diseases caused by oil and the rapidly increasing obesity in the country, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has also appealed to the countrymen to reduce the amount of oil in their food by 10%.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Renowned liver expert Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen also spoke recently about how deep-fried foods cause serious harm to health, especially to our liver, which is the quietest but most vital organ of the body.
देखिए, हमारे जो भारत के सर्व लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि भाई खाने में ओबेसिटी को कम करने के लिए 10% ऑयल कम करें। मैं पूरा सहमत हूं उनसे। उन्होंने बहुत माइल्ड पोलाइट वे में सबको ये मैसेज दिया। डीप फ्राइड का मतलब है कि बहुत ज्यादा टेम्परेचर दोबारा से सेम ऑयल को यूज करें। वो डीप फ्राइड फूड जो है,
भाई माइक ऑन कर देना, माइक ऑन कर दो।
So, on the occasion of this World Liver Day, let us all take a pledge that we will protect our health and minimize the use of oil in food. Instead of frying, try healthier options like grilling, baking, steaming or cooking with less oil to retain the taste and health too. Remember, health is the real wealth.
अधिक वजन या मोटापा कई तरह की परेशानियों को, बीमारियों को भी जन्म देता है। आप तय कर लीजिए कि हर महीने 10% कम तेल उपयोग करेंगे। हम सब मिलकर छोटे छोटे प्रयासों से इस चुनौती से निपट सकते हैं।
दादाजी, 10% तेल कम करने से क्या होगा?
10% कम तेल मतलब कम कैलोरी और ज्यादा एनर्जी।
सही मायने में जीवन का स्वाद अच्छी सेहत में है। उसके लिए खाने में तेल, नमक, चीनी कम करना जरूरी है।
तो लो, अब से संतुलित खाना और स्वस्थ रहना ही है हमारे जीवन का मंत्र।
तो आज से हम सब मिलकर खान पान में दिखाएंगे समझदारी। कम तेल, नमक और चीनी से होगी बेहतर कल की तैयारी।
तो आप भी खाने में तेल की मात्रा घटाइए, सेहत की ओर कदम बढ़ाइए और ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में भागीदार बनिए। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Balanced eating habits are the first condition to avoid obesity. But do you know what is a balanced diet? No. Balanced diet means the right balance of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals in the food plate. Let us understand this in detail one by one. First of all, let us know about carbohydrates. It is necessary for energy in the body. We get it by eating grains, but not just rice and wheat. Adopt coarse grains like jwa, bajra, ragi, and eat more unpolished grains. And this is our bodybuilder, that is protein. For protein, consume pulses, beans, milk, cheese, eggs, meat, fish. Protein is necessary in every meal. The third is fats. Don't be afraid of fats. Consume healthy fats in the right amount and avoid unhealthy fats. By habit, we are fond of eating fried food and consume more fat. So it is important that we reduce the amount of oil or fat we use every day by 10%. Now let's talk about vitamins and minerals, which are very important for a healthy body and immunity. For this, you know that we should eat lots of seasonal and local fruits and vegetables every day. These are the best sources of nutrition. In this way, your plate now becomes healthy, and this is called balanced eating.
Hita hitam sukham dukham ayusya tasya hita hitam manam cha tacha yatroktam Ayurvedaha sa uchyate. In our land, food is heritage in its purest form. Every festival begins with it. Every celebration is marked by it. Passed down through generations, recipes become rituals. And food, revered as Anna, is cherished as the sustainer of life. Across India, food changes as swiftly as the landscape. Travel north and taste Punjab's sarson da saag with makki di roti. Move west to Gujarat, where the Gujarati thali balances sweet, salty and tangy notes. Journey south to Tamil Nadu for idli, dosa and rasam. In Bengal, seva macher jhol with steaming rice. Every state adds a thread, and together they create the colorful fabric of India's food heritage. Across the world, traditional foods define communities. Sushi in Japan, pasta in Italy, tamales in Mexico, and suya in Nigeria. Every dish tells a story of heritage and belonging. India has strengthened its commitment to tradition through the Food Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahar Regulations 2022, preserving the authenticity, safety, and timeless wisdom of Ayurvedic foods. Ayurveda Ahar refers to food prepared in accordance with authoritative texts, using prescribed recipes, ingredients, and methods that promote holistic well-being. It extends beyond generic nutrition by embracing personalization, the idea that every individual's constitution or prakriti is unique. Food that is wholesome for one may not be suitable for another. Ayurveda Ahar thus offers the personalized nourishment, aligning meals with one's body type, season, and lifestyle for harmony of body and mind. In today's interconnected world, where food moves across borders, adherence to safety, hygiene, and labeling is essential. Regulations ensure that our traditional foods retain their authenticity while aligning with international benchmarks. For food is not merely sustenance, it is culture, medicine, and life itself. Join us in celebrating Ayurveda Ahar. Together, let's ensure safe, authentic, and nourishing food for all.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has made an appeal to reduce the amount of oil in food by 10%. Do you know why? Because eating too much oil can be dangerous for our health. It can harm the liver along with other organs of the body. It can make the liver fatty, which can cause many serious diseases. Therefore, reduce the amount of oil in your diet and choose healthier alternatives. Fruits, leafy vegetables, pulses, nuts, and whole grains are good for the liver. Exercise regularly and drink plenty of water. This will help in keeping your liver healthy. Your liver is a vital organ of your body. It is important to keep it healthy. Remember, the secret of a healthy life is linked to liver health. Take care of your liver and live a happy life.
जरा सोचिए, 2050 तक मोटापा बन सकता है एक राष्ट्रीय चुनौती। इसका असर हमारी सेहत और प्रगति दोनों पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन एकजुट होकर हम इस चुनौती से लड़ सकते हैं।
अगर आप खाने के तेल में कटौती करते हैं, अपने को फिट रखते हैं, तो ये विकसित भारत की यात्रा में आपका एक बड़ा योगदान हो।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आह्वान पर देश कर रहा है प्रण। तेल की मात्रा घटाएंगे, सेहत को अपनाएंगे, ज्यादा नमक और चीनी से थोड़ी दूरी बनाएंगे। अच्छा खाना, स्वस्थ रहना, यही है जीवन का सही तरीका। ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में बने भागीदार। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Science has now established that fasting has numerous health benefits. Fasting gives time to the body to detox, to utilize unused sources of nutrition such as fats. And fasting also cleans our stomach and gives us strength to face infections. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in a recent podcast has highlighted the various importance of fasting.
दूसरा मेरा अनुभव है कि आपके विचार प्रवाह को ये बहुत ही शार्पनेस देते हैं, नयापन देते हैं। आप एकदम से आउट ऑफ बॉक्स। मैं नहीं जानता हूं औरों का उपवास का यही अनुभव होगा, मेरा है।
The Honorable Prime Minister said that fasting enhances the capacity of the senses, making them more sensitive and aware. He also clarified that fasting is not just about abstaining from food. It involves a scientific process of preparation and detox. Fasting has many health benefits, such as reduction in risk of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, improved longevity, maintaining a balanced weight. In the words of Gandhiji, a genuine fast cleanses the body, mind and soul. This means that fasting in the right way not only removes the impurities of the body, but also purifies the mind and soul. That is, fasting is an effective means of holistic well-being because it balances our physical, mental and spiritual health. Do you also think that if there is no oil in the food, it has no taste? But just think how costly this taste can be to your health. Eating too much oil not only increases obesity and spoils digestion, but also has the greatest impact on your liver. Keeping in mind the increasing diseases caused by oil and the rapidly increasing obesity in the country, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has also appealed to the countrymen to reduce the amount of oil in their food by 10%.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Renowned liver expert Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen also spoke recently about how deep-fried foods cause serious harm to health, especially to our liver, which is the quietest but most vital organ of the body.
देखिए, हमारे जो भारत के सर्व लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि भाई खाने में ओबेसिटी को कम करने के लिए 10% ऑयल कम करें। मैं पूरा सहमत हूं उनसे। उन्होंने बहुत माइल्ड पोलाइट वे में सबको ये मैसेज दिया। डीप फ्राइड का मतलब है कि बहुत ज़्यादा टेम्परेचर तक आप ले जाएं, फिर उसको ठंडा करें या फिर दोबारा से सेम ऑयल को यूज़ करें। वो डीप फ्राइड फूड जो है वो हानिकारक होता है। उसमें कई तरह के कार्बन के ऐसे एटम्स बन जाते हैं जो कि बैक्टीरिया का तो नुकसान करते ही हैं, पर वो कार्सिनोजेनिक हो सकते हैं।
So, on the occasion of this World Liver Day, let us all take a pledge that we will protect our health and minimize the use of oil in food. Instead of frying, try healthier options like grilling, baking, steaming, or cooking with less oil to retain the taste and health too. Remember, health is the real wealth.
अधिक वजन या मोटापा कई तरह की परेशानियों को, बीमारियों को भी जन्म देता है। आप तय कर लीजिए कि हर महीने 10% कम तेल उपयोग करेंगे। हम सब मिलकर छोटे छोटे प्रयासों से इस चुनौती से निपट सकते हैं।
दादाजी, 10% तेल कम करने से क्या होगा?
10% कम तेल मतलब कम कैलोरी और ज्यादा एनर्जी।
सही मायने में जीवन का स्वाद अच्छी सेहत में है। उसके लिए खाने में तेल, नमक, चीनी कम करना जरूरी है।
तो लो, अब से संतुलित खाना और स्वस्थ रहना ही है हमारे जीवन का मंत्र।
तो आज से हम सब मिलकर खान पान में दिखाएंगे समझदारी। कम तेल, नमक और चीनी से होगी बेहतर कल की तैयारी।
तो आप भी खाने में तेल की मात्रा घटाइए, सेहत की ओर कदम बढ़ाइए और ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में भागीदार बनिए। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Balanced eating habits are the first condition to avoid obesity. But do you know what is a balanced diet? No. Balanced diet means the right balance of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals in the food plate. Let us understand this in detail one by one. First of all, let us know about carbohydrates. It is necessary for energy in the body. We get it by eating grains, but not just rice and wheat. Adopt coarse grains like jwa, bajra, ragi, and eat more unpolished grains. And this is our bodybuilder, that is protein. For protein, consume pulses, beans, milk, cheese, egg.
Good afternoon all. All the participants who are in the lunch hall, please come to the downstairs. We are going to start the next session. Health and Food Safety Research. Professor Daskar directs cutting-edge research on the transmission of pathogens and AMR in the food value chain. Thank you for joining. And modernizing the food processing sector, enhancing food export potential, and fostering innovation and value addition within the industry. Thank you for joining us, sir. Now I request Dr. Milo Bistricki to set the context for this session.
Thank you very much, sir. Esteemed participants, dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, Aap sabhi ko namaskar. Let me at the beginning express my appreciation and convey my gratitude to the organizer of FSSAI for the invitation in this prestigious event. And I feel honored to participate in this session and involved in the content settings to highlight public-private engagement. And I'm delighted also to present a few of our outcomes from one of our components of the regional project that we are implementing. I was told to have only 10 minutes, so I promise I will be quick. We'll use Vande Bharat train expression. And so in case there will be other questions, I will be happy to answer during the coffee break. So at the beginning, I would like to also highlight the FAO's work on private sector engagement and how we are paying attention to this important area of work. So FAO has the strategy on private sector engagement. 2025 to 25 is the current resources for strengthening collaboration and creating partnership where various sectors can work together for the greater impact. So the objective is to leverage the private sector collaboration to enhance global food safety and support sustainable food systems and, of course, reduce foodborne risk. It is important to mention that the shared responsibility, and I will later present from our AMR project outcomes. So shared responsibility in antimicrobial resistance prevention, focus on improving practices through partnerships, and of course promote innovation, data sharing, but what is also important, future investment to promote public-private joint activities and mobilize investment in the AMR. So our regional AMR tripartite project consists of 5 components, and one component is related to the private sector. So to stimulate private sector to participate into control of AMR, increase their engagement in the work, and promote prudent use of antimicrobials, but highlighting also public-private partnership as a model or tool to mitigate the risk related to AMR. We were also focusing on the regulatory environment in which private sector is operating in the project, and that could improve related and the future strategies. The project in the region comprises of 9 countries, including India, and in the follow-up slides I will be focusing purely on the outcomes from India. So India has a vast and diverse ecosystem of animal-related industries, and the wide network demonstrates India's scale, depth in agriculture, aquaculture, and animal health, making it one of the world's most expansive livestock and the fishery sector. So sector-specific that were related to AMR and the meetings that we were trying to organize pertains the poultry, dairy sector, aquaculture, and the apiary for the various reasons, the trade and the public implication, of course. So the food safety issues, export rejection, especially for the particular commodity in terms of exceedance level of the residues, but of course, due to zoonotic transmission of AMR bacteria via food and the direct contact or the environment pertaining the health risk. So the workshop that we were organized touched those sectors. We particularly focused on the hotspot areas where are the most concrete commodity food producers in India. So we, in poultry, in aquaculture sector, fishery, dairy, and the apiary sector as well. So in total, we had almost 300 participants. Among those, more than 75 companies, more than 20 professional associations. But of course, those meetings will not be possible to arrange without the support from the government counterparts. So with support with the FSSAI, NFL Chennai, MPEDA, and of course, NDDB. So the outcomes from those meetings were try to identify private sector engagement areas that might be relevant for the future inclusion of in the National Action Plan and how to better involve private sector in the particular strategic objectives. Part of it, of those exercises, we also focus on the public-private partnership, using the public-private partnership model to either new or already existing processes, if those will better improve the current situation. So we were focusing on the aquaculture and in the dairy sector. For the dairy, it was the promotion and the rising awareness of the ethno-veterinary medicine, and with the MPEDA on the promotion of best management practices for tackling AMR using public-private partnership model. Here I would like to provide 5 relevant areas that we identified where the private sector expressed interest to be involved, to work with the government. So I will go one by one, but including I will also provide already some examples in companies in India that they are already carrying out those activities related to identified PSE areas. So first one is the data, and the areas of course pertains to surveillance, monitoring, traceability, and the residue detection. But as I said, some of the companies already are doing regular internal testing, but when we are talking about data, we also bear in mind the innovation. So some of those who are already applying precision farming, IoT, or smart farms in particular sector has also amazing impact on their overall and of course in the AMR mitigation as well. The same pertains on-farm biosafety evaluation system using online rapid assessment methods in their production farm, or using early head monitoring technologies. The second area pertains regulatory framework, where the interest pertains being really involved in the technical meetings and consultation processes during the new legislation revision and harmonization of policies. But it's also happening in some of the states. Already the private sector is participating in the technical council, and also having their own company policy related to improved food safety or AMR, AMU strategy. The third one, alternatives, and especially in those areas, the workshops that we carried out were highlighting the traditional medicine. India has a rich history and knowledge in the traditional Ayurveda medicine, herbal medicine, dealing with this area, the ethno-veterinary medicine, and especially in the states of the Gujarat, were used in the dairy sector. So thinking about the alternatives to antimicrobials for disease treatment and pre-disease prevention, alternatives and the feed-based strategies. Already, as I said, in Gujarat, many companies are already well advanced in this area. But besides, when we are mentioning the feed-based strategies of using alternatives such as probiotics, probiotics, increased vaccination program, etc. So there are already very interesting areas that might be used also relevant to other sectors, but also other states in India. The fourth one was the awareness and training, where the private sector highlighted their interest to being involved also in the campaigns related to AMR and awareness programs for best management practices. But this pertains also using certain model that can be used for their awareness raising. Below also some examples that the private sector is already actively involved, especially the AMR Silver Sheet Drive that is currently going on in 2025. And the last point was the certification, paying attention to and a better collaboration with the government in terms of policy and regulation in organic farming, antibiotic-free, and promotion of the national and compliance with the international standards, where there are also few companies that can share the experience already using the international standards, such as NSF, but or let's say using national standards or strict in-house program. So why I was saying all of this also experience from the private sector below, or highlighting their work, is that it is also one of the key goals to share experience and the practices, best practices among other sectors. So our goal was to also conduct a regional workshop that we had this year in June, inviting the project countries, including India. And this workshop aimed to share best practices among private sector, also highlighting the focus or stressing out the focus on the alternatives to antimicrobials. Part of the workshop exercise dealt also with how to improve regulatory framework in countries or in the region that will improve the private sector engagement environment that they are operating. Also, what relates to the feedback from the private sector that we received during the workshop, but also during the regional event, is that they are interested to build a partnership with the government and promote those activities. So let me, in my last slide, practically summarized in the few bullet points what we think is still necessary. It is to explore the public-private partnership opportunities in various food-producing and health sectors. And the opportunities how to strengthen the engagement of the private sector will best be reflected in the country's national action plan, which the cycle goes every 4 or 5 years, and relevant strategic objectives where the private sector can be included. Those areas that we identified, those 5 I mentioned in those bubble structure, was practically almost identical also, or very similar in other countries as well. So those particular activities with the support of the government can be included in the national action plan as well. The idea of using public-private partnership model provides better engagement and more sustainable model for the long-term activities. Part of those workshops, we will also trying to identify public-private partnership areas. I'm not mentioning in this slide, but we were identified almost over 20 areas where the public and the private sector can work together using the public-private partnership mode. This was based on the focus group discussion with both counterparts, so public and the private sector as well. So at the end, I would like to thank you very much, and also my highest appreciation goes to the colleagues from the FSSAI, namely to Dr. Al-Kharauji, Dr. Pankaj Minaji, Director of the NFL Chennai, Dr. Sanil Jacobji, and other FSSAI colleagues who were participating in our event and our colleagues in the FAO India. So thank you very much. Dhanyabad.
Thank you, Milo, for taking us through the fantastic work done by the FAO Pacific in India on AMR. And now I would request to Dr. Anderson to give a special address.
Thanks a lot. Now, I would actually start out going a little bit backwards in my talk, provide a little bit of background about the importance of antimicrobial resistance, then I'll come back to some of the roles of global trade and elaborate a little bit on what Milo actually said about certification schemes. Now, most of you know these figures, but they are actually mind-blowing. So if you look into the recent reports coming, and there's a number of them, the World Bank cited here, says by 2050, we have millions of people actually living in poverty, but it's not just living in poverty. As we speak here in our hospitals, in India and Africa, even in my country increasingly also, we have people we cannot treat simple blood infections anymore. So that's serious because we don't have antimicrobials that can treat them. What is mainly not so much known is actually it will negative impact our livestock industry as well. Let me just one more time here. So what you see up there is a decline. What we tend to forget when we make surveillance program for antimicrobial resistance is actually what is closest to the heart of the pharma and the industry is that they are able to treat the infections causing disease in the animals. So we need increasingly also to include in our surveillance program the veterinary clinical pathogens, because at the moment they are often left out of such programs. The cost by the trillion is of course staggering, so this is business also. The good thing is this is often a good investment case for government, both in the health sector, but actually also in the animal sector, to invest in different efforts where we can decrease the consumption and also decrease resistance. So we use antibiotics in animals. Actually about 70% or even more that we consume globally is used in animals. And that will increase simply because we eat more meat, we get wealthier, we have larger middle classes around the globe, and they want to eat meat in different ways. Still, although there may be legislation that is banning the addition of antibiotic as growth promoters in feed, 20% of countries are still doing this. The good news is, though, that according to the World Organization of Animal Health, we seem to see some decline even though we increase production at the same time. So that's good. I want to highlight this a little bit to you, because what we do here at the top is antimicrobial resistant bacteria and resistant genes. This is often what we measure when we do surveillance. But actually, before this is a real risk, which you see in the red box at the bottom, where resistant bacteria in food represent an added risk to consumers, a lot of things needs to happen. First of all, the bacteria or the genes need to persist preparation and cooking. The bacteria in the consumed food needs to be able to infect or colonize us or animals in this case also. The resistant bacteria needs to be able to cause disease, or the resistant genes need to be transferred to bacteria that can cause disease. Also, the disease needs to require an antimicrobial treatment. And then, if the treatment fails, if all these things happen, we have a real risk from antimicrobial resistance in food. And I'm saying that because we tend to focus just at the top and not do the risk assessment along that chain. Now, we do have evidence that use in animals actually have added to the problems we see in human medicine. If we take to the left the direct illness caused by our zoonotic pathogens, Campylobacter is a good example. We've used serofloxacin, enrofloxacin, these quinolones for quite a number of years. We are still doing it in livestock productions. And this has driven the resistance to ciprofloxacin, which is a key drug for treatment of Campylobacter infections in humans. The evidence is there. We have similar evidence for some of the Salmonella as well. We have much less evidence at what does all these resistant genes means we have in food. We still need to develop good models to possibly assess any additional risks from such presence. Now, I'll give examples of how global food trade increasingly plays a role on how livestock producers can use antibiotics. I'll also come back to the certification scheme briefly. And by that you'll see that AMR is already a food safety parameter. It is taking place. We see increasingly the private sector, as Milo was working with, that they actually voluntarily stop use of certain critical antimicrobials. Colistin, cephalosporins are some of these examples. So some of you will surely know that EU for a couple of years ago put out a regulation where there will be a prohibition of the use of certain antimicrobial products in animals or products of animal origin that are exported from third countries into the EU. That means that soon antimicrobial growth promoters can no longer be used in livestock where meat products is going to be exported to the EU. There will also be certain critical drugs that can no longer be used. So over the last 2 years, there's been a process where countries have provided information to Brussels and to become certified to continue their export. And in about a year from now, this will come into force. That will have major impact on big poultry producers globally, big beef producers that are currently using some of the critical, but also some of the antimicrobial growth promoters. Milo showed how the industries, also here in India, is actually already working with the certification scheme. These are some of the schemes I know work a little bit with in aquaculture. The Aquaculture Stewardship Council is a global brand, and it's important that you'll see there are so many certification schemes around. We've heard that trust and building trust is of key importance, and that also goes for these certification schemes. These certification schemes were not set up because of antimicrobial use and resistance, but if we look on them here, you'll see in the bullets here that actually some of them do contain needed things the farmers need to do that relates to the use of antibiotics. They need to have disease preventive measures. They need to use only antibiotics when necessary under the guidance and supervision of a veterinarian. They need to record in many different ways their inputs and use. Of course, they need to adhere to withdrawal periods. So already they play a role because increasingly livestock producers, in particular for export, are being certified by these schemes. We've heard in earlier presentation Codex doing a lot of good work, and actually Codex also have in the guidelines a number of different activities that support a prudent use. So in the future, the trade aspects, they already play a role. I would say they will play an increasing role. It'll be interesting to see after next year when the EU regulations come into force what kind of impact that will have. But we can also see increasingly big livestock producers, cooperatives and others take their own private sector initiative to stop use of certain critical antimicrobials. Argentina have stopped, for example, use of colistin by law, and they've been able to enforce that. And we've seen more and more examples of that. So we've heard that WTO and others are working in other areas, but they are also working in these areas. Actually, the World Bank, in the bank, they're considering, can we put an AMR lens on the loans we provide to this sector, similar to what is done for the climate change activities. It's not there yet, but at least it's being considered. We have a number of other measures that we can do to mitigate the use and support a prudent use of antimicrobials in livestock. Now, what I want to say here, which was highlighted earlier by some of my Danish colleagues, is and it's particularly important in livestock, if we want things to work, we need to do and work out things with the producers and the farmers, because they are the one that has to deliver. We have so much enforcement regulations collecting dust on shelves because they're out of context. They cannot deliver on it. The other thing is, I'm a veterinarian, and I should make money on being a good veterinarian. That means giving good advice to farmers so they can produce healthy animals that don't need antibiotics. I should not have my major income on selling drugs or getting a bonus from a pharmaceutical industry if I sell their products, because then I tend to forget to be a good veterinarian. There's a lot of other measures. Thanks. There's a lot of other measures you can pull down as a regulator. You can look on taxation. If you want vaccines used, take away the tax. Probably you're not earning a lot of money from that income anyway. And that can be an incentive for industry to have a broader and larger uptake of vaccines, for example. The International Center of Antimicrobial Resistance Solution, ICAS, was actually developed on this background by the Danish government for about 5 years ago. ICAS support low and middle income countries in testing different solutions and do the research around that to mitigate AMU and AMR. It provides funding and support, and it's done as a government-to-government collaboration where it's the local research institutions that are testing out these different interventions. And the aim is to really sort of bridge the gap between evidence, policy, and practice. You can look into the homepage yourself. ICAS is working now in a number of countries, both in health, in livestock and environmental sectors. Here in India, there's done different work. One is to look on new drugs. How can we sort of sustain that new drugs can still be used in a correct way, antimicrobial stewardship. We're working with that in a project here in India. CCAMP is supported to have calls for innovations, technologies on diagnostics, in particular within mastitis, for example. This is ongoing at the moment as we speak. We're proud also that India has been a mission partner since 2022, and we actually have Renu Swarup, that some of you know as the Vice Chair of the ICAS Board of Trustees. Now, in addition to that, Denmark is also, like you heard from Helle, my colleague in the previous session today, is aiming to establish good collaborations with India within the food and agriculture area. So EFSI, the Embassy, and the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration is establishing government-to-government initiative aiming to enhance food and feed safety, to sustain animal husbandry practices, and support a sustainable and resource-efficient livestock production. And that could potentially also include activities around antimicrobials and AMR. So that is a good platform now to start discussing and exchanging knowledge between the two parties. Finally, I've said it before, but I want to say it again. Healthy animals, and this is what we should try and strive for, they don't need antimicrobials. If they get sick, we should only provide them as little antimicrobials as needed. Thanks a lot here to FSSI. Thanks for inviting me. It has been a great opportunity to meet a lot of Indian colleagues. The session has been great so far. And it's actually also given me the opportunity to say hello to some well-known Indian faces I've seen in Copenhagen, because as part of this government-to-government support I showed you before, we are having some training courses within One Health and also antimicrobial resistance, where FSSI staff has been coming to Denmark, and then we'll actually have another batch coming in here to November, and I look very much forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anders. You have taken us through how risk of AMR is growing day by day and how new regulation is going to impact the business around the globe. Thank you very much. Now I request Sri A.P. Das Joshi ji to give his special address.
So, good afternoon to all of you. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, industry partners, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a responsibility to speak today on the issue that touches each and every household, that is food safety. Food is not just a commodity, it is nourishment, livelihood, culture and trust. When that trust is on the line, we jeopardize public health, consumer confidence and economic resilience. The earlier speakers, both Milo and Professor Anders, have already talked about a lot of technical issues, including on AMRs. So I will not touch upon that. Food safety is no longer just a background issue in agriculture or in trade. It lies at the very heart of sustainable growth, affecting farmers and processors, traders and regulators, retailers and consumers alike. Globalized supply chain mean that a single safety lapse in the remotest corner of the world can have a ripple effect across the continents. This reality calls for vigilance, innovation, and above all, strategic partnership. Ensuring food safety is not just the sole responsibility of the regulators, nor can it rest only with private enterprises. It requires very deep collaborations and very strong public-private partnership. The urgent need to educate farmers, FPOs, cooperatives on the responsible use of chemical in agriculture, emphasizing that food safety starts at the source by minimizing contaminants and promoting sustainable farming. Institutions like NIFTM should be setting benchmark by integrating cutting-edge innovation, including rapid testing kits and digital traceability into food processing. Technologies such as blockchain, IoT and AI are the spotlight or the game changers for compliance monitoring, traceability and quality assurance, essential for both domestic as well as for export market. Advancing food safety is not possible without continuous collaboration among farmers, processors, regulators like FSSAI, Codex and businesses, including leading consumer good companies and food startups. Technical sessions should bring together experts from government, academia, startups and leading food companies to discuss harmonizing regulations with global best practices, integrating indigenous rapid testing solutions and developing sustainable food value chain. To align India's food safety regulation with international standards, focused on evidence-based frameworks and grounded policy design. Industry associations are also requested for South-size-based models and nuanced product categorization to preserve innovation while safeguarding nutrition and public health. Schemes like Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana and PLI for food processing industry are designed to encourage private investment, capacity expansion and infrastructure development, all critical for a safe, more resilient food supply chain. A call is required for strategic public-private partnership and technological integration to build a robust food safety system across the globe. And that ecosystem, which protects public health, lifts consumer trust, and makes made in India food synonyms with the quality globally. At the end, let me thank FSSAI for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to interact with all of you. I look forward to a very productive and engaging session in the remaining time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for taking us through the shared responsibility starting from farmer to regulator and the food industry as well as the training and research institutes. Now I request Sri Rajit Punhani ji, CEO FSSAI, to express his gratitude to the eminent speakers. I request CEO sir to facilitate Sri A.P. Das Joshi ji. Now I request CEO sir to express his gratitude to Dr. Milo. I request CEO sir to express his gratitude to Professor Andre Dasgard. Now I request all the speakers and CEO sir to have a group photograph with all the speakers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, once again. And now I hand over this session for further proceeding to Mr. Salender.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are now entering an excitement segment of panel discussion on driving food safety through strategic public-private engagements. To moderate this session, I now invite Mr. Peter Donnellan to the stage. Mr. Peter Donnellan is a Deputy Head Standards and Trade Development Facility, and at WTO Geneva, he leads WTO efforts to promote sustainable agribusiness, enhance cross-border trade, advance market system development, address the intersection of trade and climate change, and foster inclusivity. I welcome you, sir. Next, we have Professor Abhinav Upadhyay. He serves as Associate Director in University of Connecticut, USA. He is an expert in food microbiology and safety with a focus on controlling foodborne pathogens brought out the food chain from farm to fork. I welcome you, sir. Another panel member is Ms. Khadija Latif. She serves as a Director of Trade Facilitation, Brunei Darussalam Food Authority. She has been working in the area for food safety for the last 17 years She focuses on food safety in import and export activities. Her experiences include negotiations in free trade agreements and attending various meetings both regionally and internationally. I welcome you, ma'am. Now we have Dr. Rahaizanwati Binti Abdul Rahim. She serves as a Principal Assistant Director, Livestock Industry Development Division, Department of Veterinary Services, Malaysia. I welcome you, ma'am. Now we have a well-known face, Dr. Sridhar Dharmapuri, as a panelist. Shri Dharmapuri serves as a Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer at FAO Regional Office for Asia and Pacific. He leads FAO efforts to enhance national food control systems, emphasizing the protection of public health and promotion of trade through safe value chains. I welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to call Ms. Meena Ala Adil Mohammed. She is Senior Food Inspector at National Food Safety Authority, Egypt, and she is noted for her expertise in areas of food safety implementation in food manufacturing, applied standards in practice, and ensured effective compliance across the food supply chain. I welcome you, ma'am. We will now proceed with the session. I now hand over the stage to Mr. Peter Donlan to moderate this session.
Sridhar, thank you so much, and thanks once again for the impeccable organization and leading up to today. So thanks. Without further ado, we'll get straight into some questions. We'll be lucky if we have 2 minutes each, keeping an eye on time. So just go straight to Professor Abiy, please. Could you briefly explain the USA's National Action Plan on AMR and its monitoring programs? Over to you, thanks.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So, in brief, the US National Action Plan for AMR control, it's in its second stage or second generation. It was started in 2015, went till 2020, and then now from 2020 to 2025, and it will be revised again. It has 5 major goals, to briefly summarize that. Number 1, and the most important probably, is slowing the spread of AMR bacteria and reducing infections which are AMR driven. That will save human lives and prevent the spread of AMR bacteria. Number 2, following that is a need for strong surveillance to identify where are the pockets for where AMR is developing and to see if we can develop some strategies to control that. Number 3, or the third goal, is strong or developing speedy diagnostic kits which can identify infections in humans which are AMR and then give those patients a rapid and accurate therapy for saving their lives. Number 4 is stimulating research for developing antibiotic alternatives. We heard with our previous speakers talking about antibiotic alternatives and their benefits. So that is one of the major goals for the National Action Plan. And last but not the least, to share knowledge and to stimulate global collaborations. That is one of the reasons I'm so happy to be here among you all. I took a 16-hour flight from US, but I have no worries about it. I'm so happy to be here, and this is part of our sharing knowledge and developing global cooperation. So back to you, Peter.
Professor Abiy, thank you so much. Yeah, well in the time limit there. Thank you. And bringing in surveillance and rapid diagnostics as well into the discussion. Thanks. Over to you, Ms. Khadija Latif from Brunei, please.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Peter. So basically, for Brunei, public-private partnership is actually to bring together regulators, industry, and consumer. So for us, the trust is actually absolutely essential. So one of the key strategies is to co-creating standards rather than imposing them top-down. So for example, in Brunei context, what we actually do is actually we provide the opportunities for the all stakeholders, such as industries and even public, to provide comments for our upcoming food orders last year. And even that, we also actually in setting up new standards, we also involve our food industries. So since for us, they are actually our partners. So, and therefore, they will be part of our standard working committee as well. So the second thing that for me, from my understanding, is actually you need to have transparent reporting, so which can build accountability and confidence between the PPP. Okay, and of course, the third thing that we should have is actually to have active consumer engagement, which ensures that the public will be well informed, and therefore they will be more supportive on all our initiative. So any awareness programs or stakeholder engagement is actually quite important for us. So, and I think finally combining all the three, I think the things that we would like to do, so it will have capacity building also for all stakeholders, and then so therefore which will create an openness and transparency for everybody, which actually will turn PPP to have a great partnership between all of us. Thank you.
Khadija, thanks so much for those strategies from Brunei to foster greater trust and collaboration between regulators and industry and consumers. Yeah, moving along, Dr. Rahai Zanwati Abdul Rahim from Malaysia. What lessons can be drawn from successful PPP initiatives in Malaysia and globally for empowering small and medium food businesses? Please, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. First of all, I would like to express thank you so much for FSSAI for inviting small country like me from Malaysia. Department of Veterinary Service provide Malaysia Milk Collection Center. Compared to the India, we only produce 43 million liters fresh milk per year. But Department of Veterinary Service provide milk collection center to cater around 700 small-scale dairy farmers that we aiming to strengthen milk quality and food safety control, increase milk receiving capacity to provide added value through processing. They empower smallholder farmers, small medium entrepreneurs, and cooperative, and support dairy growth by facilitating the production of high-quality dairy products for consumers. As you all know, PPP is as a holistic framework that we provide. Milk Collection Center provide facility for milk storage, processing, and logistics for small-scale dairy farmers. So, as a government, we provide facility, milk processing equipment, mini labs that especially now we are currently facing the AMR for milk testing, utilities, electricity, and extension of services. And however, on the cooperative or the vendor that will be using our facility, purchase raw milk from the farmers, sell milk to the processor, utilize storage facilities, and pay service charges to the government. And vendors purchase the raw milk from the farmers, utilize milk processing facility for value-added dairy products, and pay service charges to the government. So, upgrading milk collection center, we are currently upgrading some of our milk collection center to increase storage capacity, expand activities to include processing, cold room facility marketing, and comply with our own good veterinary hygienic practice. And our cert is aligned with Codex, that because we focus on biosecurity and disease control, safe food veterinary drug following withdrawal period to avoid drug residue in milk, cleanliness and sanitation, and traceability and record keeping, and animal welfare, food safety link. So I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Doctor, excellent. Thank you so much. These examples from Malaysia, those lessons. Thank you. Moving on, we'll come to Sridhar Dharmapuri from FAO Regional Office. A question for you, Sridhar. How can PPPs contribute to building sustainable and resilient food supply chains that align with both food safety and climate goals?
Thank you, Peter. So we do all realize this is a time for convergence. So food safety, nutrition, food security doesn't function alone anywhere. We are all part of a much larger food system and very complex ones, and which involves interactions with other actors as well as other kinds of change that we are facing, whether it's the lack of resources or whether it's climate change. So that's where the importance of public-private partnership comes in. So let me just illustrate with a few examples. So for instance, when we talk of the need for cold chains, so that food can be preserved longer and therefore have greater shelf life, then you could look into options such as solar charging or solar-based panels for cooling. It is actually a cost-efficient way in many countries where electricity is available only at a premium. So that's a place where government, call it subsidies or government schemes which promote solar energy for such initiatives would actually come in useful. Likewise, when you talk of sustainable packaging and to reduce the carbon footprint of agri-food value chains, that's the other place where partnerships with the private sector, government schemes or government incentives for sustainable packaging can come in useful. Likewise, on climate resilient crops, whether we use modern methods like biotechnology or CRISPR, or we even use traditional breeding or marker-based selection, again, that's a place where greater public investment in research, but where the commercialization is actually done by private companies would come in very useful. And one example which I would like, probably if I could just mention it here, if you all would want to look it up, is the FAO Global Food Safety Initiative collaboration, which actually looks into the sustainability aspects of food safety. So in summary, this is very much the way to go, because remember, food is in the private sector, whether we like to acknowledge it or not. Even farmers are in the private sector. So that's the way forward for a food systems approach to food safety. Over to you.
Sridhar, thank you, and thank you for that from FAO, and being so exact on 2 minutes on the nose, no less, as well. So yeah, we'll quickly move on. Miss Mina Adel from Egypt, a pleasure to have you join our panel. And how can PPPs help in building consumer trust in processed and imported foods? An angle from Egypt, please.
Okay. First, before I start, I would like to thank FSSAI for this opportunity to be here with distinguished college and with distinguished colleague and expert from around the world. There is no doubt that public-private partnerships are increasingly recognized worldwide as a cornerstone for effective food safety system. Food safety is a shared responsibility. No single regulator or company can achieve it alone. When Egypt established NEFSA under the law of number 1, 2017, it was created as a public legal entity with a board of trustees and board of directors that bring together representatives from different ministries. This structure reflects itself a model of partnership, in ensuring that food safety governance is not isolated but inclusive. In developing regulation, NEFSA follow international reference like Codex Alimentarius, ensuring that standards are science-based and globally recognized. During this process, representatives from food industry sector are also consulted to provide their perspective on practical implementation as long as it doesn't compromise food safety. There is another example we do in Egypt. We done a partnership with Jumia to ensure that food sold online comply with safety requirement, and also we partnered with healthcare authorities to secure safe food in hospital. This example shows that public-private partnerships are not abstract concepts. There are practical tools that bring regulator, industry, and society together.
Mina, thank you so much, and I'm very pleased with such a well-behaved panel. And even given the notice from the organisers, we can launch straight ahead into our second questions. But we can have 1 minute each for these, please. Okay, so Professor Abhinav, back to you. Your second round question: how can PPPs accelerate research on antibiotic alternatives and reduce AMR risks? Please, in a minute.
Oh, that's a great question. I think in order to, PPPs are central to controlling AMR spread and the negative impacts of it. From the industry perspective, we have the benefits of scaling up a research project, developing field trials, developing a product which can be then commercialized. Academicians brings the strength of knowledge, expertise, of new ideas, and then these two teams can then develop integrated grants which can be then used for developing new ideas and then taking it to a product level. From a regulatory standpoint, they can help with, the governments can help with developing standards, developing the necessary regulations to, which can then help these grants develop their product. So that's in very brief how the PPPs can be excellent for controlling AMR. Back to you.
Excellent, thank you so much, Abby. We'll go back to Brunei. Khadija, how can digital platforms and data sharing mechanisms improve transparency and accountability in food safety governance, please?
Okay, thank you. So this is like a very good question, actually. So basically, with the new IT, so like for example, blockchain and IoT, so tools can provide us with the real-time traceability of food products. So therefore, I think that will be one of the how it actually can improve transparency and accountability in food safety governance as well. And then when we have actually inside the new system or any data sharing, there's always a common digital dashboard. So where actually can help regulators and even industry to monitor any compliance more efficiently. And then, so we do have also some consumer-facing apps. So for example, TikTok, or I mean, if it's in Brunei context, it's called Mamam and GrabFood. Okay, so this will have. They have these apps can improve trust by showing the origins of the food or any certifications for the food. So of course, this will have help. To improve the transparency within the food industries and as well as with the regulators. I think, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, and this word trust again, and yeah, we hear it all the time, and the transparency, and as was mentioned before, trust begins with what? It begins with trustworthiness as well. So all of this helps. So please, yeah, back to Malaysia. Dr. Rahai Zanwati binti Abdul Rahim. So another question for you. How can PPPs support capacity building and training of food handlers, particularly in the informal and SME sectors, please?
Thank you, Mr. Peter. I'm very good for your effort to pronounce my long name. You just can call me Wati only. Okay. Yes, PPP-driven training have materially simplified certification and compliance for many small business. As we look to the Malaysia, we provide milk collection center that by provide this building, and we have mini labs to cater small farmers, and we provide the training in the building itself with the vendor itself that can combine together, helps together to create, to comply the food safety. As you can see, shared infrastructure milk collection center to facilitate train small business. This is to comply the food safety regulatories. And as we can see, PPP also helps harmonize practice with Codex Alimentarius and international standards with our local food safety certification. So PPP-driven training powers empower food handlers and producers to meet regulatory and buyer requirements. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sridhar, we're in the home leg now. We never thought we'd get here, your second question, but here we are. What role can industry-led pilots and private labs play in strengthening AMR surveillance, and what barriers limit industry participation? Sridhar.
Well, essentially it was the awareness of industry, especially the bigger companies, which actually noticed the danger that AMR poses to human health, but also to food safety. And that's why many industries formed consortia and they formed partnerships so that they could source from safe supply chains or supply chains which were largely free of antimicrobial use or used it well within the limits that are prescribed by Codex. So these initiatives, and particularly because these are led by the big firms, which are all over the globally popular all over, that actually provides a very good picture on how AMR can be reduced, how AMU can be surveilled and reduced, and how other smaller entities can then pick up from there. Overall, it contributes to safe agri-food value chains, and I think that's where the importance of PPP comes in. And I think we'll see more of it going forward from here. Thank you.
Sridhar, thank you so much. That is why we are all here. And final question, Ms. Mina Adel. Question to you, bringing up metrics.
key indicator. First, by the direct impact on food safety outcome, it can be measured through the reduction in foodborne illness, fewer product recall, and higher compliance among manufacturer and supplier. If we take it from operational efficacy, include effective inspection, trained staff, and quick detection and response to risk. If we take it from the perspective of the strengths of the partnership itself, we can measure it through how many active stakeholders participate. This is why PBB in the end play a crucial role in safe trade, ensuring that both local and imported food meet the safety and requirement.
Thank you so much. And Shailander, I think we managed to do it. And just before I hand back to you, it would be remiss of me not to plug what the Standards and Trade Development Facility recently published, Public-Private Partnerships for Improved SPS Systems and Safe Trade Facilitation Practitioner Guide, developed with all the working group members of STDF, including FAO, WOA, WHO, and the Codex, and all the team, IPPC, etc., and our donors as well. So please check that out in the STDF website, and you can learn about the why, the what, and the how. The end. Thank you, Shailander. Back to you. Still have time. We still have time. Please, if anybody has questions from the floor for our panel, we were working so hard to get there within the 20 minutes allotted, but we are floating over. So please, any hands being raised? We have a hand here, I see you. Can we get a mic? There's a mic just, hello? There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Richa Pandey. I am from a startup. And I was waiting for this session to happen. My question is, how a startup like ours, we are a data-driven organization. We crowdsource our data from public, and which is why we think that we can be the link between the public and the regulatory authorities. How do we integrate? What are some ways we can integrate? We can play our role to spread consumer awareness, to do data analytics, to provide our data to the organizations and play our part.
Excellent, thank you. Strengthening consumer awareness. Anybody on the panel like to respond?
Yeah. Well, very quickly, let me plug in Codex. Work with Codex, work with Codex India. It has several committees. I'm sure you can participate and give in your data and help them to strengthen their position when they go to Codex.
Thank you. Abhinav as well, you want to respond?
Sure. And if I can add to what Sridhar said, at least for US, we have granting mechanisms for small businesses. They are called Small Business Entrepreneurial Research Grants. If there are something similar here, you could definitely look into it. That gives you the startup funds to expand your idea and maybe take it to a level where you can then use it for consumers.
Thank you. Yes, please.
All right. Thank you. I think just to add on, I think for regulator perspective, we actually welcome if you actually have any data or actually you want to discuss. Actually, for food industries, we actually in Brunei context, we actually welcome you to share with us if there's any initiative or is there any things that you would like to do. So that's why I give example just now when we're actually setting our standards, we actually give the opportunity for the industry to come with us and then work together with us because for us, we feel that the food industry is our partners. Thank you.
Exactly. Excellent. Question here, the front row.
Hello, I am Dr. VP Sharma. My point is for the quality management system at the global level that although we are running with the different ISO 17025 or others, there is a strong need of strengthening the QMS in QA and QC both as well as for the policy, documentation, and true spirit implementation at the global level, and also the continuous training program. It can be called HR, it can be called capacity building, or any otherwise, including the legal framework, because there are certain gray areas where we need to understand the regulation and implementation in the true spirit. So I look forward from the panel that how we can really go ahead in this direction.
Continuity of capacity building. Anyone like to respond? Sridhar?
Yeah. Thank you. So, to put it very simply and in a few words, when we are talking about SMEs, MSMEs, and the hundreds and thousands of street food vendors, it's more about codes of practice, so that they have a simple list of practices that they can follow and serve safe and hygienic food. When you get into more organized sectors, which are companies, small, large, or even multinationals, that's when we get into true and hardcore standards, ISO, Codex standards, which are normative texts, but only companies have the resources to actually go in for a full-scale certification. The third thing is always then to raise awareness among the public about standards, in the sense that a standard involves 3 steps. There is a standard, there is a scheme owner, there's a certification process, there's an accreditation process. So, and all these things need to go through without any conflict of interest. So that's the secret to actually having a system that fosters standards implementation across all levels of food safety.
Thank you, Sridhar. Shailander, over to you. Thanks. Thanks for the questions from the floor.
No more yellow slips except one. So now I invite Shri U.S. Dhyani ji, Executive Director, to the stage to express the gratitude to the guest speakers. Yes. Now I request U.S. Dhyani ji to facilitate Dr. Peter Donnellan. Ms. Khadija Latif. Dr. Rahizan Wati Binti. Sridhar Dharmapuri. Miss Meena from Egypt. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Milo, Dr. Anders, and our team members, Muhammad Amir, Mr. Abhin, Ms. Gitika, to the dais for a group photograph. Please. And Dr. Rakesh. Please, Dr. Rakesh. Yes, please. Thank you, everyone.
So good afternoon, everyone, and don't go anywhere. We have an interesting session on combating obesity, nutrition, fitness, and consumer awareness. We have got eminent speaker and speakers such as 2 cricketers, nutritionist, a para-Olympian, and of course 2 secretaries also who are going to address the audience. So stay tuned for, in next 2 minutes, we'll start the session on obesity. And we are waiting for one more speaker, after which we will start. So maybe you can take a bio break for 2 minutes and come back. This session gonna be power-packed, riveting, and engrossing. So I'm sure that you're all gonna enjoy this session. 2-minute bio break. Come back after 2 minutes for the session on combating obesity. Meanwhile, I request my team to quickly change the nameplates on the dais. I would urge all the volunteers from FSSAI to, after 2 minutes, bring them back. After 2 minutes, we'll start a very interesting session on combating obesity, nutrition, and fitness and consumer awareness.
Hita hitam sukham dukham ayusya tasya hita hitam manam cha tacha yatroktam ayurvedaha sa uchyate. In our land, food is heritage in its purest form. Every festival begins with it. Every celebration is marked by it. Passed down through generations, recipes become rituals, and food, revered as Anna, is cherished as the sustainer of life. Across India, food changes as swiftly as the landscape. Travel north and taste Punjab's sarson da saag with makki di roti. Move west to Gujarat, where the Gujarati thali balances sweet, salty, and tangy notes. Journey south to Tamil Nadu for idli, dosa.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Just for your kind information, we have the former Indian cricketer and cricket coach RP Singh here with us. We also have here with us, so big round of applause for RP Singh. We also have Padamjeet Sherawat ji, a famous motivational speaker, music composer, and also cricket commentator. So big round of applause for Sherawat ji also. We also have Ankur Dhama ji, India's first para-Olympian. So big round of applause for Ankur Dhama ji. An iconic media personality, Anjana Om Kashyap, is also with us. And yeah, she's here. So एक जोरदार तालियों से मैम का स्वागत करें. That is the reason I told you to stay tuned, stay glued to your seat. We'll start the next session in 2 minutes. We also have Selvi, nutritionist specialist from UNICEF India. So big round of applause for Selvi also. This is the last session of GFRS 2025, and I'm sure this is going to be engrossing, riveting, and engaging session. I would urge volunteers not to. Everyone is requested to kindly take your seat. FSSAI volunteers, you are kindly requested to take your seat. Those who are outside, please come back. In next 2 minutes, we are going to start the next session. Please stay tuned, stay at your seat. You will get ample opportunity for getting photo clicked. Don't worry about getting photo clicked. You'll get. Everyone, please stay tuned, stay on your seat. You will get opportunity for photographs. Our volunteers are requested to kindly bring everyone inside audit to. All volunteers are requested to kindly bring. Please bring participants inside the hall. In next 2 minutes, we will start the session. And you will get ample opportunity to get photo clicked. Don't worry about it. Please. I would politely urge all the attendees not to bother the dignitaries of the day today. Everyone, please come inside. We are going to start the session shortly. Volunteers are requested to kindly, please don't bother the dignitaries. You can take your seat. You'll get enough opportunity for photo clicked. I would urge all the attendees not to bother our dignitaries, help them. Yeah. Just tell them to. Stage committee, please help the dignitaries. Stage committee members are requested to please help the dignitaries for the session. Please help them. Stage committee members are requested to kindly help the dignitaries. Please don't overcrowd that place, everyone. Please, you will get ample opportunity to get photo clicked. Please, everyone. Bhavna, yes, please go back to your seat. Everyone, please go back to your seat. Especially the members from FSSAI, please go back to your respective seats. Please go back to your seat, except the volunteers. Except the volunteers, everyone please go back to your seats. Students, volunteer, member of stage committee, please help all the dignitaries of the day, please. Everyone, please go back to your seats. Please go back to your seat. Please, everyone, go back to your seat. Meanwhile, IT is requested to kindly play a filler. As we wait for one more speaker, I would request IT to play a filler. Yes.
Safety,
Thank you so
and
much.
timeless wisdom of Ayurvedic foods. Ayurveda Ahar refers to food prepared in accordance with authoritative texts, using prescribed recipes, ingredients, and methods that promote holistic well-being. It extends beyond generic nutrition by embracing personalization, the idea that every individual's constitution or prakriti is unique. Food that is wholesome for one may not be suitable for another. Ayurveda Ahar thus offers the personalized nourishment, aligning meals with one's body type, season, and lifestyle for harmony of body and mind. In today's interconnected world, where food moves across borders, adherence to safety, hygiene, and labeling is essential. Regulations ensure that our traditional foods retain their authenticity while aligning with international benchmarks. For food is not merely sustenance, it is culture, medicine, and life itself. Join us in celebrating Ayurveda Ahar. Together, let's ensure safe, authentic, and nourishing food for all. Hita hitam sukham dukham ayusya tasya hita hitam manam cha tacha yatroktam ayurvedaha sa uchyate. In our land, food is heritage in its purest form. Every festival begins with it. Every celebration is marked by it. Passed down through generations, recipes become rituals, and food, revered as Anna, is cherished as the sustainer of life. Across India, food changes as swiftly as the landscape. Travel north and taste Punjab's sarson da saag with makki di roti. Move west to Gujarat, where the Gujarati thali balances sweet, salty, and tangy notes. Journey south to Tamil Nadu for idli, dosa, and rasam. In Bengal, seva macher jhol with steaming rice. Every state adds a thread, and together they create the colorful fabric of India's food heritage. Across the world, traditional foods define communities. Sushi in Japan, pasta in Italy, tamales in Mexico, and suya in Nigeria. Every dish tells a story of heritage and belonging. India has strengthened its commitment to tradition through the Food Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahar Regulations 2022, preserving the authenticity, safety, and timeless wisdom of Ayurvedic foods. Ayurveda Ahar refers to food prepared in accordance with authoritative texts, using prescribed recipes, ingredients, and methods that promote holistic well-being. It extends beyond generic nutrition by embracing personalization, the idea that every individual's constitution or prakriti is unique. Food that is wholesome for one may not be suitable for another. Ayurveda Ahar thus offers the personalized nourishment, aligning meals with one's body type, season, and lifestyle for harmony of body and mind. In today's interconnected world, where food moves across borders, adherence to safety, hygiene, and labeling is essential. Regulations ensure that our traditional foods retain their authenticity while aligning with international benchmarks. For food is not merely sustenance, it is culture, medicine, and life itself. Join us in celebrating Ayurveda Ahar. Together, let's ensure safe, authentic, and nourishing food for all.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has made an appeal to reduce the amount of oil in food by 10%. Do you know why? Because eating too much oil can be dangerous for our health. It can harm the liver along with other organs of the body. It can make the liver fatty, which can cause many serious diseases. Therefore, reduce the amount of oil in your diet and choose healthier alternatives. Fruits, leafy vegetables, pulses, nuts, and whole grains are good for the liver. Exercise regularly and drink plenty of water. This will help in keeping your liver healthy. Your liver is a vital organ of your body. It is important to keep it healthy. Remember, the secret of a healthy life is linked to liver health. Take care of your liver and live a happy life.
जरा सोचिए, 2050 तक मोटापा बन सकता है एक राष्ट्रीय चुनौती। इसका असर हमारी सेहत और प्रगति दोनों पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन एकजुट होकर हम इस चुनौती से लड़ सकते हैं।
अगर आप खाने के तेल में कटौती करते हैं, अपने को फिट रखते हैं, तो ये विकसित भारत की यात्रा में आपका एक बड़ा योगदान हो।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आह्वान पर देश कर रहा है प्रण। तेल की मात्रा घटाएंगे, सेहत को अपनाएंगे, ज्यादा नमक और चीनी से थोड़ी दूरी बनाएंगे। अच्छा खाना, स्वस्थ रहना, यही है जीवन का सही तरीका। ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में बने भागीदार। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Science has now established that fasting has numerous health benefits. Fasting gives time to the body to detox, to utilize unused sources of nutrition such as fats. And fasting also cleans our stomach and gives us strength to face infections. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in a recent podcast has highlighted the various importance of fasting.
दूसरा मेरा अनुभव है कि आपके विचार प्रवाह को ये बहुत ही शार्पनेस देते हैं, नयापन देते हैं। आप एकदम से आउट ऑफ बॉक्स। मैं नहीं जानता हूं औरों का उपवास का यही अनुभव होगा, मेरा है।
The Honorable Prime Minister said that fasting enhances the capacity of the senses, making them more sensitive and aware. He also clarified that fasting is not just about abstaining from food. It involves a scientific process of preparation and detox. Fasting has many health benefits, such as reduction in risk of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, improved longevity, maintaining a balanced weight. In the words of Gandhiji, a genuine fast cleanses the body, mind and soul. This means that fasting in the right way not only removes the impurities of the body, but also purifies the mind and soul. That is, fasting is an effective means of holistic well-being because it balances our physical, mental and spiritual health. Do you also think that if there is no oil in the food, it has no taste? But just think how costly this taste can be to your health. Eating too much oil not only increases obesity and spoils digestion, but also has the greatest impact on your liver. Keeping in mind the increasing diseases caused by oil and the rapidly increasing obesity in the country, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has also appealed to the countrymen to reduce the amount of oil in their food by 10%.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Renowned liver expert Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen also spoke recently about how deep-fried foods cause serious harm to health, especially to our liver, which is the quietest but most vital organ of the body.
देखिए, हमारे जो भारत के सर्व लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि भाई खाने में ओबेसिटी को कम करने के लिए 10% ऑयल कम करें। मैं पूरा सहमत हूं उनसे। उन्होंने बहुत माइल्ड पोलाइट वे में सबको ये मैसेज दिया। डीप फ्राइड का मतलब है कि बहुत ज़्यादा टेम्परेचर तक आप ले जाएं, फिर उसको ठंडा करें या फिर दोबारा से सेम ऑयल को यूज़ करें। वो डीप फ्राइड फूड जो है वो हानिकारक होता है। उसमें कई तरह के कार्बन के ऐसे एटम्स बन जाते हैं जो कि बैक्टीरिया का तो नुकसान करते ही हैं, पर वो कार्सिनोजेनिक हो सकते हैं।
So, on the occasion of this World Liver Day, let us all take a pledge that we will protect our health and minimize the use of oil in food. Instead of frying, try healthier options like grilling, baking, steaming or cooking with less oil to retain the taste and health too. Remember, health is the real wealth.
अधिक वजन या मोटापा कई तरह की परेशानियों को, बीमारियों को भी जन्म देता है। आप तय कर लीजिए कि हर महीने 10% कम तेल उपयोग करेंगे। हम सब मिलकर छोटे छोटे प्रयासों से इस चुनौती से निपट सकते हैं।
दादाजी, 10% तेल कम करने से क्या होगा?
10% कम तेल मतलब कम कैलोरी और ज्यादा एनर्जी।
सही मायने में जीवन का स्वाद अच्छी सेहत में है। उसके लिए खाने में तेल, नमक, चीनी कम करना जरूरी है।
तो लो, अब से संतुलित खाना और स्वस्थ रहना ही है हमारे जीवन का मंत्र।
तो आज से हम सब मिलकर खान पान में दिखाएंगे समझदारी। कम तेल, नमक और चीनी से होगी बेहतर कल की तैयारी।
तो आप भी खाने में तेल की मात्रा घटाइए, सेहत की ओर कदम बढ़ाइए और ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में भागीदार बनिए। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Balanced eating habits are the first condition to avoid obesity. But do you know what is a balanced diet? No. Balanced diet means the right balance of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals in the food plate. Let us understand this in detail one by one. First of all, let us know about carbohydrates. It is necessary for energy in the body. We get it by eating grains, but not just rice and wheat. Adopt coarse grains like jwa, bajra, ragi, and eat more unpolished grains. And this is our bodybuilder, that is protein. For protein, consume pulses, beans, milk, cheese, eggs, meat, fish. Protein is necessary in every meal. The third is fats. Don't be afraid of fats. Consume healthy fats in the right amount and avoid unhealthy fats. By habit, we are fond of eating fried food and consume more fat. So it is important that we reduce the amount of oil or fat we use every day by 10%. Now let's talk about vitamins and minerals, which are very important for a healthy body and immunity. For this, you know that we should eat lots of seasonal and local fruits and vegetables every day. These are the best sources of nutrition. In this way, your plate now becomes healthy, and this is called balanced eating.
A very warm welcome to everyone. I am Siddharth Roy, Principal Manager, FSSAI. And on behalf of FSSAI, it is my privilege to welcome you to this insightful panel discussion on combating obesity, nutrition, fitness, and consumer awareness. Today, we are honored to have a distinguished panel of experts and guests who will share their valuable insights on this important topic. Now, we invite Ms. Nidhi Khare ma'am, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, to the stage. Welcome, ma'am. An IAS officer of the 1992 batch from Jharkhand cadre, ma'am has led key initiatives in consumer protection, rural development, land resources, finance, taxation, health, and governance reforms at both the center and in the state. We warmly welcome you, ma'am. Now, please welcome Shri Hariranjan Rao, Secretary Sports, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Sir is a 1994 batch IAS officer of the Madhya Pradesh cadre, who has also served with distinction as Additional Secretary in the Prime Minister's Office and has led key initiatives in sports, urban affairs, and tourism. We invite you on stage, sir. May I now request Shri Hariranjan Rao, Secretary Sports, to do the context setting for the session. Welcome, sir.
respected Srimati Nidhi Khare Madam, esteemed guests sitting in the audience, and all the colleagues and friends here present in this hall. Well, this is the last session, but I think one of the most important sessions, dealing with almost everybody's lives. The title is, for this session, Combating Obesity, Nutrition, Fitness and Consumer Awareness. So therefore, rightly so, we have Secretary from Consumer Affairs Ministry sitting here. She will share her thoughts shortly. And you also have the context being set by Secretary Sports, Government of India, because I think fitness is something which can quite effectively balance the ill effects of wrong food habits. So how fitness can make a dent into our overall lives is what is the session all about. So the theme of this session would be to have diverse, nutrient-rich diet for a healthier nation. How do we do that? How do we improve the nutrition literacy in the country, harnessing the power of sports and fitness, which in some parts I will cover, and then also promoting label reading. So we can now claim in India to be a country where citizens are aware enough to start reading the labels and make sense out of it. And a lot of initiatives are being done by FSSAI, which I will talk about, and also enabling consumers for taking an informed choice to combat the obesity. So this is the large theme and the context in which we will all be discussing in next few minutes here. The global scenario about obesity is not very encouraging, so to say. In 2022, around 16% of the adults in the world, they were actually suffering from living with obesity, and this is almost double of what it was in 1990. To stop obesity and have a plan for this, on the 75th World Health Assembly in 2022 called for a major action worldwide and expected all the countries to join hands for this campaign. Interestingly, this is also one of the Sustainability Development Goals, goal number 3, specifically precisely target 3.4, which says that by 2030 we should reduce by 1/3 premature mortality from non-communicable diseases. And one of the major reasons for non-communicable disease is diabetes and cardiovascular diseases, which are all related to obesity. So there is a strong case for fighting this challenge of obesity in the society, which is a silent killer, as they say. Interestingly, FSSAI has taken many good steps in the past and in the recent past. It has launched something called certification programs, which includes Eat Right School, Eat Right Campus, Eat Right Station, Eat Right Fruits and Vegetable Market, Eat Right Place of Worship, and Eat Right Street Food Hub. So these are all very interesting ways of trying to create awareness. I take a lot of pride in sharing with all of you. I come from Department of Sports, and I am also the Director General of Sports Authority of India. We have large number of SAI training centers for elite sports in the country. Some of them are National Centers of Excellence, some of them are SAI training centers, where elite sports persons who participate in Olympics and Asian Games and win medals, they get trained there. They stay there in the campus. I'm saying this with pride that one of our campuses in Bangalore, which is considered to be one of the mecca of participation in Olympics from India, because our Indian hockey team, men, women, everybody gets trained there. They stay there, they practice there. And the mess in that campus is one of the Eat Right campus certified by FSSAI, and it is absolutely world class. Not because it has got beautiful lighting or it has got wonderful chairs in the dining hall, just because the chef and the entire team there, and I visited that mess quite in detail and had a long conversation with all of them.
everybody in that kitchen is conscious about right food, right eating. In the sports lexicon, nowadays we say that you cannot win a medal in Olympics just by practicing. Everybody practices. Every athlete puts her and his hard work in trying to achieve a particular level. The differentiation comes only when you also start applying methods of sports science and nutrition. So nutrition makes the major difference toward the end when an athlete wins a medal or loses a medal by a few points. So anyway, in that context, I wanted to compliment FSSAI. There is one more point I wanted to share before I start this small 10-minute presentation on Fit India campaign. We also in the sports face a huge challenge of doping. Many of you are aware about it, you might have heard about it. It's a very big challenge worldwide, and the doping happens because there are substances which are consumed by athletes knowingly sometimes and unknowingly sometimes to enhance their performance, but these are prohibited drugs, and if they are found in your blood sample or urine sample, the athlete can be banned for 4 years or sometimes even the lifetime. That's a very harsh punishment on an athlete. However, you will be surprised to know that many of the nutritional supplements which are being sold or being promoted by our fitness centers, gyms, gym trainers, they're actually not certified. So I'm grateful to FSSAI because now recently, last month in August itself, 2 of the laboratories have been certified by FSSAI. Sports Ministry took that initiative. So National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, and NIPER in Hyderabad. Now these 2 labs are accredited labs, and now it is mandatory for anybody who is selling any product in India for giving a nutritional supplement for bodybuilding and creating muscles and all, they have to get the certification, and the labs are actually going to test that those products do not have any prohibited substance which is internationally not acceptable. So that will save a lot of our athletes from getting into a trap for unknowingly consuming something which their gym trainers told them to consume and finally getting banned by World Anti-Doping Agency. But even if all the producers and genuine suppliers start taking the FSSAI certification and start putting the label on their products, unless and until we do an awareness campaign for athletes and every citizen to be able to understand, read the label and then take an informed choice. That is one of the agenda for today. Now with those words, I just want to quickly take you through what we do in Fit India campaign, which is one of the major component of this exercise in terms of maintaining the healthy life balance. This campaign was actually launched by Honorable Prime Minister on 29th August 2019 with a very clear vision to make fitness as a national culture and not just an individual pursuit. The guiding slogan, "Hum fit to India fit," is essentially, it captures the essence that the personal health is linked to national strength. Similarly, fitness ka dose आधा घंटा रोज. For those friends of mine who have come from non-Hindi speaking areas, this means 30 minutes of fitness regime every day will be enough to take care of your health if you are committed and if you are sincere. The idea is to make it a people's movement, and we have been achieving that and moving further in that direction. This actually mission, Fit India mission, it integrates multiple interconnected campaigns. As you can see, large number of campaigns being written there on the screen. Eat Right Awareness, International Yoga Day, Fit India Freedom Run, Sundays on Cycle, and so on. Idea is that unless and until the awareness campaigns are interwoven and they are not hanging in isolation, they will have a ripple effect to be able to get connected. Now, the public health challenge is a dual health challenge. One is, of course, the rising prevalence of obesity, And the other major challenge is that we are not able to give equal attention to our daily fitness regime. So, as I said, India now bears the burden of highest global diabetes patients in India, in world. And we would like to convert India to be a health capital of the world. So this can only happen when we are conscious about it. Prime Minister's key message to the Prime Minister's key message to fight obesity campaign has been amplified by our athletes, whether it is Manu Bhakar or Neeraj Chopra or film stars and all, because idea is that it has to be a people's movement. On 23rd February 2025 this year, Honorable Prime Minister in his Man Ki Baat gave a clarion call that we need to reduce consumption of oil by 10% in our life. We just saw the video of that, which was again a national campaign against obesity. So the again idea is that key health initiatives can have a major impact. Now let me just take you to Sundays on Cycle. Just give one example. This is something which we launched last year. More than 1 million citizens have participated in this. 77,000 locations have been covered. Every Sunday in the morning for 1 hour, all over the country, people go in groups to do cycling. The idea is to create an awareness campaign and also make people adopt to cycling more and more. And it also helps in carbon reduction. It's also a solution to the pollution. There is something called Fit India mobile app, which is again, idea is to provide a free of cost mobile app to every citizen, which is accessible, but it can be personalized. It offers guided workouts, nutritional tips, health quizzes, and even insight into carbon savings. So again, a small initiative. Now, the wellness equation we need to understand, nutrition plus fitness. Fit India philosophy basically rests on the simple but profound equation that as much calories you consume, so much you must burn. And if you are slightly obese, try to burn more than what you consume. If we are mindful of our eating and if we are mindful of our movements and the exercise that we do, it is going to be fairly all right. So the combined impact of this energy balance will be that we will have much better and faster results, but it requires massive awareness campaign, and that is why this session today. And I'm just trying to share with you the various initiatives that people are taking. Thank you very much. This is the part of fitness. And now I will request Madam Shrimati Nidhi Khare to share her thoughts on consumer awareness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hari. Rajat Punani sir, Madam Anjana Om Kashyap ji, Rahul Tewatia ji, and respected dignitaries, distinguished regulators, policy makers from across the world, senior colleagues from FSSAI, eminent scientists, academicians, representatives of industry and consumer bodies, my colleagues from civil society organizations, media, and most importantly, the voice of consumers who inspire us to remain steadfast in our mission. It's really an honor to be with you this afternoon at the Global Food Regulators Summit convened by FSSAI as part of World Food India 2025. It's a privilege to deliver this keynote address in the session devoted to a theme that resonates deeply with the mandate of Department of Consumer Affairs, combating obesity, nutrition, fitness, and consumer affairs. At the very outset, let me say that this summit reflects the collective will of the governments, regulators, industry, civil society to recognize that right to safe, nutritious, and honestly represented food is not merely a sectoral concern, but a matter of public health, consumer trust, and sustainable development. The issue of obesity, which has now assumed proportions of a silent epidemic across nations, is not only about individual lifestyle, about their choices or about their genetics. It is intimately connected with the ecosystem of consumer information, the design of our markets, the influence of advertising, labeling, and the extent to which consumers are empowered to make informed choices about what they eat. When we look at obesity, today even girls of 15 years old, they are bothered about obesity. We've all been paranoid about, our rising weights and never been in shape. So when we look at obesity through the consumer lens, the role of Department of Consumer Affairs becomes both clear and also vital, because this is basically to act as custodian of consumer rights and to ensure that there is no unfair or misleading practice which compromises the health of our citizens. I must emphasize that our starting point in combating obesity is not only nutrition science or medical advice, but it is basically recognition of consumer rights. And how? A consumer has a right to be informed. A consumer has a right to choose. A consumer has the right to be protected from unfair trade practices, including those that manipulate their perception of food products. So when the labeling of a product hides crucial nutritional information, or when an advertisement exaggerates health benefits, when digital marketing or influencer endorsements create a false impression of wellness, then the consumer's right to health and safety is really compromised. Obesity becomes, therefore, not merely a health issue, but also a consumer rights issue. The Department of Consumer Affairs has been consistently acting to address this intersection of consumer protection and public health. Under the Consumer Protection Act 2019, the Central Consumer Protection Authority, CCPA, was established as a statutory body with the explicit mandate to curb unfair trade practices, misleading advertisements. This includes the right of the authority to direct withdrawal of false or misleading claims, to impose penalties on manufacturers, endorsers, and publishers, and to protect consumers from deceptive information. Over the past 3 years, CCPA has taken very, very decisive actions in food sector, addressing health washing, scrutinizing nutrition claims, ensuring that what is promised in the marketing is consistent with what is delivered in the product. These actions are not abstract regulatory interventions. They are basically concrete measures which are aimed at ensuring that Indian consumers are not misled into making unhealthy choices. Now, globally, WHO has emphasized that transparent labeling is one of the most cost-effective public health interventions. According to WHO's 2022 global report, effective front-of-pack labeling can actually help reduce the burden of non-communicable diseases by encouraging healthier choices and pressurizing manufacturers to reformulate their products. Now, in India, this is particularly very, very critical. Most of the studies of the National Institute of Nutrition have found that a significant portion of packaged foods marketed as healthy, they actually contain excessive amounts of sugar, salt, fat, that exceed WHO's guidelines. And we have been writing to FSSAI a number of times to actually make sure that the labeling is accurate, it does not hide, or it does not actually exaggerate on its claim. So in recent years, a term that has gained a lot of traction in regulatory circles worldwide is health washing. So it refers to a practice of presenting food product as healthier than it truly is. So for example, there would be advertisers who would be saying that their product is healthier than maa ki roti or maa ki roti dal, So basically, what it is basically telling is that the processed food is far better than what you get as an everyday, something which is home cooked, something which is freshly cooked, but of course you feel that it is not very trendy. So for example, a breakfast cereal may boast high in fiber in very large prints, but it may contain sugar levels so high that it qualifies as a high sugar product under the WHO definitions. Similarly, a packaged snack may claim baked, not fried. So this sounds healthy, but still it may be laden with sodium and artificial additives. There could be fruit-flavored drinks which may depict ripe fruits on its label, on its packaging, but it may contain only 2 to 3% of fruit pulp. So this health washing is therefore not harmless. It actually influences consumer behavior, especially among vulnerable groups like children, the elderly, or people with specific dietary needs. Now, recognizing the complexity of modern advertising and labeling, CCPA has issued sector-agnostic guidelines that are highly relevant to food products. We came out with guidelines for preventing of misleading advertisements and endorsements for misleading advertisements 2022. These guidelines explicitly made sure that material evidence or material facts need not be hidden. So which means if you are making an omission, it cannot be treated as an innocent mistake. Similarly, all claims needed to be substantiated, which means unless you have some scientific study to back up what you are claiming, you should not claim. The endorsements must be genuine. The celebrities, influencers should have actually used the product. This is very, very important. We find, Olympians who are following a certain very, very, they are also openly saying that they eat only the mother's cooked food. But then they are making endorsements for something which is ultra-processed food. So this does not sit well. There is also a special protection for children, where we have also said that we need to ban unhealthy food promotions during children's program. So these are very, very fundamental, very, very important, critical steps that CCPA has taken. Similarly, we have also come out with guidelines for prevention and regulation of greenwashing or misleading environmental claims. So there are food products which basically use the terms like organic, natural, farm fresh, sustainably sourced, or environmentally friendly. All these misnomers, or say very highly exaggerated claims, actually are made without any substantiation. So CCPA has actually taken action. We took action against a claim which said whole wheat 5-grain crackers. So this claim suggested a wholesome multigrain product, but the investigation found that it is only 13.3%, which was whole wheat and grains, with refined flour making up to over more than 50% of that product. The company withdrew the misleading packaging after CCPA's intervention and submitted an undertaking to the CCPA not to do it again. Similarly, there was a label which said Doctor's Choice edible oil. Now the brand name misled consumers into believing that the product was actually recommended by medical professionals, which was not the case. So CCPA ordered inclusion of a disclaimer clarifying that it is merely a trade name. It's not even a claim. So what they have done is they have gone ahead, taken out a trade name. Then there was another one which I was referring, Milk Bikis, Doodh Roti Ki Shakti, 100% atta. The marketing equated the product with traditional homemade food. This label also did not support this claim, and FSSAI recommended its withdrawal after CCPA's referral. Again, there is another product, Real Fruit Juice, which is marketed as a health drink. The product actually contained additives and acidity regulators, which are inconsistent with its positioning. The matter was again referred to FSSAI for its corrective action. So both CCPA and FSSAI have a long journey in this regard. We've shared our objectives. in ensuring accuracy and integrity of food claims. So we are basically combating several other diseases also, which is hypertension, anxiety, and so many other things. But combating obesity is not just about enforcement, it is equally about awareness, literacy, and empowerment. And in the Department of Consumer Affairs, we have actually opened a National Consumer Helpline, which is positioned as a trusted channel for grievance redressal and also as a source of data for identifying recurring patterns of consumer distress in food sector. Let me also highlight an emerging area of concern that connects obesity with digital economy, the use of dark patterns. Now these are manipulative online design practices that nudge consumers to their carts through a pre-ticked box by upselling HFSS foods during checkouts. Now these, you may think that you have not ordered, but there is a pre-ticked supposition that you may be liking, this particular product. It may be it may not be very costly. So most of the consumers simply ignore. They do not know that they are being manipulated into accepting something which they did not order. And therefore, Department of Consumer Affairs has issued guidelines for prevention and regulation of dark patterns. It is the first of its kind in the world, and these guidelines prohibit online platforms from deploying deceptive interfaces, manipulative countdown timers, or forced consent mechanisms. So by addressing these dark patterns, we are not only safeguarding consumer choice, but also directly preventing the digital marketplace from pushing unhealthy consumption that exacerbates obesity. We are engaging with industry through consultations and advisories, emphasizing that integrity in marketing is not just a legal obligation, but it is also a business advantage. It is important that companies provide true, honest, transparent information and build consumer trust and loyalty. And we are seeing increasing willingness amongst responsible businesses to self-regulate. And we need to encourage this trend by recognizing best practices and their positive, the positive reactions. Let me conclude with a reflection. Obesity is often described as an epidemic of excess. We say too many calories and too little exercise, but that's not just the only thing. So from the perspective of consumer affairs, obesity is also an epidemic of misinformation and imbalance, which means too much of marketing, too little transparency, too many claims, and too little substantiation. Too many manipulative tactics, too little consumer empowerment, and therefore, if we address these imbalances, if we restore honesty to food marketing, clarity to labeling, fairness to digital design, and awareness to consumers, then we will definitely take very, very decisive steps in combating obesity. Department of Consumer Affairs stands committed to this mission, and we will continue to act decisively against misleading practices to empower consumers with knowledge and to work alongside with FSSAI and global regulators to ensure that every consumer has a right to make informed, healthy, and fair choices. Combating obesity is not just a health imperative, it is basically a dream that has to be won. And as I said in the beginning, that Consumer Affairs is basically working very much with the FSSAI, and we keep ourselves, in fact, many a times we also help in strengthening the information feedback system, the complaint system, and I'm sure that as long as consumers remain at the heart of our policies, I'm confident we can build a future where markets are fairer, choices are clearer, and our citizens are healthier. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your insightful address highlighting the urgent need for behavioral change, nutritional literacy, and integrated strategies to combat obesity. Now may I kindly request CEO FSI, sir, to felicitate the distinguished guests of the session for their significant contributions to today's discussion. May I request, sir, to kindly felicitate Nidhi Khare, ma'am. I now request, sir, to kindly felicitate Shri Hari Ranjan Rao, sir. May I request all the dignitaries on the stage to join for a group photograph, please. Now we shall start the panel discussion for the session. Before that, may I kindly request our distinguished guests on Ms. Nidhi Khare ma'am and Shri Hari Ranjan Rao, sir, to please take their esteemed places in front row. Volunteers are requested to please guide the guests for the same. I now request my colleague Sahil to begin the panel discussion, please. Sahil.
Thank you so much, sir. And now let's set the tone for an exciting and insightful panel discussion. Leading us today is none other than the incredible Padamjeet Sherawat, a cricketer, iconic sports commentator, motivational speaker, music composer, and well-known television anchor. A big round of applause for Padamjeet ji. Our next panelist is Ms. Anjana Om Kashyap, Senior Managing Editor, Anchor with Aaj Tak News. She has excelled across all genres of news with her in-depth and incisive debate, interviews, and analysis. Big round of applause for ma'am. Next up, we have Mr. Rudra Pratap Singh, cricket coach and former Indian cricketer. A fiery left-arm fast bowler, he made a sensational test debut against Pakistan in 2006 with 5-wicket haul. A star of India's 2007 T20 World Cup winning squad. Today, he continues to enthrall fans with his sharp insight as commentator, including for Asia Cup. We are honored to introduce Mr. Ankur Dhama, an Indian para-athlete who has proudly represented the country in running events at major international competition, including 2016 Rio Paralympics. In recognition of his remarkable achievement, he was conferred with prestigious Arjuna Award in 2018. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ankur Dhama on stage. We are delighted to introduce Ms. Sylvie Chamwa from UNICEF India, a global leader in the field of nutrition. She has been instrumental in spearheading national advocacy campaign and contributing to global nutrition knowledge. Let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Sylvie. We are delighted to invite Mr. Rahul Tewatia, the dynamic left-hand batter, leg spin all-rounder, having played for Rajasthan Royals, Delhi Capital, and Punjab King. Now he represents Gujarat Titans in IPL. A true game changer with both bat and ball. He continues to thrill fans across all tournaments. With this, now I hand over the stage to incredible Padamjeet Sherawat ji to lead us through the insightful conversation. Over to you, Padamjeet ji.
Seema ma'am. Seema ma'am, how can we start without you?
Sorry.
We always save the best for the last.
Sorry.
आपके एक हाथ का दूसरे हाथ से एक नाता है, ताली बजाने में क्या जाता है?
I'm so sorry, ma'am. Joining us now, Ms. Seema Chandra, a pioneer in food media and public health. She has hosted acclaimed shows like Guilt Free and steered NDTV's leading food portal for 15 years. Continuing her journey, she hosts a wellness podcast in good taste. We are delighted to invite you, ma'am. And with this now, I hand it over to you, Padamjeet.
Please. A fit body is the best fashion statement. And that is my opening statement. A fit body is the best fashion statement. And before I invite every panelist to speak at least for a minute for the opening statement, I'd like to tell you what I believe fitness is. We sportsmen only know about one thing: play sport, you'll stay fit. Sport is about those incredible moments where sheer human will and desires overcome the odds. खेल रहा है इंडिया तो खिल रहा है इंडिया. एक जमाना हुआ करता था आज से 12-15 साल पहले, जब हम कहते थे पढ़ोगे लिखोगे बनोगे नवाब, खेलोगे कूदोगे बनोगे खराब. वो बदल गया. पहली लाइन सेम है, पढ़ोगे लिखोगे बनोगे नवाब, खेलोगे कूदोगे बनोगे लाजवाब. Sport gives you hope where once there was only despair. Sport is about struggle, about deadlocks where nothing seems to happen in spite of much effort, but the moment you start to enjoy, results start to follow. The best thing that sport will ever do to you is, it'll build your character. Sport, what then does is, it keeps you fit. Physically fit, mentally fit. खेल शरीर को नहलाता भी है पसीने से, मन को बहलाता भी है. खेल शरीर तोड़ता भी है, खेल रिश्ते जोड़ता भी है. पर सिर्फ स्पोर्ट खेलने से, as Nidhi ma'am said, just by doing that you cannot be fit. What is the intake? Eat right, look bright. Your body is a store, not a dustbin. Food should not be a short-term benefit. It has to be a long-term investment. What you eat in private, ladies and gentlemen, you wear in public. And now I'll begin by someone who actually, when the names were being announced, got the maximum round of applause. The lady on to my right needs no introduction. ये टीवी पे अकड़ वालों की हेकड़ी निकालती हैं. इनकी रिसेंट एक रील चली, उसमें इन्होंने कहा, बड़ी अच्छी मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर में बाय द वे, इन्होंने उसमें देखिए सुनिए क्या कहा, जिंदगी का सार है. अकड़ शब्द में कोई मात्रा नहीं होती, मगर ये अलग अलग मात्रा में पाया जाता है. Ladies and gentlemen, with the opening statement, your very own Anjana Om Kashyap. Madam.
No, I thought you were going to ask me something. Padam, I met like years back when we were in Z News together, I think, and you were in Z Sports. But the interesting part of this entire journey is that in journalism, he has been with sports and I have been with news. But I think we're doing okay, right? Fitness-wise? We're both doing okay.
You're doing better.
No, we're both doing okay. We're all doing great. At this age, you can hardly complain about whatever little inches you gain here and lose there. But I want to come to the topic that we are here for. I think ये बहुत गंभीर विषय है, and because we have a lot of international guests here, I would like to speak in English so that they can also relate with this. So, combating obesity is what we're here to discuss. And I think it's very important that we all realize that eating healthy is very important, but being healthy in your mind is also equally important. Ask me, it's such a task when I have to talk to my children and convince them that the biggest innovation for fat loss in this universe is vegetables. They're not ready to accept that. I mean, they look for shortcuts, for instant. There's this substitute for food that you start eating and you'll be fine. Huh, RP? RP will tell us if he's taking any protein substitutes or not. No, you don't?
I tried only once in my life.
Pick up the mic, let the guys hear.
So protein powder is very popular in sports culture. In my entire life, I had only one box protein powder. That's it. Because one of my trainer told me that there are many things which you can eat. No need to have a protein, extra protein, because it can cause you at some point kidney or liver, whatever. It's better to have a natural food. So that's what I followed. Maybe that's why I'm the only fast bowler in my country. Without surgery, I played like 10, 12 years.
See, this is what I was saying. There are no shortcuts. Every day you have to struggle with yourself, right? You have to decide every morning what are you going to have, and by the evening you're going to be like, "Aaj bahut kha liya yaar." That stress that you build on. So I think it's a way of life. If you think I'm going to diet and the next day I'm going to eat well, and then weekends you don't gain if you eat extra, it doesn't work like that. You have to make it a way of life, and I think wo sabse important hai. But staying healthy is very important, and I think I'll just end it before the others get a chance to speak, is keep a tiebreaker mode on. We're running, right? We're all competing against each other. We're all in some race in life. But with your health, it's a tiebreaker between your heart and your mind. You want to eat it in moderation. Please realize your biggest enemies are sugar and salt. Do not compromise on that, because in the long term, you cannot undo what you've already done. Some damage to yourself with that. But otherwise, stay away from processed foods, stay away from too much of salt, sugar, and I think you're doing just fine in life. Moderation is the key. The tiebreaker between your heart and mind. पदम सोचने लगा कि ये tiebreaker कहाँ लगाना है?
नहीं, मैंने हमेशा सीखा है, every good orator is a good listener. भगवान ने दो कान एक मुख दिया है, तो सुनना बहुत जरूरी है, especially जब अंजना ओम कश्यप बात कर रही है.
You're just overrating me here. Everybody's going to expect God knows what, and I'm just a very, very normal.
I'm trying to bring the anchor out of you. How does it feel, by the way, to sit on the other side for so long?
It's so interesting, and I thought that it should be a nice interaction where everybody is speaking rather than a formal thing, and we can even take questions from the audience. And yeah.
Sylvie ma'am, can we have the opening comment from you? We just spoke about protein. How safe? Now, this is a very, very practical question. I face it in my house every day. How safe is the protein shake?
Okay. 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 I am not going to talk about protein shake, because in UNICEF we are not towards the sport environment and nutrition for food substitutes, exactly. What I would like to bring today is some data, maybe a bit boring, but so important also.
No, please go on, ma'am.
To know the scale of the problem. Recently, UNICEF has published a global child nutrition report on the obesity, overweight epidemic. And we know now that globally, obesity among school-age children and adolescents from 5 to 19 years old have surpassed underweight, which is the first time in decades, first time ever, in fact. So it is a real global issue. Underweight prevalence in children 5 to 19 years old have declined since 2000. From around 13% to 9%, and obesity has increased from 3% to around 9%. 1 in 10 school-age children, that is around 188 million, are now living with obesity, so that is huge. In India, 4 million children under 5 and 66 million adults are overweight and obese. Ultra-processed food, aggressive marketing are identified as the major driver. Cheap, energy-dense, low-nutrient foods are widely available. Healthy food are often less available, affordable, or accessible. So I think it's very important to have those data in mind to understand the scale of the issue, and all of us as individuals, as family, as communities, as decision maker, as health professional, as a celebrity and influencer, we need all of us to have one voice for healthy diet and Eat Right India and Fit Right India. Thank you.
अंकुर धामा, ladies and gentlemen, पैरा-एथलीट एंड अर्जुन अवार्डी. अंकुर, आपकी स्माइल देख के हर कोई यहाँ पे मुस्कुरा उठा है. तो पहला सवाल आपसे वही है कि ये शाम आपके लिए क्या मायने रखती है, और प्रोटीन शेक का आप कितना सेवन करते हैं?
देखिए, शाम ये बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त और गंभीर है, लेकिन आप सबके यहाँ होने से ये शाम जमा भी हो रही है.
नहीं, हम तो ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आप इतने फिट कैसे हैं. पहले वो बताइए. 3 टिप्स बताए बिना आप नहीं जा रहे हैं यहाँ से.
देखिए, प्रोटीन शेक का सबसे पहले पूछा सर ने. हमें चीज़ों को एक्सेसिव भी नहीं करना है, यानी कि अति किसी चीज़ की बेहतर नहीं है. तो हमको सब ये ध्यान रखना है कि हम चीज़ें बैलेंस में लें. अगर किसी भी प्रकार से हम उपलब्ध नहीं करा पा रहे हैं अपने खाने में प्रोटीन, तब आप एक अच्छे एक्सपर्ट एडवाइजरी के साथ प्रोटीन शेक इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. वरना हमारे पास इतने इनफ नेचुरल सोर्सेज हैं जिनसे हम अपना प्रोटीन की डिमांड पूरी कर सकते हैं.
अब अंजना के सवाल का जवाब दे दें आप.
देखिए सर, जो 3 चीज़ें मुख्य हैं, सबसे पहले है, मैं समझता हूँ, कंटिन्यूटी. किसी भी चीज़ को हम बार बार करेंगे तो वो बढ़ेगी, घटेगी. अगर यानी कि हम बैड फूड हैबिट रखेंगे तो वो बढ़ेगी, यानी कि इससे हम डायरेक्टली कह सकते हैं बैड फूड हैबिट से ओबेसिटी. दूसरा मैं बात करूं, हम लोगों को चाहिए एक कंटिन्यूअस ट्रेनिंग. आप अच्छे सुबह शाम किस समय भी आपके पास समय हो, आप अच्छा व्यायाम कीजिए, स्ट्रेंथ ट्रेनिंग कीजिए, यानी कि आप कुछ भी रेजिस्टेंस घर पे रह के स्क्वाट्स, पुशअप्स कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. साथ ही साथ आप पैदल चलिए और अपने आप को, यानी कि भारत तो वैसे भी योग गुरु देश है, तो आप योगा करेंगे तो आप फिट रहेंगे. दूसरा
चलो,
और साथ ही साथ मैं बताऊंगा सर, मैं यहाँ पर एक जरूर कहना चाहूंगा, जिस तरह हमारे यहाँ पे कहा जाता है 100 बीमार 1 अनार, लेकिन ओबेसिटी के साथ उल्टा है, 1 ओबेसिटी 100 बीमार.
वेल डन लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. अंकुर धामा, इन्होंने बात की सवेरे उठने की. मैं एक दिन सवेरे उठ नहीं पाया जल्दी, तो मैंने अलार्म जो बजा था उसको ऐसे दबा के मैं सो गया. तो जब मैं दोबारा उठा तो मेरे अंदर एक कोट जागा ओरिजिनल. मैंने लिखा, आज सुबह फिर अलार्म बजा, तूने फिर उसे दबा दिया, आती किस्मत को फिर भगा दिया. आज सुबह फिर अलार्म बजा, तूने फिर उसे दबा दिया, आती किस्मत को फिर भगा दिया. किस्मत आई थी सोच के कि ये उठे तो मैं इसका कुछ करूं, अब तू सोता ही रहता है तो मैं क्या करूं. So at the end of the day, we can just talk from the stage. You will have to do it on your own. खुद से जिद कर, काम ये आज कर अब कर, कोई दूजा तेरे लिए करने ना आएगा, ये जमाना कल तेरी खिल्ली उड़ाएगा. खुद से जिद कर, काम ये आज कर अब कर. सीमा मैम, I'm dying to take that first question from you, and your first comment, and I'll touch upon obesity. When you see it in children, it's very, very scary, ma'am.
Yes, it is. Sorry, yeah. It's a brilliant topic, I think, to discuss. And I think the sad bit is that historically, we in India always eat very well. It is a problem, which is, I think, as statistics and as ma'am has just spoken to us, it's a fairly recent problem. And so I'm very hopeful that with behavior change, we can do something about it. We can reverse it. That's number one. And secondly, I'd like to say that as food influencers today, there's a huge responsibility on all of us to not get carried away, to lean on science, most importantly, and not just make half-baked claims. And I think with the digital medium and with social media being as popular and, consumed constantly, especially by children today, all of us have a responsibility to turn around and question ourselves that are we correct? Are we being transparent? And are we putting commercial interests in front of our own, what's good for the public? I think that's time we do that.
Yes, ma'am. And while I was, I took a morning flight from Bhubaneswar today morning. While I was in the flight, तो मुझे ख्याल आया कि कुछ नया आज क्या लिखा जाए, क्या बोला जाए. We are talking about obesity, right? तो जो मैंने लिखा हूं मैं आपके सामने पढ़ के सुना रहा हूं. मैंने लिखा कि मैंने इमेजिन किया कि मैं किसी ब्याह शादी में गया हूं. वेटर आया, गुलाब जामुन लाया, मन ललचाया. वेटर आया, गुलाब जामुन लाया, मन ललचाया. सोच मेरी भाग गई, लप लप मेरी जाग गई. सोच मेरी भाग गई, लप लप मेरी जाग गई. ये गुलाबी रुत क्या करके रहेगी? विल पावर को चाशनी में डुबो के रहेगी.
ओबेसिटी से भगा रहा है या हमें भड़का रहा है और खाने को?
सुनो तो सही, खत्म नहीं होगी. विल पावर को चाशनी में डुबो के रहेगी. मैंने फिर गुलाब जामुन को देखा. उस गुलाब जामुन में मुझे मेरा डाइटिशियन दिखा. फिर मैंने कोने में एक मोटा शख्स देखा. उसमें मुझे गुलाब जामुन का नतीजा दिखा. मैंने खुद को कहा, पैडी 2 मिनट का मजा है, उसके बाद 24 घंटे का रिग्रेट है. अगर तू ये 2 मिनट खुद पे काबू पा लेगा, 2 मिनट का डिसिप्लिन और फिर पूरे अगले 24 घंटे 48 घंटे का मजा. सो यू हैव टू चूज पेन ऑफ रिग्रेट which is going to be long lasting, or pain of discipline which is just for 2 minutes. For just those 2 minutes you need to avoid that gulab jamun. Pain of regret or pain of discipline. Keep thinking. Last panelist for the first comment actually is a fighter. There was a match going on in IPL and his team was trailing and he had scored 4 runs from 21 balls. I was doing commentary in that game and I was saying today is not his day. It was not his day. But life and sport teaches you one bad phase does not mean you have a bad game. One bad game doesn't mean you have a bad match. One bad match doesn't mean you have a bad life. The same man, an over later, hits 5 sixes in an over. What is the moral of the story? Moral of the story is, जब दिल जिद पे अड़ा हो तो सामने कोई भी खड़ा हो. उन्होंने कहा कोटरेल साहब को, जो जिनका वो सैल्यूट करते थे, जो बॉलर थे वो कोटरेल साहब थे, वो आते थे विकेट लेते थे, सैल्यूट करते थे, उनके सैल्यूट भगा दी इन्होंने. तो इन्होंने कहा आपका वक्त है, उड़ लीजिए, मेरा आएगा, उड़ा दूंगा. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, राहुल तेवतिया. राहुल, पहला सवाल यह है कि वो पारी खेलने के बाद क्या खाया था? पहले नहीं, अच्छा पहले क्या खाया था और उसके बाद क्या, दोनों बताओ.
तब नहीं याद है.
उस मैच में कमेंट्री याद है?
हाँ, आपकी वो सुन के, वर्ड सुन के बड़ा मजा आ गया था. मतलब शॉर्ट से ज्यादा अच्छी कमेंट्री लग रही थी.
ओहो.
पर कई दूसरों की बुरी भी बहुत लगी थी. तब थोड़े बबल वाला टाइम था, क्वारंटीन चल रहा था, तो तब मैंने डाइट स्टार्ट करी थी, कुछ नई डाइट बबल में रह के जो इजीली अवेलेबल है. तो तब उससे पहले मैंने किनोवा सैलेड खाई थी. हाँ, और उसके बाद मैच के बाद ऑब्वियसली खाने के लिए डांट खानी थी, घर वालों से डांट खानी थी. जो कमेंटेटर से वो घर वालों ने सुन के, मतलब बहुत बुरा लगा था उनको कई कमेंटेटर से सुन के. पर हाँ, उसके बाद जो अगले दिन जैसे मीडिया प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस और जो भी हुई, और उसके बाद जैसे मेरा सीजन गया तो घर वाले काफ़ी खुश थे.
राहुल, आप एक मॉडर्न डे क्रिकेटर का अवतार है, ठीक है? आप बताइए इस सभा को कि मॉडर्न डे क्रिकेटर किन किन चीजों से खाने में परहेज करता है.
सबसे पहली चीज़ तो सबने आजकल अपने न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट रख लिए हैं, सब बहुत ज़्यादा न्यूट्रिशन पे और डाइट पे बहुत ज़्यादा फॉलो करते हैं। ट्रैवलिंग हो, सबसे मुश्किल होता है ट्रैवल, जब हम ट्रैवल कर रहे होते हैं तब डाइट का ध्यान देना, तो दैट्स द मोस्ट डिफ़िकल्ट टाइम कि हम अपने आप को कैसे उस टाइम पे कैसे हेल्दी खाने के साथ ट्रैवल कर सकते हैं। तो आजकल वो स्टार्ट हो चुका है कि घर से खाना ले जाने वाला काम हो गया है कि ट्रैवलिंग कर रहे हो तो अगर आप इतना ही ज़्यादा ध्यान दे रहे हो तो एक मील पे कई कबार सोचते हैं कि एक ही तो मील है, एयरपोर्ट पे कुछ खा लेंगे, पर नहीं, आजकल वो बहुत ज़्यादा चेंज हो गया है कि एक मील है जो वो भी घर से ले जाने वाला स्टार्ट हो गया है, क्योंकि खाने को लेके सब बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्शियस हो चुके हैं।
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आरपी स्विंग मेरे साथ बैठे हुए हैं और मेरा सौभाग्य इनके साथ बड़ी कमेंट्री की है, बड़े जिंदगी के सुखद लम्हे इनके साथ बिताए हैं। आरपी, खेल की महत्वता, खेल शरीर के साथ क्या करता है, आप और आपकी सभा?
बहुत अच्छा टाइम हमने गुजारा है, पर जिम में शायद साथ में कभी कमी दिखे हम लोग। आई वाज ऑलवेज इन जिम, बट पैडी साथ में कभी नहीं दिखा मुझे जिम में। सो फिटनेस, because I was a part of the Indian side, that ecosystem just provide you what you eat, what to not eat, because of the scientific body. I think fitness-wise, awareness is more important. Every body is different. और सारे खाने खाने चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं जस्ट धामी जी ने बोले थोड़ा लिमिट में खाना चाहिए, सब खाना चाहिए। फिटनेस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि जिस परिवेश पे मैं आया हूँ, मैं यहाँ पे बेसिकली येलो दाल, राइस एंड वीट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फूड है यूपी में। One fine day, my trainer and doctor told me you're allergic to gluten. But I was discussing with Seema ma'am ki, I said, how can I allergic to gluten? That generation से हम लोग wheat खाते आए हैं, but I was. So fitness में जो आपने परहेज बोला ना, there are 2-3 things which I don't like to eat. I mean, I force myself not to eat actually. One is wheat, another is sweet, with rasgulla and all, and the third one is milk product. तो वो बैलेंस बनाने के लिए ना यू नीड अ डिसिप्लिन, और प्लस अवेयरनेस के साथ साथ एजुकेशन इज ऑल्सो इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट। जो मैं अभी दानी सर से बात कर रहा था कि एज ए इंडियन वेयर लाइक अ मेजॉरिटी पीपल अवेयर कि दिस अ गुड फूड, दिस अ बैड थिंग, बट स्टिल वी डोंट हैव हैबिट टू रीड ऑन द बॉक्स कि व्हाट आर द रिटन। अगर जिस दिन हमने वो अवेयरनेस जनरेट की और वो हैबिट जनरेट किया, आई थिंक हैबिचुअल चेंज से ओबेसिटी पे बहुत ज़्यादा लगाम लगाई जा सकती है। दैट्स माई पर्सनल अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि वो एक ऐसा चेंज है जो हमें लाना चाहिए अपने लाइफस्टाइल में, जिससे हम आगे बढ़ सकेंगे।
सीमा मैम, when ma'am was addressing the gathering here, I went outside, and this is a fact. When I came back, I was pushing the door. It didn't open. I thought somebody's locked it from inside. Then I read. It said pull. Label reading, ma'am.
Very well put. It's a topic very close to my heart, and as R.P. Singh was just saying, that I think start young. We need to start really young with children. I've personally been going to schools decades ago talking to parents about how kids can eat better, especially when it comes to ultra-processed foods and the consumption that's been sky high. And very interestingly, after I would finish a session, all the parents would come with a little pen and paper and ask me questions. You know, how much salt, how much sugar do you think my child should have? You just said cereals are really bad. All of that. But the sad bit was, again, that there was a lot of curiosity. The parents wanted to, find a solution. When it came to on-ground activity from the school, what happened was there was a deadlock because the canteen person, the person running the canteen, was on a 5-year contract. And there's no way the school authorities would turn around and say, okay, we can do away with the contract. So it was, you went there, you gave all the speeches and you said, please let children read labels, but on ground there wasn't much of a sort of solution. I do think now, and very happy to say that FSSAI seems to be really keen to wanting to make a difference. We just should start young. That's it. Start them young, and we'll really get there. Yeah. There is a science behind that, and we just need to unravel that science for the children, how to read their labels.
Thank you, ma'am. Anjana, as a public figure, please tell them it's so important to read what they see on the label.
Yeah, it actually is, but where do you get the label on a samosa? Right? Padam is going to figure out a way for us to do that, since you seem to be so innovative in your questions. But the point is that I thought that because I'm with electronic media and we cover news on television, how do we get fitness to become a normal discourse for people to talk about daily or to see on news? So we've started in the 9 p.m. bulletin that I do. I've added a health snippet at the end, which we're doing. And guess which video went viral? When I talked about 21,000 crore samosas being consumed in India every year. And then I can tell you which my sources were, because I told my team to really go deep and try and understand can they actually collate data on so many samosas being consumed. And I'll just tell you. So they went through a lot of data from Swiggy and all these online things that Samosa Party. It's a quick service restaurant chain, estimates that 6 crore samosas sold every day. And then Swiggy in 2022, samosa most favorite snack with 4 million orders, 40 lakhs that is. So I think it's a very long distance to go. I totally agree with what she said. We have to make a habit of, and as Nidhi Khare ma'am had said initially, that it's so important that we try and understand who's misleading you. Like doctor's choice, that's what she talked about, right? So they brand their name like that and convince you subconsciously that a doctor wants you to eat this, which is totally wrong, because probably they haven't even consulted a doctor and there's some salt or sugar or anything which is of high. There's so much of hidden sugar in so many consumer products which are packed. So I think that is the key. If we try and read the ingredients, make a habit of it. And I think I want to congratulate, because I think FSSAI and India's health consciousness is growing together. Because there was a time, not way back, when we would not be able to know, and we would be like, अरे यार विदेश में तो पता चल जाता है इसमें क्या क्या है, यहाँ क्यों नहीं लिखते हैं, कितनी calories है, क्यों नहीं बताते हैं. But I think I'm really proud of how FSSAI is doing its work today, and we can, like quickly go around, check any added sugar and what is the calorie content, everything. And I also want to call out one thing before you can go to someone else. We have a tendency in this country also to look down upon people who are health conscious. We have to stop this. Acha, calorie dekh ke khaoge. Which is good, he's doing great for himself. So, अच्छा इनके लिए मत रखना, खाना इस तरफ है तो ये उधर देखेंगी. हाँ मैं उधर देखती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं 52 साल की हो गई. I have to survive and I want to be healthy. I want to keep my weight in control. So I think we have to stop doing this. It's really great if someone is conscious of what they're eating and someone is avoiding the bhature, then be happy about it rather than pulling him down. They're doing great in life. All those children, I mean, half of the children you'll see, they'll be high on pizza and everything, like egg slice or, because probably somebody is bullying them for not eating, the girls. Somebody is probably bullying them for avoiding this food. Huh, Arpi? That's so true.
You're right. So habits na change karna bahut zaruri, but there's a mindset like if I'll eat today, I'll run tomorrow. That's wrong. I tell you a small story. When I was a part of Indian side.
Fat doesn't go for chutti on weekend.
Yeah. So we have to change habits actually. So all my teammates, MS was there, my captain Dhoni was having a dinner. I had 2 French fries and took third one. He held my hand. Don't eat MS.
Dhoni ne haath roka.
So I said, why? So he said ki it's not healthy, RP. I said, don't worry, I'll leave it. I'll run tomorrow, 2 rounds extra. He said, you should change your habit. This doesn't work. Stop eating, eat properly. You are a professional cricketer and make yourself available for next match, fully fit. So habits change करना जो मैम ने बोला और कि हमें label पढ़ना चाहिए. साथ-साथ में we are lot of things we already aware कि this is not good for our body, but still eat. In that mindset कि हम कल उसको cover कर लेंगे. I think वो भी हमें change करना होगा as a society also कि और what me and my wife trying कि हमारे फ्रिज में वो चीज़ नहीं होनी चाहिए जो अनहेल्दी हो. ऐसा ट्राई करते हैं, है तो नहीं 100%, बट एटलीस्ट 50-60% हेल्दी स्टफ रहता है.
जैसे एक दिन क्या हुआ कि पदम ने डिसाइड किया कि आई विल स्टार्ट ईटिंग हेल्दी फ्रॉम टुमारो. पदम ने डिसाइड किया कि आई विल स्टार्ट ईटिंग हेल्दी फ्रॉम टुमारो. ही वेंट इनटू द किचन, And then he came out and said it was all very delicious because he finished it. Like he ate it all. So that also you have to stop. Like what's in the house, keep healthy. और यहाँ नहीं खत्म करना है. अगर नहीं खाना है तो मत खाओ. But start today. Like.
Bang on. And I think the other thing which she touched and RP touched, the first thing is, success is the natural consequence of good habits. Period. Repeat mode is the only success code. You can't say I've done this today and I'm not going to do this tomorrow. The other thing that Anjana just spoke about, very important thing, कि आप कुछ अच्छा कर रहे हैं, कोई ना कोई जलने वाला बगल में बैठा है. Jealousy is the homage paid by the inferior to the superior. मैंने लिखा, जब तक जिंदगी में जलने वाले ना हो मजा कहां आता है? जब तक जिंदगी में जलने वाले ना हो मजा कहां आता है? मुरझाए फूल पे थोड़ी भमरा मंडराता है. जब तक जिंदगी में जलने वाले ना हो मजा कहां आता है? मुरझाए फूल पे थोड़ी भमरा मंडराता है. अगली बार आपसे कोई जले तो कहो आहा स्वाहा. We've had a lot of fun. We need to get back to the topic. Sylvie ma'am, the question is, how can governments, food regulators and professional dietitians contribute towards a healthy lifestyle? Sylvie ma'am.
Okay, so one more time, for UNICEF we are focusing on everybody, not only athletes, but of course athletes are also included in the healthy diet lifestyle. And we do consider this question from the perspective of children, adolescent girls and women. So I would like to start with the economic cost of inaction. Childhood adolescent obesity is an economic risk, and for example in the US by 2050 $13.6 billion will be lost in medical care and $49 billion will be lost in productivity. Overall economic impact is predicted to be $31 trillion in China, almost 2 trillion in Mexico, and around 200 billion in Peru. So without action, obesity will strain health system and drag down growth. I would like to echo that information, knowledge, awareness is a power. When you know, you deliberately eat healthy, and yes, one day you will eat one samosa, but you will know that this samosa you should not eat every day. Yeah. So power, knowledge, information, knowledge is power. But also, I would like to emphasize that children, they are not responsible for the food environment they are living in. Government can do something to help children having a healthy food environment and making healthy food choices easy. For example, banning the sale of junk food in and around school is one measure that is in India, needs to be reinforced, but it is a very good way of protecting children. So information, awareness is power, but government also has a big role to play to provide a healthy food environment to children, adolescent girls and women. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very crucial point here. Now, FSSAI, well done. I would like to say I loved what Honorable Prime Minister was saying earlier. Now, he's not someone who will say things just because he wants to say them. First, he'll implement the same thing on himself. Right? A good leader is someone who knows the way, goes the way, shows the way. When he says, get up in the morning, he gets up in the morning himself. I have not heard of a moment when someone has said, Mr. Modi has fallen ill. It is all about developing good habits. And you need to go about it in a very clinical way, leading from the front. A good leader is a hand holder, nerve calmer, problem solver. And this is what we are talking here. We're talking about staying fit. We're talking about saying no to obesity. What role, Anjana, can mass media play in taking this forward? When there is so much misinformation running around on the net.
Oh, that is so important. I think this is something that we had not touched upon because she pointed it out, but we didn't go in depth. How many of you, while you're scrolling your Insta, get so much of information? It's an overload. This food will suddenly make you 5 ways to kill your fat. They will give you all kinds of graphics about some yellow fat in the belly just melting away with some 3 kinds of food. Please do not rely. This is where you need to go back to whatever you studied in science, in school, college, and what you can gather from known journals and credible platforms. So you need to go to those journals, try and figure out what they're telling you, and then, proceed. Please do not make your decisions that one kiwi fruit slice in the morning will burn your 200 grams of yellow, dirty-looking belly fat in 1 month. Doesn't work. There are no shortcuts to this. I'm sure everybody is going to agree with this. So I want to go back, like Sylvie just pointed out. So in putting it in a broader perspective, today we're living in a world where we have more obese children than undernourished children. That's the basic fact we all need to know. How many of you in this room know how many calories in 1 spoon of oil, the oil that he talked about? Anyone, ma'am, you want to go take a shot at it? 1 tablespoon, let's say 1 tablespoon of oil. How many calories? Yeah, and 1 tablespoon would be roughly 110. So imagine like 1 plain vegetables which you've probably just sauteed and something that we've deep fried and made fritters as they call them for the others, and pakode as we call them in India. So that's where we need to differentiate and understand whatever we've studied in science. I mean, elementary science can also tell you what is fat and what is healthy fat, and probably you need to, but it's very important. इसीलिए जब आज तक पे हम लोग आपको ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में रात 9 बजे बताते हैं तो आप समझिएगा कि मैं 10 सोर्सेस से वेरीफाई करने के बाद ही आपको बता रही हूँ, वरना आई विल नॉट टेल यू. बट मेक इट अ वे ऑफ लाइफ. इट विल नॉट हैपन कि हम अब इस महीने आई एम ऑन अ, द न्यू टर्म फॉर किड्स इज शेड. आई एम ऑन अ शेड. Like shed, like how many days will you carry the shed? You will shed it one day and then the thing is going to come back. So you have to make it a way of life. कि भाई मैं यही खाता हूँ, मैं यही खाती हूँ और मेरा यही तरीका है जीने का. Then only can you make it a way of life. Otherwise, if you go into this 1 month, this other month, and be very, very sensitive towards children who are combating this, because it's not easy for them. You have to try and slowly, because probably when they were young and they were asking you for a packet of chips, you were just pleasing them with it. And you never gave them that wisdom that it's going to be very harmful for them later. So I think individuals in the family, social media, mass media, everybody has to fight it. It's a real fight that we are facing in the world today.
Yeah, when you speak about concentration, when you speak about focus, you need a focus which is like laser, not like flashlight, right? अंकुर, बताइए कि जब आप स्वस्थ जितना फील करते हैं, उतना ही आपका फोकस लेवल बढ़ता है एक टॉप एथलीट का. आप बोलेंगे तो ये ज्यादा अच्छे से सुनेंगे.
ये बात सर सही है कि जितना हम स्वस्थ रहेंगे, फोकस भी बढ़ेगा, और कहीं ना कहीं मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारा जो फोकस है वो तब और ज़्यादा बेहतर बढ़ता है जब हम अपनी रूटीन लाइफ को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से मेंटेन करते हैं. कहीं ना कहीं ये हमारी अब बात पहले तो नहीं पता होता था, पर लेकिन अब ये जिम्मेदारी भी बन जाती है कि हम लोग काफ़ी हर तरीके से सोशल मीडिया के साथ जुड़े रहते हैं. हमारी हर एक्टिविटी मेजरेबल होती है, तो ऐसे में बहुत ध्यान रखना होता है कि हम अपने फोकस को कैसे बढ़ाएं. और फोकस यानी कि मैं समझता हूँ कि फ्यूल, जो हमारे गाड़ी है या नहीं हमारा शरीर, इसमें जैसा ईंधन जाएगा वो वैसा रिएक्ट करेगी. और इसमें एक अनोखी बात भी है फूड के साथ कि जिस तरह से हम एथलीट्स के जीवन में, स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन हमेशा रिपीटेड को अच्छा मानते हैं, लेकिन फूड के साथ ऐसा नहीं है. आप एक फूड को बार बार रिपीट नहीं कर सकते. बैलेंस में कीजिए, क्योंकि यही एक डिफरेंस है. यहाँ पर वैरायटी भी ज्यादा चाहिए और बैलेंस के साथ, तो तब हमारा अच्छे
I'm so impressed with Ankur. Ankur, I think you don't have an ounce of fat in his body. Look at him.
Sharp.
super sharp, amazing.
मैंने अंकुर को देख के एक दिन कुछ 2-4 लाइनें लिखी. मैंने लिखा कि मुड़ मुड़ के देखते थे लोग कभी आपको, मुड़ मुड़ के देखते थे लोग कभी आपको, फिर उन्हीं नजरों को पलटाना है, शर्ट को पैंट में टक करके खुद को खुद से मिलाना है. टेंशन तो देगी ये जिंदगी, यही काम है इसका. एक्सरसाइज का लगा लो चस्का. पब्लिक में सांस खींच के कब तक बात करोगे? पब्लिक में सांस खींच के कब तक बात करोगे? ये पेट एक लिमिट तक ही तो अंदर करोगे. वो रहा खुला मैदान. जरा दौड़कर तो देखो, जरा चलकर तो देखो. एक्सरसाइज करने से टेंशन होती है कम, जिंदगी रहती है तारा रम पम 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 पम.
He's introducing us all to a new brand of on the spot.
नहीं अंजना जी,
fun.
अपने खुद के लिखे हुए स्टफ को मार्केटिंग करने का इससे बड़ा मंच कहां मिलेगा?
हाँ नहीं कर डालो, एक भी मत छोड़ना, सारे सुन के जाएंगे हम.
नहीं, but there's a huge message in this, Rahul.
And Rahul, I think will power सबसे बड़ी चीज है. और स्पोर्ट्समैन की बात हो रही थी, सिल्वी कह रही थी आम लोगों के लिए भी है, स्पोर्ट्समैन के लिए भी बहुत है, क्योंकि बहुत विल पावर चाहिए होता है. तो चूंकि ये इतनी शायरी कर रहे हैं तो हम थोड़ी संजीदा शायरी आपको एक सुना देते हैं विल पावर पे. कि बहुत गुरूर था दरिया को अपने होने पर, बहुत गुरूर था दरिया को अपने होने पर, जो हमारी प्यास से टकराए तो होश में आए.
थोड़ी ताली हो जाए.
विल पावर.
बात हो रही है जज्बे की, जुनून की, और राहुल दौड़ की हो रही है. अगन लगन सनक पागलपन, उस हद तक शिद्दत जाएगी तो मंजिल अपने आप आपके कदमों के नीचे जाएगी. आप वो कहानी हैं. तो जो अंजना जी इस बात को छू रही थी कि वो तपन, वो अगन कितनी जरूरी खिलाड़ी के लिए.
मेरे हिसाब से वर्ल्ड में जितने भी एथलीट्स हैं सारे वो स्ट्रगल से निकले हुए हैं. सबने वो स्ट्रगल देखा है, सबने उतनी लगन से मेहनत करी है. कोई 19 करता है, कोई 20 करता है. बट हाँ, पहले इतनी अवेयरनेस नहीं थी खाने पीने को लेके जितनी आजकल इतनी हो चुकी है. सोशल मीडिया आ चुका है, उस पे प्लेटफॉर्म इतना अच्छा मिल चुका है आपको कि आपको एक एक चीज़ की उस पे अपडेट रहती है. और मेरे हिसाब से ये एक लाइफस्टाइल होना चाहिए कि खाना पीना जो है आपका ये एक लाइफस्टाइल होना चाहिए, एक रूटीन होना चाहिए, रादर देन कि ये एक शॉर्ट टर्म गोल होना चाहिए. शॉर्ट टर्म गोल की तरफ नहीं देखना चाहिए, इसको एक लाइफस्टाइल बनाना चाहिए. और जैसी अब दुनिया इतनी तेज हो गई है तो ये रूटीन होना चाहिए सबका. और एक हेल्दी लिविंग के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है. जो रील्स पे हम जो ये देखते हैं सब खाने पीने का इन्फ्लुएंसर्स डालते हैं, मेरे हिसाब से वो चीज़ें नहीं देखनी चाहिए. जो स्ट्रीट फूड के ज़्यादा वो बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान देती हैं बॉडी को. तो एक हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल मेंटेन, उसके लिए भी एक लगन चाहिए, कि डेडिकेशन चाहिए, विल पावर चाहिए. अगर आप में विल पावर है, जैसा आपने अभी बताया था कि वो विल पावर बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है हर चीज़ के लिए. तो मेरे को लगता है खाने का वही 2 मिनट का मज़ा है, उसके बाद पछतावा ही है. तो वो 2 मिनट को कंट्रोल करना है.
एंड सीमा मैम, you had a fascinating journey. Kindly tell us how impactful can storytelling be to make it more easy and more relatable and more understandable?
What a lovely question.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think it's all in the story. The messaging is in the story. And today we could use digital media. In my time, I'm a dinosaur, it was television. Now it's digital. Very immediate. You can even use the digital media to track how people are eating, what their habits are. You can use geotagging to figure that out. The messaging over the years, I think has changed because people's attention spans are very, very short. And I think it's important. Evidence has shown that two-way communication helps. Don't just preach to people. People don't want to be preached at. Talk to them. And one of the things that's been used very successfully in rural India for maternal health care is the use of this platform called Photo Voice. What Photo Voice does is it gives women a safe space to speak about their internal struggles. And I think more and more places like FSSAI and so many people here, Ma'am Khare spoke so well about so many of the problems and the obfuscation of facts that are there. But obesity is also a very personal battle that people are fighting. And so if they can find a safe space and we can use the digital medium to not just spread the message, but get their thought processes and their struggles back. That two-way communication, I feel, can really, really help.
And leaders and influencers. I'll tell you a real-life incident. Anil Ambani once was addressing a foreign investor firm. And someone from the audience, and he was a little overweight then, and someone raised his hand and said, I have a question to ask. He said, please. He said, Mr. Ambani, how can I trust you to run a company? How can I trust you to manage a company so huge when you cannot manage your own body? He took it to heart. He shed weight as tree sheds its leaves. We have a long way to go. Yes, we have a long way to go. But RP, one thing's for sure, कि जो चीजें हम 20 साल पहले थे, वो जो नजरिया था फिटनेस की ओर, वो जो नजरिया था खाने की ओर, वो बदला तो जरूर है ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम.
पैडी बहुत बदला है, क्योंकि सिस्टमैटिक और साइंटिफिक तरीके से फूड प्लान डिसाइड हो गया, आपकी बॉडी कैसी है उसके हिसाब से आपके परफॉर्मेंस के लिए, ये स्पोर्ट्स में. पर ओबेसिटी के लिए मुझे लगता है बेसिक्स नीड्स जो है कंप्लीट हैं. आई विल टेल यू स्मॉल स्टोरी. So I belong from a village. The guy who's helping me in a farm, living next door, my father's age, must be 67, 70. He has 6-pack. Never been gym, never eaten outside. So माँ के हाथ का खाना and basic life routine, walking and helping in a farm, उसको अभी तक फिट रखे. तो जो क्योंकि we are professional athlete, तो हमें तो शायद बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी मिल जाती हैं जो बहुत लोगों को नहीं पॉसिबल है. बट बेसिक नीड्स के बेसिक एजुकेशन के साथ अगर थोड़ा सा हम लोग और प्रोग्रेस करेंगे तो एटलीस्ट इसको ओबेसिटी को हम लोग काउंटर कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर. और एज ए इंडिविजुअल, एज ए ब्रांड एम्बेसडर, आई कैन से कि वी शुड ऑल्सो टेक अ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नॉट टू इंडोर्स दोज टाइप ब्रांड विच क्रिएट अननेसेसरी क्योर्स इन पीपल्स लाइफ लाइक ओबेसिटी. एंड सो वो तो हमें पर्सनल अवेयरनेस मैम ने बोला कि बहुत सारे ऐसे ब्रांड्स थे जहाँ पर वो जो टैग लाइन्स थी वो मिसगाइड करती. वो गवर्नमेंट अपनी तरफ से काफ़ी चीज़ें कर रही है, बट इंडिविजुअल हम लोग को भी एटलीस्ट अवेयर रहना चाहिए कि वी शुड नॉट प्रोमोट एनी प्रोडक्ट विच क्रिएट दिस टाइप अननेसेसरी थिंग्स इन सोसाइटी.
Very good point. We have to come back to Sylvie ma'am. I prepared a very special question for you, ma'am. Sylvie ma'am is a nutritional specialist from UNICEF. Ma'am, what are the major global challenges in tackling childhood and adolescent obesity, and how can these challenges be overcome, ma'am?
Okay, very good question. I think many aspects have already been discussed today in this panel. It has been very interesting and thorough, I would say. But maybe to summarize, the big challenges are about behavioral patterns. We already have noticed that tastes and preferences are formed very early in age. So starting from the beginning, from the exclusive breastfeeding of a baby, for example, and after the right complementary feeding of a child that doesn't have sugar or salt, because they do not need extra sugar or extra salt, for example, is very important, because after the baby growing will have this taste for sweet food, for salty food, for fatty food. So starting from the very early age is very important. Also, going back to the traditional eating practices, cooking at home, fresh food, variety of food, Local food, seasonal food is very important, and as it has been mentioned in India, this is how the diet has been forever. It's only now, in the past decades, that ultra-processed food, junk food, came flooding the market. So behavior to go back to the traditional eating habit in India, I think would be very beneficial. Marketing exposure and environment, super important. Children are extremely influenced by digital marketing that is expanding, and food and beverage industry is really very good at targeting children with highly personalized and persuasive food advertisement, and this can be stopped. I mean, there are means to stop that, to regulate that. So the regulation of the food environment, I believe, is very important. I was also mentioning the availability of unhealthy food in and around school, very important. Today, even when I live in Delhi, I pass through a school. The street is flooded with local vendors selling ultra-processed food, and this should be, it is already banned, but it is not enforced. Lifestyle and physical activity, we have been discussing it a lot, but with the new lifestyle, internet, telephone, games, video games and everything, children are less and less active, and this should be really mandatory that every day, everyone, not only children, but starting with children is easy, move and play and stay out of the screen. Social economic inequalities are also a challenge. Healthy food is often more expensive and less available in low income and rural settings, and coupled with poverty, families may depend more on cheaper and less nutritious food. And this is something that can also be addressed through food subsidy and social protection targeted at the most vulnerable. And finally, cultural norms, habits, practices. Ma'am was talking about women, but it is true that in India, too many young girls and women are eating last and least, and this should stop, because when you look at the data, nutrition data, if it is with malnutrition, underweight, macronutrient deficiency, anemia, for example, and also overweight, girls and women are more affected. So everybody should eat at the table at the same time and the same good nutritious food. Thank you.
Lovely. It was a sheer delight to listen to you, ma'am. Each word was wisdom. And what is the difference between knowledge and wisdom? Knowledge is knowing tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in the fruit basket. We are at the last phase of it. What have we covered so far? What have we learned today? It's basically a refresher course. Not that you've come to know about something all of a sudden. We all know about it. But I think what these events do, Anjana, is it stirs us up. It wakes us up.
Absolutely, and I totally agree with Sylvie. The last point that she made is something that we hadn't talked about before, because she talked about how girls need not eat the last and least. I think that is incredible, and it's so amazing that you brought this up. क्योंकि हम जब पारंपरिक रूप से अपने घरों में देखते हैं, तो हम शहरों में ऐसी कमरों में और बड़े बड़े भारत मंडपम जैसी जगहों पर या 5-स्टार होटल से ये तय नहीं कर सकते कि एक घर में जो एक गांव में, एक कस्बे में एक बच्ची को खाना मिल रहा है, उसका स्तर क्या है और उसको किस तरह का व्यवहार का सामना करना पड़ रहा है. And I'm so delighted and all #respect for her that she brought this up. I think it's the most relevant topic that we all need to understand कि हमारे लिए food is actually a necessity, a great blessing, a source of happiness, but at the same time it's a source of discrimination. And that is something that we need to understand, Because many a times probably the lady in the house or the girl in the house in a small village is only left with the carbs that are left for her, and the other so-called prized foods are given to the boys. तो तेरे माथे पे ये आंचल बहुत खूबसूरत है, लेकिन तू इस आंचल से एक परचम बना लेती तो अच्छा था. हम सबको ये कोशिश करनी होगी कि हम अपनी तरीके से जो औरतें हैं, जो पुरुष हैं, वो घरों में जाएं और ये सुनिश्चित करें कि बच्ची को भी वैसा ही खाना मिले. उसको भी बैलेंस डाइट मतलब उसका भी प्रोटीन उसको मिलना चाहिए, उसको भी उसके हिस्से की सब्जी मिलनी चाहिए. कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि वो घर के बेटे को तो मिल रहा है लेकिन बेटी को नहीं मिल रहा है. तो if food becomes a source of discrimination and we can battle that, combat that, each one of you, if you go back, you have probably staff working at your house and you have a chain of people, your driver goes back to his village. If we can convince at least 5 people around us to stop this food discrimination, that's one thing that I think will be very, very vital. It's combating obesity, but it's also combating obesity which has probably happened because of some kind of food discrimination.
Just taking it a little further. खाना कभी अच्छा या बुरा नहीं होता, खाना अच्छा या बहुत अच्छा होता है. आप रोज थाली खाते हो, थाली रोज नियमित समय पर सजती है. कभी थाली बनाने वाले की, सजाने वाले की तारीफ कर दो. We're talking about the sense of gratitude here. कितनी आसानी से हम कहते हैं खाना खराब है. मैंने भी एक बार कह दिया था, मैं रणजी ट्रॉफी खेल रहा था आरपी, घर आया तो नमकीन चावल बने थे, नमक नहीं डाला था, तो मैंने नहीं डाला. नमकीन चावल बनते हैं हमारे यहाँ पे, उस दिन मम्मी नमक डालना भूल गई. हम नखरों की नुमाइश लगाने लगे.
ये नमक वाला चावल कहाँ बनता है?
हाँ, नमकीन चावल हमारे घर में आना खिलाएंगे आप. तो पिताजी ने, मैंने कहा कि मम्मी क्या करते हो? मैं कहा नमक नहीं खाने में. अच्छा, हमारे यहाँ हरियाणा बोल जाते, मम्मी क्या करो, हमारे चावल ना खाते, क्यों कर खाओ, इन्हें बता नमक कोने गिर रहे में. तो मेरे पिताजी बोले, जो तू मोटरसाइकिल चला हुआ है ना, इसकी किस्त आज भी भरने लग रहा हूं मैं. बोला पहले पूरे शहर में घूम के आ, देख के आ कितने लोग फुटपाथ पे सो रहे हैं, तेरे को खाना मिल रहा है, खुशनसीब समझ अपने आप को. उन्होंने मुझे तब सिखाया खाना अच्छा या बुरा नहीं होता, खाना अच्छा या बहुत अच्छा होता है. अब तू मुझे बता दे ये अच्छा है बहुत अच्छा है. तो व्हाट इज द मॉरल ऑफ द स्टोरी? मॉरल ऑफ द स्टोरी इज कम व्हाट मे, look around and see what others are coping with. We'll find ourselves very fortunate. Gratitude unlocks the fullness of life. I am very fortunate at this moment that I am moderating such an elite event with stars amongst around me. I'll take 30 seconds, final 30 seconds from each one of them. Before I do that, huge round of applause for everyone, please.
The clapping is for you as well.
I was soaking it in. "30 seconds with you, ma'am."
नेता तो बोलने के बाद चुप होते हैं तालियों के लिए. पदम भी तो चुप होता है. 30 seconds silence. Why don't you start with yourself?
With me?
Yeah.
Okay. All I'll say is it has been a very educating evening for me. I mean, of course, the quality of speakers, the choice of words, the wisdom displayed. I am carrying 3 things from here. One, we, as people who are known and people recognize us, all of us here, we've done a lot of work and we have a responsibility. So I feel far more responsible today, Anjana, than I was ever before this event.
Wow, great. Rahul? आपसे शुरू करते हैं. कुछ मजेदार बताइए. जब बच्चे, how many students at the back? See? Wow. किसी को कुछ सवाल भी पूछना है तो हम ले सकते हैं सवाल. राहुल से पूछे कि राहुल ने बताया उस दिन क्या खा के गए थे. नहीं बताया, राहुल को याद नहीं है. किनुआ सैलेड बताया राहुल ने.
नहीं, ये बताओ जो छक्के मारे थे 5, उसके बाद सेलिब्रेट करके खीर वीर खाई थी कि नहीं?
नहीं, दुबई में थे ना.
अच्छा.
दुबई में तो.
अच्छा, चूंकि अंजना ने कह ही दिया, कोई सवाल है तो आप ले सकते हैं राहुल से.
Go ahead. I think I'll speak. I think we can hear each other. आप बताइए सवाल. हाँ. 3 ऐसी चीजें जो हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल के लिए जरूरी हैं। मिस्टर राहुल तेवतिया, आपका समय शुरू होता है अब।
खाना, एक्सरसाइज और तीसरा राइट खाना।
अब मैं उनसे एक सवाल पूछूंगी, राइट खाना क्या होता है?
एक्चुअली
हेल्दी कार्ब्स, प्रोटीन, हेल्दी फैट्स।
हेल्दी कार्ब क्या होता है? कहाँ से मिलता है हेल्दी कार्ब? बस
Right
जानना है कि
घर
क्या
घर के खाने से।
सबको जानना है। ब्रेकफास्ट क्या करते हो आप, लंच क्या करते हो, डिनर क्या करते हो?
घर के खाने से।
वेरी गुड, आई थिंक अमेजिंग आंसर। हम चावल दाल और वो जो खाते हैं घर का वो भूल ही गए।
बेस्ट फूड है वो।
बेस्ट फूड, बेस्ट फूड।
सीमा मैम।
I'll quote one of my favorite authors. He said that when you go to a grocery store and you pick up food, imagine your grandmother behind you. If there is food that you're picking up that she wouldn't recognize, you shouldn't pick it up.
आरपी, आप माइक आखिरी 30 सेकंड और एक खूबसूरत ऑडियंस।
सो राहुल ने तो ऑलरेडी थोड़ा उस पर ब्रश कर दिया कि ईट राइट, ट्रेन, इफ यू कैन रन, अदरवाइज वॉकिंग ऑल्सो गुड बिकॉज स्टिल आई वॉक लाइक 10 किलोमीटर इन अ डे आफ्टर माई ऑल ट्रेनिंग एंड एवरीथिंग, एंड स्लीप वेल ऑल्सो, डोंट फॉरगेट टू स्लीप वेल। एज ए स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन आई थिंक राहुल विल एग्री कि वी नीड टू स्लीप एटलीस्ट 8 hours, but for the normal people at least 7 hours you should sleep. Eat right means डिसिप्लिन वाला कि किस टाइम पे खाना खाना है और क्या नहीं खाना, और ट्राई टू लीव वन थिंग। आई गिव यू 3 choices: मिल्क, मिल्क, शुगर एंड ग्लूटेन। कोई
इतने सारे लोग आप पे कूद पड़ेंगे इंडिया में। दूध छोड़ने को कह रहा है, अरे मलाई कितने खाएंगे, ये आएंगे हरियाणवी,
आई थिंक
मलाई के बना के हो गया।
इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग अंजना, मिल्क इज गुड।
हमारे भोजपुर में बोलेंगे मलाई ना खाइब तो क्या खाइब। अब क्या करिएगा, दूध नहीं पिएंगे तो?
मिल्क इज फॉर ग्रोइंग एज, ऑलरेडी ओल्ड इनफ, हम ग्रो कर गए हैं।
So we, okay, cool.
Sylvie ma'am, I was giving 30 seconds to everyone else. You will have double the time. 1 minute, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, in UNICEF India, we are supporting a campaign, Healthy Diet campaign called Meritali Sehat Valley. And we have the Healthy Diet family that has 6 ingredient recipe, very simple and doable. The one is what we have discussed, the home cooked food. Eat local, seasonal food, diverse food, a rainbow of food, and no junk and packaged sugary food. Number 2, together at the table. No girl and woman should eat at last and least. Number 3, breast milk only for the less than 6 months old baby. Start the right food early, from the start. 4, starting solids right. This is about complementary food for the children starting at 6 months old. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but all the details are there. 5, special diet for special times. We are talking here about the adolescent girls that may be undernourished, anemic, or overweight. We are talking about the pregnant women and lactating mothers that needs extra energy and that needs to be well nourished, to eat healthy, to have a healthy baby and be able to breastfeed adequately. Number 6, beyond screen, exercise, move and play every day. So that's what I recommend for this panel and for everybody to adopt.
Thank you, ma'am. अंकुर, मैंने तो एक ही बात को सीखा है, ऑडियंस के बिना सब फीका है। अब आप इस ऑडियंस के लिए जाते जाते क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
सर, मैं सबसे पहले तो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन को हटाऊंगा, जो कि आप बार बार कर रहे हैं 30 सेकंड सबके लिए, लेकिन आपने कम से कम 30 बार 30 सेकंड ले लिए होंगे।
अंकुर छा गए। You are my favorite person for a reason.
और लेकिन मैं यहाँ पर ये कहूँगा, जिस तरह मैम ने भी बताया था कि FSSAI को समोसे पर लेबल लगाने की ज़रूरत है, उससे ज़्यादा कहीं ना कहीं हम सबको अपने एक दिमाग पर लेबल लगाने की ज़रूरत है, अवेयरनेस का। हम अवेयर रहें, क्योंकि जब हम अवेयर रहेंगे तभी हम सुरक्षित रह सकेंगे। इसलिए मैं अपनी कुछ लाइंस अभी अभी मन में बनाई थी, उनसे बात को विराम करूंगा। विश्व को सजग बनाना है, विश्व को सजग बनाना है, हमें यह संकल्प उठाना है, हमें यह संकल्प उठाना है, मोटापे को दूर कर राष्ट्र को सेहतमंद बनाना है, राष्ट्र को सेहतमंद बनाना है।
क्या बात है। एंड जस्ट टू कंक्लूड इट, आई थिंक इट्स सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Yes, you have to eat right. Yes, you have to exercise. Yes, you have to read what is there on the label. But at the end of the day, my small little piece of advice to all of you would be, don't compromise on your leisure time ever in life. 1 hour every day. Laugh, read, watch a movie, find that 1 hour for yourself. जिंदगी आपसे रोज मजे लेती है, आप भी जिंदगी से रोज मजे लो, अपना टाइम चुराओ. मैंने लिखा कि दोस्तों के साथ बैठकर दिल खोल दिया होता. इट्स सो इंपॉर्टेंट टू लाफ एंड ब्रिंग इट आउट. दोस्तों के साथ बैठकर दिल खोल दिया होता तो अस्पतालों में जाके औजारों से दिल ना खुलवा रहे होते. द फाइनल कमेंट हैज टू कम फ्रॉम मैम.
थैंक यू सो मच. आई थिंक वील ऑल कंक्लूड इट. लेकिन जो मेरा मैसेज है और जो मैंने अपनी ज़िंदगी से सीखा है वो यही है कि वी गो टू सिनेमा हॉल्स एंड थिएटर्स टू वॉच कैप्टन अमेरिका. सबकी एक एक ट्रेट होती है ना. कोई कुछ करता है लोहे से, अपना स्पाइडरमैन करता है, हमारे देश में विक्रम बेताल, सबके अपने अपने वो हैं. बट इन टुडेज वर्ल्ड, टू सर्वाइव, टू स्टे फिट, discipline is the superpower. There's nothing else. All you need in life is discipline, and your moral compass and your center of gravity has to be very grounded. It can vary for everyone. There are no ground rules for everybody. Like you and he can be very different. I and this one is very different, right? But my discipline will serve me and his discipline will serve him. So that's the superpower. And that will carry you through your obesity fight, through your health issues, through your career issues, everything. I think that is what you need to garner. And we as parents need to instill that wisdom in our children. You cannot be with them all the time, this is right, this is wrong, don't eat this, eat that. If you give them that wisdom and that discipline, they'll survive healthy. Thank you.
And just 30 more seconds on this, and because the beautiful point that you touched here. People so many times ask us, what is the mantra for success? I mean, talent alone cannot do it. I know so many unsuccessful men with talent. Genius alone won't do it. Unrewarded genius is a cliche. What does it for you is perseverance, as she said. Sanak, lagan, agan, pagalpan. उस हद तक शिद्दत जाएगी तो मंजिल खुद ब खुद आपके कदमों के नीचे आएगी. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a delight. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you.
So I'll request all the panelists to be seated. Thank you so much for the enlightening discussion, sir. Now I may kindly request Nikhil Gajraj, sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to come on stage to felicitate all the panelists and the moderator. So the sequence of felicitation is, और तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ हम फेलिसिटेशन करेंगे. टू बिगिन विद पद्मजीत शेरावत जी को जोरदार तालियों के साथ. अंजना ओम कश्यप मैम को, आरपी सिंह जी को, सीमा चंद्रा मैम को, तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए। अंकुर धामा जी को, जोरदार तालियां अंकुर धामा जी के लिए। सिल्वी मैम के लिए, एंड द लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट राहुल तेवतिया जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां, आईपीएल के सुपरस्टार। ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए मैं निखिल सर को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए रुके। मैं आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट डॉक्टर वीके पॉल सर ऑन स्टेज, रजित पुनानी सर सीओ FSSAI ऑन स्टेज सर, प्लीज come to the stage sir for good photograph. I think secretary ma'am is not around and secretary sport is also not around, so US Dhyani sir, please come on stage sir.
Yeah, I would especially like to thank Mr. Dhyani. Mr. US Dhyani, thank you for organizing this. And it's been so amazing. And Sahil for putting in so much energy behind this.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Yeah. SK Panda sir, advisor FSSAI. Alka Rao ma'am, advisor FSSAI. Please come on stage ma'am for group photograph. Everyone, please come on stage.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we close this session, let's have a big round of applause and a big thank you to all our speakers for such a enriching and enlightening and enthusiastic, exciting session. Thank you to each of these celebrities joining us to share their experiences and how they keep themselves healthy. Thank you very much. और जैसा कि कहा गया कि creating awareness among the people stands more important. सोच बदलने की ज़रूरत है, behavior change लाने की ज़रूरत है। तो वो कहते हैं ना कि सोच बदल के देखिए, सितारे बदल जाएंगे, नज़र को बदलने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, नज़रिए को बदल के देखिए, नज़ारे बदल जाएंगे। तो वही नज़रिए को बदलने की ज़रूरत है, what they all spoke about, and towards this healthy living, healthy eating, just give it a little thought and be little conscious and aware of what you are eating. And that is what the book which was released yesterday at the hands of our Honorable Minister, Eat Right Thali, it spoke about the various cuisines of India from all the states, eating right, the right kind of thali, the right kind of food which you should be consuming so as to be staying fit and fine. Thank you. So, just requesting you all to be kindly at your respective seats. We are going to be starting with our last session, the closing session. We already have our distinguished speakers, the eminent dignitaries here on the dais, Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Health and Niti Ayog, Shri Nikhil Gajraj ji, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Devi Sajno, आपका बहुत थोड़ा सा समय लेंगे. This session is the closing session, the way forward session. So would like to request you to be at your respective seats. You have been very kind and generous in giving your time and your ear in listening. But then the closing comes here. from our dignitaries. So just requesting you for another half an hour to 40 minutes before we conclude here. Shri Rajat Munhani ji, our CEO, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, and Shri U.S. Dhyani, Executive Director, Food Safety Standards Authority of India. May I request the media people to be kindly moving down, and the people who are having pictures with the celebrities, kindly vacate the stage so that we can start with the session, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to all of you to the closing session of the third edition of the Global Food Regulators Summit. And though this is a closing session, the concluding session, but as they say, in the conclusions lie actually the future. With every end, in fact, marks the beginning of many new beginnings. So this session is actually, as I mentioned earlier, more of a way forward session and has a special focus on the various discussions and deliberations, the innovations, the recommendations, the suggestions, the collaborations and partnerships which have taken place in these 2 days. How do we now translate them into more meaningful and actionable strategies? Strategies that can strengthen our food safety, which can protect our food systems and health systems, public health, and strategies which can further enhance international cooperation and partnerships so that we can build more resilient, sustainable, and more inclusive food systems. So once again, to lead us and guide us, we have the influential voices and the leaders from India's healthcare, wellness, and nutrition sector. Ladies and gentlemen, at the very outset, we would like to express our heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, who's also the Minister of State with the independent charge of Ayush, Shri Pratap Rao Jadhav ji. Someone whose vision has been strengthening both the modern and the traditional healthcare system. And what we have been talking about, including the traditional food in our thali and creating a balanced diet. He has not been able to join us. There was a very last minute pressing engagement and he had to fly out of Delhi. But he has taken special efforts in recording the message, extending his good wishes to us, and we are going to be playing his message later in the course of this session. But many thanks to our Honorable Minister, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, on the dais, we have a renowned and globally renowned pediatrician and a public health expert who has shaped and led many transformational national programs for the Government of India. The Poshan Abhiyan, the Ayushman Bharat, the COVID-19 response, and he continues to guide and extend strategic and technical advice to the Government of India. We have heard him yesterday also, but we once again thank him for joining us, Dr. V.K. Paul, the Honorable Member Health, Niti Aayog. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this very special Way Forward session. And I would like to request the CEO, Food Safety Standards Authority of India, Mr. Rajat Munhani ji, to please welcome him by presenting him the plant. Expressing our gratitude by presenting the Angavastram, the shawl, and the plant which brings in more good and healthy wishes to Dr. Paul. We also thank once again Shri Nikhil Gajraj ji, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, joining us. He was there with us yesterday. His guidance stands extremely important to us. Someone who has been playing a significant role in shaping the health policies and further strengthening the regulatory framework. Would like to request Shri U.S. Dhyani ji, the Executive Director, FSSAI, to please welcome him by presenting him the plant and further the shown. Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, before we open the dialogue in this special closing session, we give you a recap of these 2 days, the various suggestions and recommendations and the solutions which have been extended, the partnerships which we have been able to build. We connect the dots and present you the summary of these 2 days with a short video.
I commend the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India for bringing together this global congregation of experts, regulators, scientists, innovators and policymakers united by a shared commitment to ensure food safety and nutritional well-being for all.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, was a recap of the many milestones and achievements which we could cover in these 2 days. And now may I request Shri Rajat Punhani ji, the Chief Executive Officer of the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, for his opening remarks for this valedictory session.
No, good evening now. I'll try and keep it short. Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Shri Pratap Rao Jadhav ji, couldn't join us, but his blessings and guidance was always there. Shri V.K. Paul ji, member Niti Aayog, who everyone knows here. Distinguished members from the WTO TBT Committee, Codex Alimentarius Commission, WHO and FAO, distinguished delegates, scientists, experts, representatives from embassies, industry, academia, students and friends. It gives me immense pleasure to join you all again today at the closing ceremony of the 3rd Global Food Regulators Summit. On behalf of FSSAI and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your active participation and valuable contributions over the last 2 days. This summit is a part of FSSAI's ongoing endeavor to provide a vibrant platform for food regulators, experts, scientists, and policymakers to exchange perspectives on strengthening food safety systems and regulatory frameworks across the food value chain. The last 2 days witnessed 8 insightful technical sessions where experts shared their experiences on vital themes ranging from regulatory coherence, harmonization of standards, innovations in surveillance, risk assessments, and sustainable food systems. These sessions also reminded us that while countries may follow diverse approaches, the ultimate goal we all share is the same: to provide safe, nutritious, and sustainable food for every individual. I won't go into the details of all these sessions, but we'll be putting it on our website. I'm also proud to share that this summit also marked the launch of the WHO Master Class on Food Safety, a landmark initiative to drive global capacity building for years to come. Through the other roundtables, we heard industry voices from MSMEs and from farmers calling for simplified regulations, standardized lab methods, and QR-based traceability. Their inputs will help shape a more inclusive and efficient food safety ecosystem. As we move forward, let us stay committed to collaboration, innovation, and harmonization. Together, we can build resilient, transparent, and future-ready food systems that safeguard public health and promote trust across borders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your observations of these 2 days and your message. And now requesting Dr. V.K. Paul, who is at the forefront of the healthcare reforms and building more resilient and future-ready health systems.
Thank you. Good evening. Namaskar. Honorable Union Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Shri Pratap Rao Jadavji, who will be delivering a video recorded message. We look forward to that. My distinguished colleague, CEO FSSAI, Shri Rajit Punhani ji, US Dhyani ji, Shri Nikhil Gajraj ji, and above all, distinguished members of the WTO, Codex Alimentarius Commission, the World Health Organization, and FAO, distinguished participants to the summit representing the entire globe, and colleagues. First and foremost, it's been a true privilege for the Government of India to host you and to use this opportunity to gather ideas, gather foresight into the very fundamental rubric of safe food for humanity. It's a noble cause. Over the last 2 days, we have witnessed an extraordinary gathering of minds and expertise united in our mission to advance the future of food safety and sustainability. In particular, I like to highlight that the summit has greatly benefited from the leadership of Codex and the active participation of WTO, World Health Organization, and FAO. We admire your leadership, and the work that you collectively do is so important in today's world. A big applause to our multilateral partners. Because today, more than ever, food supply chains are global, and therefore our solutions must also be global. Earlier this year, addressing the World Health Assembly, the Honorable Prime Minister set the direction by stating, work together, think as one global system, and act for one earth, one health. The summit has underlined the commitment to align our food products with the global standards codified by the Codex. And this should apply to traditional foods, this should apply to new foods, And that is one sentiment that echoed in this room, and I had the privilege of being present for that very important session that focused on this idea. We collectively believe that global harmonization of standards, particularly in the emerging areas such as biotechnology and packaging, is also essential to ensure innovation as well as fair trade. Innovations such as precision fermentation, cultured meat, and microbiome-based solutions offer scalable, sustainable, and personalized nutrition alternatives that potentially reduce environmental impact while addressing the public health challenges such as obesity, diabetes, as well as macronutrient and micronutrient deficiencies. Over 50 countries have adopted biotechnology framework. There is a need to harmonize global regulation for biomanufactured food, and harmonization is required for safety data, taxonomy, additives versus normal food classification, and dose standards. This sentiment has been echoed in this summit emphatically. The summit deliberations also highlighted the need to scientifically validate traditional foods through regulatory frameworks and promote them indeed, as India has done for Ayurveda Ahara regulations, enabling safe global integration of our traditional and healthy foods into the global system. The importance of data integration and the potential of AI in helping fulfill our objectives has been highlighted. In particular, detection of pesticide residues, food traceability, and regulatory surveillance will be helped by these technologies that are on the horizon. Emphasis has been given on the need for global collaboration, standardized methods, and proactive risk assessment to ensure food safety as well as to support international trade. At this momentous summit, regulators, scientists, and members of multilateral bodies, as well as regulators representing all the countries, the science, food science and sustainability science have been brought together in order to craft pathways to ensure food safety going hand in hand with sustainable production and availability of food. I'm very happy. I'm a pediatrician and a health professional. I'm very happy that the summit has addressed the urgent challenge of obesity, and you just now witnessed the most fascinating session preceding this one. Nutrition was emphasized as central to public health. Our Prime Minister has clearly underscored the need to act on obesity. India and the world faces a growing burden of lifestyle diseases such as diabetes, fatty liver, cardiovascular disorders, and we cannot shut our eyes against that. Keeping in mind at the same time the other aspect of double burden of undernutrition for our nation and other countries as well, indeed that of undernutrition. But yes, indeed, the way forward is for India to take stringent action, advance stringent policies to promote healthier dietary practices and curb the rise of obesity. FSSAI's "Aaj se thoda kam," from today, little less oil, campaign under the Eat Right India movement is one such effort, and we look forward to much more action by way of behavior change on scale through public participation, people's participation, and Jan Andolan, as the Honorable Prime Minister would tell us. I believe strongly, very strongly, that clear limits on sugar, salt, and fat in processed foods is an urgent imperative. And this would make a major impact on reducing the burden of obesity and non-communicable diseases. We believe that the future food safety strategies must include environmental sustainability. Collectively, we heard that repeatedly in this summit. The summit discussed sustainable packaging and climate-sensitive practices, implementation of eco-friendly and regenerative farming, reduction of chemical inputs, and lowering the carbon footprint of the food production cycle are steps in the right direction. And we all have the responsibility to take this very important agenda forward. On behalf of all of us, I encourage us to continue the important work that has begun here and in many ways accelerated here. Insights from the past 2 days must now become actions that protect consumers and improve public health. Our collective responsibility is to ensure safe, nutritious, and sustainable food produced for all. Sustainable, nutritious, and safe food in sufficient quantities for all is our goal. In closing, I extend my deepest congratulations to FSSAI team for their leadership in organizing this summit so meticulously. I thank all of you for your invaluable contributions. I thank our international partners in particular for their support and guidance. And together, we have strengthened the foundation for food safety to become a global reality. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. The insights, the enablers, the pathways, the way forward which you have elucidated will help us to look ahead with greater clarity and purpose. Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, the Honorable Minister was supposed to join us, but due to some last-minute pressing engagement, he had to move out of Delhi. But he has taken special efforts, even the last minute taking special efforts in recording his message and extending his good wishes to us. So we now play the message of the Honorable Minister.
वैश्विक खाद्य नियामक सम्मेलन में देश विदेश से सम्मिलित हुए सम्मानित प्रतिनिधिगण, नियामकगण, उद्योग जगत से पधारे प्रतिनिधिगण, आयोजनकर्ता और सभी सहभागीगण और सभी अधिकारी एवं कर्मचारी साथी सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय के तत्वाधान में FSSAI द्वारा आयोजित यह समिट वैश्विक खाद्य सुरक्षा मानकों और नियामक सामंजस्य को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए भारत की दृढ़ प्रतिबद्धता को दर्शाता है। इस प्रतिबद्धता के आधार पर समिट का विषय यथा अन्य तथा मनः, जिसका अर्थ है जैसा अन्न वैसा मन, हमारे भोजन और हमारे मानसिक, शारीरिक और आध्यात्मिक कल्याण के बीच के गहरे संबंध को सुंदरता से व्यक्त करता है। पिछले 2 दिनों में हमने विचारों, अनुभवों और नवाचारों का सार्थक आदान प्रदान किया है, जो सभी के लिए सुरक्षित, पौष्टिक और संधारणीय भोजन उपलब्ध कराने के हमारे सामूहिक कर्तव्य की पुष्टि करता है। इस शिखर सम्मेलन में उभरती प्रौद्योगिकियों, नए जोखिमों और बदलती उपभोक्ता मांगों की चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए नियामक विज्ञान और नवाचार को आगे बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया है। साथ ही मानव और वैश्विक पर्यावरण दोनों के स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा करने वाली स्थिति, व्यापक स्थापक और संधारणीय खाद्य प्रणालियों को बढ़ावा देने का मजबूती के साथ आह्वान किया गया है। मुझे विशेष रूप से खुशी है कि हमारी चर्चाओं में वैश्विक नियामक मानकों और डिजिटल ढांचों के सामंजस्य पर चर्चा हुई है। हम सब मिलकर नियामक को एक वैश्विक नेटवर्क बना रहे हैं जो चुनौतियों का शीघ्र समाधान कर सके और हमारी जनता के लिए सुरक्षित भोजन सुनिश्चित करने के अवसरों का लाभ उठा सके। मुझे यह बताते हुए गर्व अनुभव हो रहा है कि FSSAI ने पूरे भारत में 3 लाख से अधिक स्ट्रीट फूड विक्रेताओं को प्रशिक्षित किया है। हमने देश भर में 405 ईट राइट स्ट्रीट फूड हब भी स्थापित किए हैं। ये केवल प्रमाणन केंद्र नहीं है, ये इस बात के प्रतीक है कि कैसे पारंपरिक खाद्य संस्कृति अपनी प्रामाणिकता खोए बिना आधुनिक सुरक्षा मानकों को अपना सकती है। जैसा कि हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते हैं कि भारत में जीवंत और विविधतापूर्ण खाद्य संस्कृति मौजूद है और हमारा प्रयास यह सुनिश्चित करना है कि प्रगतिशील कृषि पद्धतियों, मजबूत प्रशासनिक ढांचे और अत्याधुनिक तकनीकों के माध्यम से भारत खाद्य क्षेत्र में नवाचार, स्थिरता और सुरक्षा के वैश्विक मानक स्थापित करे। साथियों, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कुशल नेतृत्व में मोटापे से निपटने के लिए आहार सुधार लागू किए जा रहे हैं। इस आह्वान पर अमल करते हुए माननीय केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री श्री JP नड्डा जी के मार्गदर्शन में विश्व खाद्य सुरक्षा दिवस 2025 के अवसर पर FSSAI ने स्टॉप ओबेसिटी अभियान शुरू किया। ईट राइट इंडिया आंदोलन एक नियामक कार्यक्रम से बढ़कर जन आंदोलन बन गया है, जिसके माध्यम से सुरक्षित, पोषक और सतत भोजन की संस्कृति का निर्माण हो रहा है। भारत के संदर्भ में हमें आयुर्वेद आहार की अपनी विरासत को प्रदर्शित करने पर भी गर्व है। यह पारंपरिक ज्ञान, जिसे अब समकालीन नियामक ढांचों द्वारा बल मिल रहा है, स्वास्थ्य और कल्याण के लिए समग्र दृष्टिकोण प्रदान करता है और मोटापे और उससे संबंधित मेटाबॉलिक संबंधी विकारों जैसी जीवन शैली संबंधी बीमारियों के खिलाफ हमारी लड़ाई में सुरक्षित और पौष्टिक आहार के महत्व पर प्रकाश डालता है। मेरा दृढ़ विश्वास है कि इस सम्मेलन के परिणाम चाहे सहयोग, क्षमता निर्माण या ज्ञान साझाकरण के संदर्भ में राष्ट्रों के बीच स्थायी साझेदारियों और क्रियान्वयन योग्य रणनीतियों को बढ़ावा देंगे। मैं इस सार्थक संवाद में योगदान देने के लिए 70 से अधिक देशों के प्रतिनिधियों, भारतीय खाद्य सुरक्षा एवं मानक प्राधिकरण, हमारे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय साझेदारों, अनुसंधान संस्थानों, उद्योग प्रतिनिधियों और प्रत्येक प्रतिभागी के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और निरंतर समर्थन के लिए किसानों, वैज्ञानिकों, उद्योग के नेताओं और नागरिक समाज के भागीदारों को धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
So thank you to the Honourable Minister for his message, wherein he once again highlighted the importance of this theme, talking about how this theme reflects on the quality of food, influences not just the physical health but also the mental well-being, the emotional balance. He also stressed that in today's interconnected world, food safety lapses can lead to widespread public health crisis. He called obesity a pressing health challenge and urged more collective action towards it. He also highlighted the transformative role of scientific research and innovation in advancing food safety and public health globally. He stressed on India's commitment to harmonizing food safety standards internationally, further fostering collaboration with global food regulatory bodies to address these challenges. And he also acknowledge the participation of the numerous countries who are present with us and the international organization, reflecting the collective commitment towards protecting consumer health and promoting fair trade. So thank you to our Honourable Minister. And as we conclude the summit, ladies and gentlemen, I now request and invite Shri U.S. Dhyaniji, the Executive Director, FSSAI, to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Shri Pratap Rao Jadhav sir, Honorable Minister for State for Health and Family Welfare, Shri V.K. Paul sir, Member Niti Aayog, Shri Rajit Punhani sir, CEO FSSAI, distinguished representatives from our partner countries, esteemed international and Indian delegates, food industry leaders, dear colleagues and friends. It is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at the closing of Global Food Regulator Summit 2025. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare for gracing this occasion with his video message. Sir, we thank you for your continued guidance and support in strengthening the vision of safe and healthy food for all. V.K. Paul sir, we extend our sincere thanks to you for encouraging words that inspire us again and again to maintain our enthusiasm, sir, and continuing working on impactful actions that protect consumers and promote public health. Sir, we have also taken note of your emphasis on ensuring and continuing with ensuring that sustainable, safe and nutritious food is provided to every citizen of this country, sir. We also warmly thank CEO FSSAI, Rajit Punhani, sir, for his leadership and tireless efforts in ensuring and steering this platform and fostering global collaboration in food safety. Your support and commitment have been driving force, sir, behind the success of this event, sir. A special thanks to our international delegates and country representatives. By exchanging best practices and innovative approaches, you have paved the way for more seamless trade, stronger consumer confidence, and enhanced food safety globally. Our special word of appreciation goes to distinguished scientific community from India and across the globe who came over here in last 2 days, whose active participation made this dialogue vibrant and meaningful. Finally, I thank each member of our organizing team from top to bottom, the technical experts, the venue staff from ITPO, ITDC, and everyone else who worked tirelessly behind the scene for days and days, for long days, to make this summit a grand success. As we draw this important gathering to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of partnership we have fostered here. Our deliberations have yielded a roadmap for actionable steps, enhanced data sharing frameworks, joint training initiatives, and a renewed commitment to build a better and healthier tomorrow. Once again, on behalf of FSSAI, I offer my heartfelt thanks to every delegate, speaker, and supporter of this event. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your words of thanks for everyone. And before we draw final curtains to the third Global Food Regulators Summit, आइए अपने देश, अपने राष्ट्र को शत-शत प्रणाम कर इसे समाप्त करते हैं. Requesting you all to please rise at your positions for the national anthem. जय हिंद. इसी तरह अपने देश को स्वस्थ और स्वच्छ और सुंदर रखें. Thanking each one of you, thanking all our international participants, delegates who joined us. Thank you for being with us in this journey of creating and shaping more resilient and safe health systems. Special thanks and congratulations to all in the Food Safety Standards Authority of India towards the success of this program. Thank you.